In 16.6 seconds, approximately 63,200 tons of water will flow over the edge of Niagara Falls. The universe will expand 184 miles, and the light reaching your eyes will have traveled close to 5,995,849,160 meters. Within those 16.6 seconds, roughly 2,000 lightning strikes will open up the sky. 76 babies will be born worldwide, and over 2 million chemical reactions will occur in every cell in your body. 16.6 seconds can feel like a lifetime. 50 years of innovation has led to the fastest race bike in the world, getting 16.6 seconds faster.
Sonoma County, California. Rolling hills, dramatic coastlines, meandering waterways. The perfect environment to cultivate
beer. Old Cas beer. A beer steeped in the lore of the back roads. Stoked on the rugged NorCal terrain. And strong with the current of the river. A beer always ready to party. Old Cas beer.
Imagine if every child had the opportunity to ride a bike.
A bike isn't just a way to get around. It's confidence, it's freedom, it's mental health.
And I'm stoked to have teamed up with Outrider and their ambassador and Riding for Focus champion, John Glodek,
To ride across California this April, from Sea Otter to Levi's GranFondo.
stopping at schools along the way, riding with students, educating them on how to keep safe while out on the roads, and sharing one simple message. Bikes change lives.
We're here at Levi's GranFondo, and we'd love to share more about our journey.
And share your experience of what the bikes enabled you to outride.
Best Day Brewing presents what you can do while drinking a great beer. You can go west, pack up the wagon, and take the family on a road trip everyone will remember. You can stay razor sharp and focused while you perform brain surgery. Or you can be a thrill-seeking rodeo star and make new friends in odd places. The best non-alcoholic craft beer for your best day yet. Best Day Brewing non-alcoholic craft beer.
You know Signorama as your local sign shop. We are. Our neighborhoods have small businesses, schools, and stadiums, and they all need signs. We have the solution when our neighbors need vehicle graphics, monument signs, and even huge channel letter signs for their storefront. We're here for all signage needs, from concept to fabrication and installation. Sometimes we even bring out the big guns. Signorama, for all your signage needs.
So you think you know wine country? Sonoma County. This is wine country. And this is also wine country. All of this right here? Yep, you guessed it. This is wine country too. Wine country is up here, it's down there. It's taking center stage. It's finding, a moment of zen. Sure, Sonoma County has the best wine in the world. And that's just the beginning. Come drink it all in. Sonoma County. This is wine country.
The secret's out. Windsor is a gem hidden in plain sight. We're one of the last small towns in California, and we like it that way. But visitors, you're always welcome here. Filled with locally owned shops, tasting rooms, cafes, and restaurants. From fresh coffee and handcrafted chocolate to award-winning wine and global flavors. There's something here to satisfy every craving. Browse one-of-a-kind boutiques, meet the makers, and soak in the small-town vibe that makes Windsor feel like home. Then grab a lawn chair and head to the town green for live music and good company. In Windsor, you're not just passing through, you're part of the moment. Discover big experiences in a small town. This is classic California. Relaxed, approachable, and full of fun.
This is it. We are here in the heart of the Pacific Redwood Empire, home to one of the world's most productive wine regions, where the Pacific and North American tectonic plates collide, heaving the earth upwards, creating friction and heat that allows for the existence of the world's largest geothermal energy production site. We are situated here today to bring you the first live, long-distance professional road bike race in North America since the Amgen Tour of California. The setting is uniquely beautiful, incredibly challenging, and historic as a result of the juxtaposition of these things. The race is called the Growler, and it is but one component of the 16-year-old mass participation ride known as Levi's GranFondo. The ride has existed here since 2009 and was founded by former World Tour professional Levi Leipheimer as a way to give back to his community and share the very roads that shaped his career. The event hosts thousands of participants from around the world each year, but fewer than 200 with the capacity to reach the top step are invited to compete in the Growler. The Growler of Levi's GranFondo is America's toughest road race. There is no equal. Full stop. It is as hard, if not harder, than some of the biggest one-day classics and will be the most difficult challenge many of today's competitors will face. It features 4,200 meters of elevation spread over more than 220 kilometers of highly technical, narrow roads that Sonoma County is famous for in the world of cycling. A selection of these roads were pivotal during the late Coors Classic and Amgen Tour of California bike races. The beauty and ruggedness of this mythical place at the edge of our continent is indescribable, coupled with the pure exhilaration of racing a bicycle through these sinuous roads was the inspiration for what you will see today. There will be 10 winners in each of the men's and women's fields as our top athletes of the day battle for a share of a $156,000 purse. This payout makes the Growler the richest one-day professional road bike race in the world, thanks to the incredible support of our title sponsor, Skipstone Winery, nestled at the end of the final mountain of the day, the Geysers. With separate starts for both the men and women and a mingling of both professional competitors and amateurs alike, this event aims to define a new model for professional bike racing in America. The Growler will feature a stacked field with many of today's gravel stars, as well as former and current World Tour professionals. Keegan Swenson and Lauren De Crescenzo will be tested to defend their titles as the race has attracted a deep pool of talent. We will hear from some of them shortly as we begin our live coverage today. The field includes Luke Lamperti, Peter Vakoch, Sarah Sturm, Peter Stetina, Heather Jackson, Sofia Gomez-Villafane, Lawrence Nason, Ian Boswell, Matt Beers, and many others. The Growler of Levi's GranFondo begins right here at the town green of Windsor, California, in the heart of Sonoma County, arguably the best place in all the world to ride a bicycle, whether for pleasure or as a career. Welcome, and thank you for joining us.
Hello and welcome to Windsor in Sonoma County in California for Levi's GranFondo and live coverage of the biggest, the best, the most brutal, the most beautiful road race in North America, containing the biggest, richest prize purse in the world for any one-day race. I am Matt Stevens. Alongside me is Hannah Walker. Hannah, I'm super stoked. I'm super excited to be here to commentate on this race, both men's and women's elite races here. It's going to be brilliant, isn't it?
It's going to be fantastic. It's been a long time coming for me. It's an absolute honour to be here and to see the atmosphere, the vibe, and to see how excited all of the riders have been in the build-up and how important this has been as a part of their racing calendar and how much they have had full focus into this race. has been exceptional to see, and we've been seeing riders knocking around at the hotel here in Windsor, and it's incredible. It's absolutely fantastic. It's going to be a brilliant race. It's going to be savage, because that course is unforgiving and there's no hiding whatsoever.
Yeah, there's no hiding place at all. We have had the fortune to be out on the road over the last couple of days alongside the man that set all this up, Levi at Light Palm. We've got lots to talk about. We're going to go through the route. We're going to speak to some of the stars. Incredibly, for both the men's and the women's races, both of the top fives are all here. So the previous winners and the top five back for revenge and to defend their respective crowns. So much to talk about. I cannot wait to see how the riders get on today. The sun is shining out there, although it looks a little bit gloomy just at the finish here. Lots of riders, families have participated in the earlier events. Remember, there's 7 rides, 7 fondos, so something for everybody. But our focus on this broadcast, of course, is going to be the elite men and women. So, without further ado, shall we speak to the women's defending champion? Well, you spoke to her just the other day, Lauren D. Crescendo, to see what her thoughts were ahead of defending her crown.
Lauren, you come back as the defending champion after your victory last year here to the Growler. How does it feel to come back in to try and win for a second time?
Feels good. I mean, I love this course so much. It's so savage. The climbing, 14,000 feet of climbing and 140 miles. It's everything I love about cycling.
Talk me through that route then, because what sets this event apart from any other event you've done? Because, I mean, that sounds savage, that's brutal.
Oh, it's so brutal. I mean, Unbound's brutal, but there's something about this route. I think it's the climbing and just the roads are rough. It's basically a gravel race on, I think everyone's saying that. It's a gravel race on pavement.
It's, of course, very different. A lot more road. Do you reckon that suits your style of racing far more than perhaps other courses?
Absolutely. The more road, the better. My favorite, I keep saying this, my favorite parts of every gravel race are the road sections between the gravel sections.
So you're going to be just fine.
I also love gravel, but I'm a roadie at heart. I just like going really fast, usually in a straight line.
Well, plenty of that. What's the tactic then? What's the strategy ahead of Saturday to try and take a second victory? And who are you looking out for? Who are your closest rivals?
Well, my strategy, set some power records. It's a good strategy. Yes, that's some 20-minute records. On all the uphills. Yeah, just basically go as hard as I can, like on the uphills. Competition. I'm not supposed to talk. Should I name people? Are people naming people?
I think it's nice to see who, for the fans as well. Who should we be watching out for? Of course, aside from yourself. Of course, from yourself, number one.
Okay, maybe me. I have been really looking forward to this race. Some other really strong competitors of mine. Guess I'm looking towards Sophia. She just came off second place at Seattle. Alexis, super strong. I haven't really looked that closely. I should look more closely. I saw Gwendolyn Gibson. I'm not sure if she's here or not. I don't know. There's like the standard gravel people. I'm really looking at the gravel girls because this is long, and it's kind of what we do, the long races. So I'm looking at people in the Lifetime Grand Prix.
Absolutely. Well, Lauren, best of luck. Thanks very much for your insight, and all the best for defending the win. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very excited.
Well, Hannah, great to hear from the defending champion there. It's this event, there's not that many big road races like this at all. No. And there's a real, a lot of the privateers, the gravelers have come over to this. What did you read into Lauren was saying there? I mean, because she clearly is very confident, but what did you get a sense of based on what she spoke to you about?
The biggest part for me, that she backed herself and that she was confident in her own ability to be able to defend the victory from 12 months ago. But for me, when you take a look at the lineup of talent and the riders here, it's that combination of World Tour riders. You've also got some of the best gravel riders in the world. And so across the board, we're going to have a brilliant race across the course. But for Lauren, it's you know, is the pressure on to try and defend that? And how can you, because don't forget, it's very, very different. The weather conditions this year are very different to 12 months ago, whereas last year it was cold, it was raining, and now it's actually optimal racing conditions.
I would say, is it optimal commentating conditions? Well, it's pretty ambient in here, but what I got from that was, you asked how she's going to play it, what she's looking forward to, setting power records. It was almost as if she was just thinking about her own ride rather than the rides of other people, because it's just about endurance and going as hard as she can.
And it was, maybe she was trying to take the pressure off herself a little bit in terms of not thinking about anybody else. But interesting tactic, interesting way, and she has got the power to be able to ride everyone off the wheel.
She certainly has, as has this man. Let's have, well, I had a chat with Peter Stettiner, a real veteran, been in the gravel scene for a couple of years, a former World Tour pro. Let's hear what he said about this brilliant, brilliant event.
Pete, what's your relationship like with Levi's GranFondo?
I mean, this is the home ride. You know, it was the first GranFondo that kind of made that a big boom, and it's brought hundreds of thousands of people to our community over the years, and it showcases kind of the biggest, most rugged roads we got out here. And now it's full-time race.
So describe the race. For anybody who's watching this for the very first time, give us a sense of the essence of the race and how brutal it is as well, because it is hard.
Yeah. I mean, well, first of all, just because American road cycling doesn't fit the European template the same, you know, it's American-style racing is most healthy in that gravel privateer format. So it's kind of, it's going to look like a gravel race but on pavement, whereas, you know, you have to bring a saddlebag and plug your tire. There is an aid station, but only one. You kind of got to be self-sufficient. No team cars. But then at the end of the day, it's you know, the deepest field that America and some foreigners can gather on our roads. And then beyond that, the Growler, I will stand by it. You know, I would love to have a true World Tour peloton on these roads, because this course is, in my mind, harder than Liège-Bastogne-Liège. Our roads are twisty, narrow. We call it single track for road bikes. It is 3 of the hardest loops that I will do, like, for training rides, all in one day. You know, so 220 Ks, 4,500 meters of climbing, and our pitches, again, they're not fast. They're steep, they're twisty, decreasing radius corners, broken pavement. It is attritional, to say the least.
You're making me nervous, just interviewing. I'm not even riding, for crying out loud. You're making me very nervous. On a personal level, what are you hoping to expect? The win? What's the form like? What realistically, what are you hoping for in this year's race?
I mean, the fact that there's so much climbing, and it's, you know, my home crowds, my family and friends. I mean, if I could pull off the dub, I mean, we'd have an after party for the ages. And I want that. I mean, you got to aim high, but it's really hard to predict, because without the teams, like, it's hard to know who's going to control, and it is a climber's race. You have to be, the strongest riders will come to the fore, and you have to be a good climber, but the final, 40-ish K are very flat and rolling. So it lends itself to, it's hard to hold it from the final climbs, you know. Again, it comes down to legs. There's always moments to attack, but it is kind of any number of scenarios. I mean, if there's an early break that gets a good leash and we don't catch them until, you know, those final rolling miles, then it's going to be a small group sprint and anything in between.
Indeed. Sum up the Growler in one word.
Rugged.
Rugged.
Rugged. Well, shall we see just how rugged the Growler is for 2025? Let's have a look at the map. Let's have a look at this profile. It is ridiculous. It is brutal. Most of the climbing is concentrated in the centre. Remember, 137.5 miles, 14,000 feet of climbing, which is just over 4,227 metres to be exact. We roll out of the start, as Peter was describing earlier on, we roll out of the start here in Windsor, and it is pretty flat for the first 50k. And we do know we will be thrown to live racing in a little while, but it was fast and it was furious. We meander through a beautiful day, not too much wind on this big loop that Ros will face today. We head through Guerneville, still continuing on the flat, still got about 20 k's to go. We pass through the town of Monte Rio. There we go through 20 miles, 32 k's. Then we pop through Cadazero, And this is where the riders will start to see the climbs. This is the first bit of elevation over the top of King Ridge at 515 metres. And there is King Ridge in all of its glory, Anna.
It's beautiful, isn't it? But no time for the riders to take in all of these breathtaking views because they descend their way down. As you can see, it bears left to right. A little bit of a wonderful shot here, and very similar weather conditions to how we saw the recon. You're going to drop down, then it's lightly undulating through one of the feed zones as well, round about now one of the several aid stations as they'll drop down into the undulating and almost false flat here. It's difficult to see, but it's very hard. A very hard part of the course. They'll pass through 100 kilometres of racing, 62.1 miles of racing before heading to Wallbridge. That's the next climb of the day, and straight away you can see how difficult it starts to climb, Matt.
It is Wallbridge Ridge as they drop over the top. Thankfully, we've got reports in that nobody was injured from that cow from the past insert, so everybody was upright on this little bit of a recon. Then Skaggs Summit. We get a little bit high here, 640 metres, and there is a look at the beautiful Skaggs Summit, one of the big ascents of the day. It is absolutely stunning, and I can tell you, out there live on the road, we have very similar weather conditions. Then we go through the bottle feed, one of several bottle feeds at Lake Sonoma, sponsored of course by our partners at Specialized. We pass through 80 miles, and this is where the road flattens a bit. A little bit of an opportunity for another feed. It's going to be crucial today because the temperatures could be reaching around 23, 24 degrees centigrade. That's well over 70 degrees Fahrenheit. We pass through Cloverdale, and then we start to head up this long climb of Geyser Summit. This is one of the climbs that are most feared of the riders. It's almost imperceptible, the gradient earlier on, but there's a little false flat, then a descent, and then the last part, Hannah, really kicks up brutally. But it's a long climb, and I think, for me, as we go past one of the biggest geysers, I think, is in the world, this could be the most crucial point of the race.
It's going to be crucial, it will be, Matt, because as you can see, it's not just the climb where you can start to see the elevation rise. You've already been climbing with way before you get to the official base of the climb. We get to the Geyser Summit, they'll descend down. Before another little kick up, they'll pass through Skipstone Winery, pass that on the left-hand side, through another specialised bottle feed, and then they'll pass through 120 miles complete, or 193 kilometres if you work in kilometres. And then it's a flat run-in. Although you've got that little peak towards the back end, they'll head towards Windsor, back towards our finish. A right-hand turn, they'll get to the roundabout as they make their way back towards the green, but it's undulating and, of course, arduous, grippy roads, which is going to make for some excellent racing as they come towards the finish, past the green, and head back towards Windsor. Matt, this is going to be a thrilling course, and you can take a look at that profile, adding up to 137.5 miles of racing, 14,000 feet of elevation.
I'm just glad I'm sat down. I've ridden some of the roads, not quite prepped to ride the big Growler, but I tell you what, should we have a look what's happened in the race so far? Let's distill some highlights for you so you get a sense of what's happened in both the men's and the women's races. The riders lined up. It's about 7:30 this morning. Pretty chilly conditions as they rolled out. This is the men's peloton. You just saw a Brennan just rolling through there. Of course, we've got it's such a good field. But we expected, Hannah, didn't we, for there to be animation earlier on, as some of the less gifted climbers tried to get a bit of an advance on the peloton earlier in the race.
And it comes as no surprise that riders wanted to try and get themselves up the road early and use that first part of the course where, as we saw on the route map and the elevation in the profile, that flat start to the race. If you can try and get up the road, try and form a strong breakaway, and you could see several riders who were up there, including number 18 here at the back in the white jersey. That's Cody Berta of Danville, California. He was joined by several other riders, also number 41 there in the white jersey with the brown shorts, and that is John Keller of Boulder. They were also joined by number 71, and that's Logan Unger in the blue jersey right at the back.
Yeah, that was the first climb of the day up Kings Ridge. They went through the cloud, broke through that misty cloud cover to show just how gorgeous this scenery is. And that they only got they got a lead of about a minute and a half at one point, these three riders riding together, clearly trying to build that advantage ahead of what's to come. And they're just catching some of the riders in front of them. Of course, although the elite men and women started 5 minutes apart, there of course are other rides out, 7 other events on simultaneously of varying distance, just showing how democratic and how open Levi's GranFondo is. But just look, just savour the shots over the top of King's Riggs. That's absolutely stunning, isn't it?
It's breathtaking, and when you take a look as well, it's so peaceful, it's so quiet, but for the riders who are great descenders, a great time to utilise their accolades there.
Yeah, they were joined by several other riders. That little group came together. Another man that was in this group was the Irish rider Con McDumphy. He's in good form. Man in the green there, and just at the back there, in and out of the saddle as well. That's Cole Davis from Roseville, California, opting for over-the-knee warmers. I think a little bit deeper, and he might remove those as things start to hot up. But a really interesting little group formed at the front here.
It was very interesting, but I think it also shows, as you can see, the difference in riders opting for what they want to wear, because of course it was a little bit overcast earlier on this morning, and so it's finding that balance of your optimum, making sure that you're not overheating, because crucially, as you can see, the sun's come out. It's very, very different on that part of the course, even to where we saw it in Windsor this morning. So that's also crucial. We know how important your core body temperature is. You see up towards the front in the pink jersey, that's Ian Lopez, a local man from Santa Rosa, as the women were getting themselves set to get themselves underway.
You can see a lot of the women there blowing their hands. It was pretty cold. We actually walked out to the start. It's around 7 or 8 degrees, so pretty chilly, as the women's elite field rolled out here for their adventure, 137 miles. You can see it was quite misty, and there was actually a little bit, I wouldn't call it light rain, but there was definitely water in the air, like fine mist in the air, as the women set out on that very flat approach, as we get a close look at some of the riders here.
We saw Danny Shrewsbury up towards the front. She was having a good day. Comes straight off the back of a number of races. She's had a good start to the season. The rider from Great Britain, British gravel champion.
And there's some good attacking here. Heather Jackson was one of the riders that went quite early. One of the women that we spoke to. Several counter-attacks too. Again, not dissimilar to the activity we saw at the start of the men's race. Riders trying to get ahead of the game. But just look at the size of this peloton. I mean, there are a few little teams in the mix, but most of these riders, most of the big favourites, are riding on their own in isolation. So an unusual, different sort of dynamic. As we look at the early leader, trying to go clear, just the gel tucked up her shorts there. She stole an early march. And actually, look at the huge gear that she's churning, checking the gap behind. But this rider did manage to open up a pretty decent lead and took it into the first climb. It was indeed Heather Jackson, a rider that we spoke to. And Danny Shrewsbury also joined there, number 71, the British rider, the British gravel champion. Has really excelled, and as you said, made the trip over to California. She told me the other day that she was feeling pretty tired, but to tell you what, from what I've seen here, she's looking pretty active, and again, very mindful to try and steal a march early on. But that early investment, it's trying to balance your effort, isn't it? Because if you go too hard early on, although you might have stolen a bit of a march, have you got much left for the back end of the race? And that's the dichotomy, isn't it, here?
And I think as well, they'll be hopefully waiting for the race to come to them, and as you can see, it's all come back together, and you've got a very select group of riders starting to form. So ultimately, for Danny Shrewsbury and co, the former breakaway riders, this has worked into their favour now, Matt.
Yeah, well, this is the leading, well, it was the lead women's group. Again, a nice shot of this group starting to work together, this little group of riders, as they burst through that cloud cover over the top. I think this is of King's Ridge, the first big climb of the day, the first bit of elevation as we head back to Heather Jackson, turning that big gear, stolen that early march. She was to be joined shortly afterwards, but it was a long solo ride out in front. Again, a rider that knows exactly how to moderate her sort of effort. A lot of these gravel riders in particular, of course, gravel riding traditionally so much longer than road racing. But, well, that was the highlights of the day. So much to talk about, so much still to come. The composed looks of these riders here in this main lead group of female athletes, which is going to change later on because we are now going to join the live action. Well, get stuck in, folks. Sit yourselves down and enjoy the women's lead group on the right-hand side, and as you say, the men's lead group. We've got a little bit of a shift. It does look as if Con McDumphy is out in front for the men, and also with him for company, it looks like that is Tom Elsey, We get confirmation of that, but it looks like 3 riders out in front for the men's as we look at the women's group. They started 5 minutes behind the men's. They're a little bit further back. They're descending as the men climbing, but things already hotting up here.
They certainly are, Matt, and as you can see, the difference in weather conditions once again, how it's shifted and changed. But Colin Dunphy, he's been in really good form already this season. He's already had a couple of victories under his belt, a couple of victories in his home nation of Ireland in the Ross.
He's a very
he's clearly showing good form.
Yeah, well, he attacked, didn't he, earlier on with Ian Lopez, and you could see that Ian Lopez was actually struggling to stay with him. So Lopez opting to drop away from this group. It is indeed number 28 at the back, Tom Elsey. And we're looking now, it looks like that is going to be the chase group in the men's race just behind. Now they're resting up a little bit. Riders here still conscious of what's to come. So riders rolling through here, clearly not overly concerned about the breakaway in front. We've still got a lot of climbing still to go in this race, but what would you estimate? About 30 riders or so in that chase group as we get a close look. This is one of the few gravel sectors. It's a road event, but there's a little bit of gravel thrown in the mix as well. There we go, 44.4 miles still to go.
There certainly is, and you and I were talking earlier on, as you can see, the other rider who's in this breakaway, that is Marcus Shelton. We were talking about how you've got to service everything yourself, Matt, and so if you have a mechanical problem, you know, how that can change your race. And so you've got to be well prepared in terms of your equipment. You can just see these 3 riders just taking the corners a little bit gingerly, because right now they've got that good advantage, and it's playing into the hands of McDunphy, particularly. He's the rider in the green jersey. He's really kicking on, but he's also giving the rider number 28, Tom Elsey, a bit of a hard time. You can see he's missed a couple of moves so far, a couple of turns so far.
Yep, this is that little bit of gravel. There's not any long sections of gravel here. There's just a little bit of gravel almost thrown in for good measure, but you can see how beautiful these roads are. But also there's a little bit of pitted tarmac. A lot of the riders here actually riding technically in terms of their setup are very similar to setup to what they ride on gravel. Most of the riders we've spoken to, Hannah, are 32 mil tyres, but with a slight road focus. But as you say, although this is a road race, they are completely self-supported. If they do get a puncture, they're going to need to mend it themselves. If they get a mechanical issue, unless they happen to one of the feed stations, they will have to do that themselves. So that's the unusual dynamic, but that's what everybody's going to be used to. Nobody's going to be upset about that. That is the way that we roll in a Fondo, isn't it? You are self-supported, but with that road dynamic thrown in the mix. So you just fingers crossed that you've got all your kit. You're running, most of the riders will be running tubeless as well to help mitigate any punctures as we head to the women's race here.
And I think for me, the one big difference is, Matt, whereas if you come from professional road racing, you've got that support, you've got mechanics who will take care of all of your equipment with your tyre pressures, making sure you've got the gear ratio that you want on, and of course you've got your soigneurs who will prepare all your bottles. For this, it's very much you have to do everything yourself. You're your own team manager, your own mechanic, your own soigneur, and then of course in the race thinking about what your strategy is to try and win here. And I'm quite curious to see how those who have got teammates, how they'll try and use that to their advantage. But on the other hand, for those riders who are the sole representative of their team, or if they're a privateer, how they can use that to their advantage too if they find themselves in a move. As we see one of the riders in this blue jersey, number 39 here, try and bridge across. This is Cameron Jones of New Zealand.
That's a good little move, real proper acceleration. This is a move to try and get across, using this slightly little flat section to his advantage. Most of the bigger riders in this field are going to have to think about how they ride this. Okay, moderate their effort on the climb, especially over the course of 6.5 hours. You cannot go into the red on too many occasions, and if you do, you're going to burn your matches. So the riders that fear the climbs, using the terrain to their advantage, and that's what we're seeing here. So Jones off the front, looking pretty aero, a muscular figure. That was a decent little move there. Clearly feeling pretty confident. But as you say, there are a few teams with 1 or 2 team riders, but from what I saw in the front men's group, it looks like everybody is riding on their own. But what we did hear from, spoke to Ian Boswell, Brennan, we spoke to Lawrence Narson, there might be a few little alliances happening during the day as well. If you've got a group of 5 or 6, it might come into, okay, I won't chase you if you don't chase me. And we do see that in road racing sometimes. These unofficial alliances may come into play deeper into the race.
It might do, and I think crucially it's forming those alliances, but also having that communication between you all. And if you find yourself in a scenario here, Matt, where you've got 3 riders who are working very, very well, and particularly this rider in the green jersey, that's Con McDumphy, who is really the driving force in this group, as you can see once again. And there's a little bit of communication there, because you can see that Tom Elsey's still not given a turn yet.
Yeah, Elsey.
They're trying to almost force him to say, come on, we need you to work here. We can't just have 3 of us in this group and only 2 who are working. And so, quite rightly so, if they want to try and maintain this advantage, if not grow it even further, they need that third support.
They certainly do. I'm just wondering if he's gone a little bit deep. He actually wants some food. But there you go. That isn't exactly an alliance. That's just a friendly, do you need some food? Just look at the pockets of Elsey there at the back. It doesn't look like he's got much food left. There are these feed zones along the route. There are opportunities to get water on board, but if you've not fueled right, but again, I don't know how well these 2 riders know each other, but that's just another illustration of the camaraderie that we see, similar to gravel. If you can help a fellow competitor out, you will, and that was a lovely little touch here as we see Con McDumphy, again, coming into this race, a rider who's had a solid season, won at home, as you were saying earlier on, but he has really impressed me today. The only thing I wonder is, given the firepower we've got in that back group, has he done a little bit too much? We were watching the footage earlier on. He's already invested a lot in this race. He's either super confident or might have misgauged this one. That remains to be seen. But I tell you what, it's great to see.
It is great to see. It is great to see. And the fact he was giving Ian Lopez a pretty hard time, and he's in good form. Of course, the local man, he knows the roads. He comes from Santa Rosa, and he's racing for EFs in that pink jersey. And seeing the way that he was working with Lopez at one point, and then once they got to the climb, Lopez was no longer able to follow the wheels, and so maybe showing his colours a little bit too early, but maybe he knows that he needs to get the head start, particularly as we head towards the geysers, on the groups behind. And if you think about the firepower, you think of Lawrence Narson, and realistically comes in as one of the hot favourites for the victory. Second last year, he wants to come back for revenge and take the victory. It was so close last year, missing out to Keegan Swenson, that he wants to come away with that victory. So you get the sense that Con McDumphy really needs the sliding room.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I feel. He's willing to invest in order to stay in that group over the top, especially given the finish. You can just see the back end of the profile as we look at the women's, the main group of the women's race. This looks like it's the, let's have a look at some of the potential pre-race favourites that are here. A nice static shot of this group. And again, everybody looks pretty composed in this group, acutely aware of what's still to come, because we're roughly half distance, just about 65 miles to go. There's that little splinter group, a couple of riders that are getting dropped, just using this flatter section to get back in. But the moderation of your effort so crucial. Fueling as well. We know that the way that these riders have to fuel over such a long period of time, over such demanding terrain, is so crucial. But you can see these 2 riders just getting on the back, just increasing the size of this main group for the women's race.
It was interesting. Yesterday I was speaking to Caroline Bauer, the former Swiss road race champion, who's here, and she was saying, and I asked her what time she'd have to get up ahead of the race, what time would she be heading down, and how ultimately how would she be fueling herself before the race, not just during. And she said it's really difficult for her personally to try and get enough down, so she prefers to have maybe a bowl of porridge, but then just put loads of honey on, just to try and get all
You're
of that.
You're making me hungry, Hannah. You're making me hungry.
Delicious.
Stop reminding me of how nice breakfast is.
She was trying to just get as many carbs into her body as possible, and then she said, I'm just going to fill my pockets completely full, because you never know how the racing's going to go. You don't want to find yourself in a situation or a scenario where you're starting to feel really depleted, and towards the crucial and back end of the race you've got nothing to give. And so it was a case of just taking lots of gels, aiming for around 120 grams of carbohydrates per hour, which is pretty expansive.
Yeah, just when you think about the advancement of our understanding of how much carbs riders can take on board during a race has changed dramatically, almost exponentially over the last couple of years. I think when I was racing, when Hannah was racing, we're looking at it was 30 grams, people were saying.
Per hour.
Yeah, per hour. And now that's time. I mean, I know triathletes are looking at 200 grams of carbs an hour. That's quite extreme. But these athletes here will be looking at 130, 140 grams of carbs an hour to sustain them over a course like this. And as you say, making sure those glycogen stores are full ahead of the race. But many of these riders as well have been here a few days, knocked out some big miles earlier this week before tapering ahead of the main event.
And I think that's the interesting thing, isn't it, for those riders who've been here, and some have been here a week already,
yeah.
And so they've had plenty of time to recon the course, really get to grips with the route, and particularly the climbs, and so they can know exactly. I think it's also a good way for them to work out their strategy of how they're going to try and win, Matt, to be honest, and particularly on the geysers. And I know some riders are almost fearful of that final climb and what is potentially going to happen.
Well, as we look at the lead group in the women's race, settling in, thinking about what's ahead. Let's have a look at, I'm just going to go through the other events that are on, because Levi's Fondo, this is the 16th edition of Levi's GranFondo. I feel so privileged, as you do, to be here, to soak up the atmosphere. We're in Windsor, right in the centre of this beautiful town. There's a festival that's been going on, started yesterday. Lots of pop-ups from a lot of the sponsors, local brands. There's coffee, there's cakes, there's something for everybody. I want to say something for everybody, I really do mean that. So we had there's a family ride, so there's 7 Fondo rides as we get a look at where the women are out on the course at the moment. The family event, 8 miles, so something for everybody there. Even me and my state of fitness could get around that one. But no, the family ride earlier on today. Then we had the Piccolino, which I do believe that Levi rode earlier on, didn't he? The Piccolino one. And that was a beginner friendly through wine country. That was 17.6 miles. Then the Piccolo, just one step up from the Piccolino, 38.6 miles. A mix of easy and moderate terrain. And then the Medio, so flat. Oh, sorry, 2 climbs and a couple of aid stations as well. That's 61. Then things start to get a bit chunky. The geysers. Now that is a horrific climb, a beautiful climb. That's just under 80 miles, 79.1 miles, featuring steep climbs and the geothermal views that we're just talking about, that we said that we will be seeing soon. Then the Gran. That's just under 120 miles long, including the climbs of King Ridge and some other challenging climbs too. And then we move on to the Growler, the main feature, 137.5 miles, the toughest, the most brutal race. We heard it from Peter Settner. He described it as harder than Liège-Bastogne-Liège. And that's quite, I don't know, it's quite apt really, because we are in an Ardennes season in Europe, and here we have a race that he considers even tougher than that. And he's 37, an amazing World Tour career. So for him to put it in that sort of perspective just gives you a sense of how tough this is.
It certainly does. And when you've spent 10 years as a World Tour professional racing for BMC Racing, Trek Segafredo, Garmin back in the day, for him to then say this is harder than Liège-Bastogne-Liège just gives you a sense of how difficult it really is. I mean, 14,000 metres of elevation, 14,000 foot of elevation, 4,200 metres of elevation is no joke.
No.
And I think it comes as there's lots of peaks and troughs. It's not just the 4 main climbs, Matt. It's the fact you've got lots of false flats. It's undulating throughout, and you never really get an opportunity for some respite, particularly once you go past King's Ridge. After that, it's coming thick and fast, and even going up towards the geysers, as I said before, you're already climbing 20 miles before you get to the base of the climb.
And I think the thing about the race today, as we again look at the women's lead group, 104.5 kilometres still to go as they descend beautifully down this descent, is the fact that we had the flat start, the flatter finish, save for that little kicker that you described just at the end. And that has that played a very important, pivotal role in ultimately deciding the front group last year. It's the fact that the climbing is condensed within the middle of the race. It's bad enough, the total elevation gain, but the fact that you've got the flat start and the flattest finish means there's a really high concentration. And as you said, not much opportunity to rest in between, because you've got to keep switched on the descents because of their technical nature as well.
And I also think there's going to be opportunity for riders to come back, as long as they're still within striking distance. If they've lost a little bit of ground on some of the climbs, if they're still there or thereabouts, there's opportunity to come back into the frame of things. And so if riders in the front group, for example, start to look at each other and it becomes very, very tactical, it almost starts to nullify itself. you never know who's chasing behind ferociously, because it's not just the glory of winning this and having the prestige of winning the Growler. Of course, you can go away with a huge prize purse, and when you take a look at
it's a lot of money, isn't it?
It is a lot of money, and
it's great.
It's fantastic to see, and I think for plenty, it's been it's a highlighted event on their calendar.
Yeah, it certainly is. The richest one-day prize purse in the world, $156,000. And thank you so much, of course, to Skipstone, who are the main sponsor of Levi's GranFondo this year, and the owner of Skipstone, Farry Diner, an active cyclist, or very active cyclist, very fit cyclist. He's actually out there riding the Growler at the moment. I wonder where he is. I know he'd want to be in the front group, but a very active cyclist, absolutely loves the sport, and we were privileged enough yesterday to go and ride with Levi, a couple of the other pros who are here as well, just to sample a little bit about the local environment. And I was really struck by it, riding through those vineyards. The sun came out eventually at the end, didn't it, for us? But what a stunning place to ride your bike. It really is. I can't, I don't know, overstate the fact that it's just almost perfect roads to ride.
And very quiet as well.
Oh yeah,
very
totally.
little traffic, beautiful roads. It's breathtaking scenery. And I think in terms of a racing aspect, I mean, you've got a little bit of everything. The fact you've got differing terrain really adds to the racing aspect as well, Matt, because there's a little bit of something for everyone. You've got the mountainous road, you've got the vineyard, you go through the redwood forest, and it's absolutely superb. I mean, it's breathtaking, really is. It really is. And the differing state of the weather conditions as well that we saw earlier on this morning, and how different it is. But the sun comes out, and it's like looking at everything in HD, isn't it?
It is. This is absolutely glorious. Well, this is the men's league group. Just see Ian Boswell, a man we spoke to on stage just a couple of days ago. Again, a very experienced rider indeed. And I think that's where, although you cannot, I mean, Keegan Swanson, who won the men's race last year, he's never ridden at WorldTour as a pro, a formidable competitor on the gravel scene, and is definitely going to play his part today. But there's nothing quite like the experience of the WorldTour pros here in relation to moderating their effort, not panicking, not going within these early moves. And it's just that self-knowledge that I think could count for so much at the back end. Lawrence Narson in that group as well. We've got Paul Voss, another former polka dot jersey wearer in the Tour de France here as well. The more you look at some of the riders who have come across from the road, this is right up the street, even more than the gravel scene. This is almost perfect for them, isn't it?
I think so, and I'm really curious how their tactical nous from road racing will come into play, and you mentioned a couple of those names, but Lawrence Narson, Peter Vakoc, Boswell, you've already spoken about, Pete Stettner, Maurice Ballerstadt, the man from Berlin who spent many years as a teammate of Mathieu van der Poel at Alpecin de Koning. He came through the development team of Visma Lisa Bike. You've also got Chad Hager, who spent time at now known as a Picnic Post NL.
A Giro stage winner.
Giro stage winner, absolutely. So it's almost a case of who's who, and I think it really could come into their favour. You even take a look at the women's field. Lauren Stevens, you've got Lauren de Crescenzo, Emily Newsom, a fantastic road racer in her own right, and has raced the Tour de France Femme. So it's really is, and even Flavio Oliveira Parks, the Brazilian rider who came fourth last year, just missing out on that podium finish. Cecilia Lejeune, the French woman's here as well. She's a really strong athlete as well.
Yeah, Axel Dubai-Prévost, the cousin of Pauline Ferrand-Prévost, clearly got good genes in that family. Just on the right-hand side as well there, wearing number 19. And it does look like things have just settled down here. Still 97 k's to go in the women's race, but they are well over half distance. But a pretty decent selection here. It looks like one of the riders just drops off the back, getting back on this descent. But again, apart from being strong, patience is one of the most important virtues in a race of this distance. And it's just the time spent on the road. It's understanding not getting drawn into too much of the early racing and just biding your time and almost letting the terrain come to you. That's a skill that takes years to learn, isn't it?
It does, but I also think it's a case of not getting too excited riding on the front too much and trying to conserve some of your energy and ride efficiently, use the wheels and the riders around you, try and take as much shelter as possible from the wind. And talking of wind, it's only around 5 kilometers per hour, gusts of around 8 kilometers per hour, so in terms of that, it's not going to make a huge difference, but you certainly don't want to be putting your nose in the front too much. You do want to try and save and conserve energy where possible, and utilize your rivals around you.
Yeah, definitely use your rivals. That's it. Sometimes they ultimately want to beat them to the line. Sometimes for large proportions of the race, your rivals are your friends. You're ultimately teammates, making sure you can get the distance done. And also, at this point in the race, given we're well over halfway, everybody here will start to get a measure of their opponent, just seeing, maybe looking across a sneaker look at the power meter, maybe seeing what the heart rate is, looking at the breathing, looking at the body language as well. All those skills play into part. The ability to read your opponent when you're spending so much time with them. As the race evolves, as their shape almost starts to gradually implode, as they start to deplete their resources, there's a real skill. And also, conversely, there's a skill in trying to wear a mask as well, isn't there? So to try and not to tell anybody how you're feeling,
Almost
even if you're feeling awful.
Absolutely, try and keep that poker face, isn't it?
Yeah, totally.
And you really have to if you are really suffering, and we already saw in the men's field a couple of riders really struggling to hang on, and you could see the shoulders rocking and rolling, and it's no surprise, but we've seen riders come back already earlier on.
Back to the front group of our men's, continuing this undulating terrain as we're heading up towards the guys. It's the highest point of the race at the top of this climb. Still got a fair way to the top before they drop down, and then essentially we have that long, flat, but gently undulating run into the finish. You can see they've got about a third of this climb done, but it is gradual, and within the elevation, as you can see, there are some descents, and it's pretty technical here. You have to be super focused. That chat we had with Peter Stettiner, a reminder, he's local, he knows these roads, hasn't ridden the whole of the ground in one hit, but generally this route comprises of all the various routes that he rides in training. But it is pretty technical there. Some of the road is broken up, it moves over from gravel to tarmac, so even when you're fatigued, you've got to stay laser focused not to make a mistake.
You really have to, and I spoke about riders doing a recon earlier on and how important that was to know the climbs, know the roads, but ultimately knowing these descents, Matt, and knowing how fast you can take it, knowing which line, what's up ahead, the road surface, and knowing how you can really tackle some of these descents is really important, and particularly from a bunch point of view here, as we take a look at the peloton. When you're in a breakaway, for example, you've only got another 2 riders to think about.
Totally.
And
you can
so
also pick your line choice as well.
Yeah, you can pick your line far better.
Yeah, looks like there's probably about a minute and a half in between our 3 leaders. You just see Boswell in that orange and those brownish shorts, and making sure he's at the front. And as the riders just kick over the top of this little roller, I think that's the best way to describe this little bit of terrain. It's up and down, but gradually gaining elevation. And then it comes as a bit of a shock. All the cloud cover has gone, but I remember speaking to some people earlier on in the week about riding this in training and not actually seeing the top, and then the road kicking up as they go over the geysers and over the top. But we still have a pretty sizable group here, so we've still got around 35 or 40 riders well into the final third of this race, but with the hardest terrain still to come. So a lot of riders here making sure that they're keeping their powder nice and dry. But there's going to have to be some serious fireworks. I'm just wondering who is going to be the rider to light the blue touch paper and at what point they're going to do it. That's the thrilling part of a race. We do not know the answer just yet.
And this is where the patience comes into the format, to be honest. It's that patience and knowing exactly, okay, well, and this is a pretty serious pace here. It's hard to tell, but they are flying along here, and it is hard. And we already saw Owen Wilson, he was just getting himself back on. Owen Cole, sorry, as well as Matthew Wilson, both getting themselves back on. There you can see Matthew Wilson in that blue jersey with the black shorts on the right-hand side. And it's almost a case of keeping yourself up towards the front. You can see Boswell there.
Also see Beers as well, the South African, just on the inside. A man we had an opportunity to speak to. I'm trying to see if I can see Lawrence Narson. If he is in there, he's tucked out of view. We spent a bit of time. Oh, a little bit of a shimmy there just on the inside, as we've got a fan at the side of the road, or a rider from one of the earlier fondos, just kindly moving out of the way and having an opportunity to take a little bit of a photo. But this is where the surface on the left-hand side, everybody knows about it. It's not a surprise to these riders. There are some gnarly road surfaces, and it's part of the skill set you need for this sort of event, isn't it?
And let's be honest, we're looking at some of the top gravel riders and racers in the world,
yeah.
And so they're very much used to this kind of condition.
Yeah, just roughly, I think that was about. It looks like that little group has opened up a lead of about 1.5 to 2 minutes over this group just behind. You can see that dust kicking up. Familiar to those of you who are watching, who follow the gravel scene. Great coverage here that we're being treated to. And a reminder, although this is the second edition of the Growler, it's the first time that we've got live streaming coverage, as one of the riders clearly, I don't know if that's one of the riders in the group who's swung over, or another Fondo rider who's just moving alongside to give these riders space. A lot of dust being kicked up there.
Just trying to take a look, there was a bike on the floor on the right-hand side. Whether someone came off on that little bit of dust. Also towards the back, we saw John Keller of Boulder. But look how it strung things out, Matt. And so this is what I was saying before. If you're up towards the front and you want to really hold that position, and you can take your own line from this group, and it was no surprise to see some of the top favourites who were wanting to make sure they were front row so they could take the descent at their pace and take their own lines.
Well, this is the women's lead group. Just see the very experienced Lauren Stevens out of Dallas, Texas, just there in the pink, wearing number 2. She's a rider who knows how to measure effort. Some big wins over the years. Probably one of the most senior campaigners in this field. A great climber, good time trialist too. She knows how to measure her effort. Just sat in that group patiently, banks the bike over into that corner, out of the saddle, stamping on the power. And we've still got a reasonable size. What do you say, about 20 riders in this lead group of the women? And they've still got a fair chunk of distance still to go. Just under 59 miles, equating to just under 95 kilometers to go. And who else do we have in this group? Just trying to pick out some of these numbers. That's Caroline at Desendorf in there as well. We've already identified Axel Dubo-Prévost, and also number 25, picking up a few numbers. That's Sophie, you talked about her earlier on, Gomez Villafane from Midway, Utah. And who's driving on the front at the moment? That is number 65, Gwendolyn Gibson, who's happy to set the pace on the front, looking pretty sprightly and looking pretty confident.
Keeping a really nice cadence as well. You can see that the American rider just keeping things really, really smooth. Great style on the bike. I mentioned about Lauren Stevens, the current Pan American road race champion. 2 years on the trot, actually, 23 and 2024. She'll be wanting to try and defend that title in a little less than a week's time. Flavia Oliveira Parks, you can see towards the back of this group. She was 4th just off the podium. She's one of those riders that's wanting to try and take revenge after 12 months ago. And I actually have to say, I think these kind of weather conditions favour her far more than 12 months ago. You know, she's a slight rider. She's an excellent climber. She's a very, very experienced road racer too. And so, you know, she's a pretty bold, audacious rider too. She's not afraid to give it a nudge and to try and take the bold risk of trying to break away.
Yeah, definitely. I think
certainly a rider to watch out for.
Yeah, certainly. I think you're quite right. I think the fact we've got pretty much ideal weather conditions, a cool start. I mean, riders wouldn't have to overhydrate, and then going into this beautiful weather that we have at the moment, I think we're going to have a lot more riders at the sharp end of this race come the end. I'm expecting some of the big favourites to be there, but although I'm just still trying to spot Lauren Di Crescendo from Boulder. She was actually struggling earlier on one of the climbs. I'm just trying to spot her. She'll obviously be wearing number 1, and I tell you what, Hannah, at the moment I can't quite see her in that group. When we do see her, we'll obviously call her out, but over the previous climb she was getting detached from this lead group. I can tell there's about 8 to 10 riders in this lead group now, all working pretty well together, and they are continuing to lose elevation. A little bit of an opportunity to rest up, but this is where you've got to make sure you eat and drink. No director sportifs in your ear reminding you it's all about that ability to do that for yourself. Another added dimension which separates this sort of event to road racing, you are on your own, and nobody else to rely on but yourself.
I think one thing to mention for Lauren de Crescenzo is you never know what happened earlier on. Maybe she had a mechanical problem, for example, in the first part of the race, and she's been chasing valiantly, and then she's got to the climbs and she's simply got nothing left. You've capitulated and you've got nothing left in your resources. So that's certainly one thing to think about. As we see for the first time one of our feed stations, you can see some of the helpers who are handing up the bottles, and this is really important. You can see how important it is for all of the riders to make sure they utilize this feed zone. If you miss it, it could be catastrophic.
Certainly good. We're just seeing number 50 there, just rolling through. That's Alexis Scarda out of Grand Junction in Colorado, accelerated to get back on. And this is, again, one of the unique elements of Fondo racing and riding, is the fact the lead group, I mean, if you're just riding a normal Fondo, you'd pull over, have a chat with your mates, sit down maybe, have a sandwich, some fuel. But here, there's a real art, isn't there, to trying to well, not even pull over. They can have helpers up the side of the road in these designated areas, can't they? Just to aid that swift pickup of nutrition and of hydration.
They can, and that's what we saw. And when I say, you know, it could be catastrophic if you miss a feed, I'm talking about you could see your whole race change if you miss that feed. And towards the back end, if you've got no more fluids left, you've got no more gels, no more food, if you've got nothing left, you can't follow the moves at all. And so a little bit of discussion here between a couple of the riders.
I think they're almost waiting here. Yeah, I think there's. Take a look. Yeah, there's somebody asking for a little bit of food. There's a bit of an exchange, maybe some gels or something. A lot of these riders, of course, would know each other well, but definitely exchange of something there. Perhaps one of those little gel blocks or something.
And I think it's also good. There you go. She's saying you're not allowed to drop your litter. You have to put everything in your pocket. And Sofia Gomez just reiterating that as to.
Yeah, I mean, we're moving.
And absolutely
through.
should.
Yeah,
we're in beautiful countryside, beautiful nature. You know, take it with you, put it in your back pocket, and it also doesn't weigh anything.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's well, in European racing and global racing now, there are designated litter zones. It's the same in Sportives. All of these riders have an innate responsibility to protect the landscapes that they're moving through. And as you say, it doesn't weigh much to put a gel wrapper up your jersey, and I've not seen any of these riders doing any littering, so they're popping it in their back pockets, and it looks like they may be waiting for a couple of the other riders who took a bit more time. So clearly, as we talked about before, these riders need each other in a little bit of a group, but it's given this little bit of a lull. We've seen a couple of riders just clip off. Somebody went up the inside, perfectly legitimate. But again, I'm not calling this an Andon Cordial. It's almost like they're just waiting for the next phase of racing and using this opportunity to make sure they've got fuel down them. That's Cecilie Decker out of Santa Fe from the Pan Normal team. Just banging down another gel as we roll through these vineyards on this little flat section, because we've got so much climbing still to come for this women's group.
And I think this is not just a case of waiting for others. You're almost getting a little bit of tactics coming to fore here.
Who's going to ride?
Who's going to ride? Who wants to be the rider to commit here? And you know, for me, Sofia Gomez Villafane, she's incredibly smart. She's very, very astute in road racing. And of course, she's also had a brilliant season already. She won Cape Epic, the mountain bike race in South Africa, alongside Anneke Langvad, the Danish rider, who also won Cape Epic with Anna van der Breggen, who's made a return to professional WorldTour, women's WorldTour road racing. And so for Sofia Gomez Villafane, she can come into this already with a lot of confidence. You can see she's incredibly well respected within this group too. She's the rider in that blue and red jersey. She's just taking a look around. She's very aware of her surroundings too, and a good opportunity just to take stock. Who's in this group? Who have we got here in this leading group and in this well represented group?
Yep. So Stevens was seen, Cecilie Decker, Axel Dubois-Prévost, Cécile Lejeune, Onwella Page, Shafi Alia as well as Gwendolyn Gibson also in this group. So, but again, haven't seen. We saw that early attack of Heather Jackson. I've not actually seen Heather Jackson unless she's one of the few riders who clipped off. So definitely A couple of riders have just clipped off. We saw there's a chase group just behind this group, but they're a very distant 3 minutes and 20 seconds. And also just behind the flotilla of vehicles behind this group, let's call them our lead peloton, a couple of other riders getting on who might have been distanced at that little feed stop that we saw. They're just getting on here and just coming through as the conversation continues. Not too sure what's been said there, but they've definitely locked off the pace here with 86.6 Ks to go. And that is Sofia Gomez Villafane that you were talking about earlier on. One of the most vocal riders, clearly, in this front group. So let's go. There is Lauren de Crescendo. So she is in there. Didn't see her, but number one, she's got back on there.
By the looks of things, she was one of those riders coming back through the convoy, Matt, and she was one of those riders who has just made the junction. And so that's been a long, long chase.
It certainly has.
You know, this is an opportunity. Now things are a little bit calmer in this group. This is a great opportunity for the defending champion de Crescendo to just get some respite, try and take some gels on board, try and take some fluids, just recover, stay in the wheels, and almost just reset, regather herself.
And also trust yourself as well. We talk about the road coming to you, and over an event like this, which they're going to be nearly 7 hours approximately for the women to finish, to complete this course. 53 miles to go, probably the best part of 2 3/4 hours roughly. Let's estimate 30, 28 Ks an hour or something, so still a lot of time to go. And it is on an event like this, or any road race, any race of substantial distance, you know it, you've ridden at a high level, Hannah, you can feel awful for the first few hours, and then somehow something clicks. It's almost as if your body is protecting itself from what's to come. So Crescendo's looking like she was struggling, but as you say, back in the mix now.
I don't know about you, but for me, sometimes if you did feel terrible before a race and during the early parts of a race, you conserve a lot more. You really actively think, how can I save energy? How can I stay in the wheels? You don't get carried away, you don't get excited, and ultimately that's exactly how you want to try and race all of the time. You know, you want to try and make sure that you've saved enough for maybe your big attack that you want to do, maybe your big move on the climb, whatever that might be. And sometimes you come good, and riders can really surprise themselves.
No, definitely. So clearly, and again, quite often on a course like this, it might be that you don't want to push yourself into the red. You can say, look, I'm going to lose a minute on this climb, but I know the terrain is hard later on. And also a few of the riders here, especially those that have come from the gravel scene, a lot of mountain bikers in this field as well, can actually use their technical prowess on these very difficult, twisting, sinuous descents to make up time. So if you're smart and you know the roads, you can strategize and try and save a bit of energy on the climb, if you're confident on the descent, just to make it back up. And that's free speed. So it's about if you've got that really good skill set, that's another big advantage as we head back to the lead group in the men's race now. So it's just still the three leaders, still 50 Ks to go.
Hugo Drashu at the back here. The French rider from Languedoc. Good wine country as well.
I was going to say, we're riding through, he's going to feel very, very at home, isn't he? Hugo Drashu, as you say, from Corbière.
Great mountain biker as well.
And Zane Strait in at this group as well. So good to see Zane Strait. And it's this little acceleration by the American. I've seen the Frenchman just drift off the back of this group. He's just bedding in. It's definitely lost a few lengths. Definite acceleration here with 31 miles to go as we head to the top part of this climb. And they've still got a pretty decent lead now as Drashu really starts to suffer on the lower slopes of the steep part of this climb.
He does. And if I'm not mistaken, Matt, Con McDumphy in this move again.
Yeah, he's absolutely flying.
He's absolutely flying each and every crucial move and breakaway. The Irishman's been there, number 105 in the green jersey, and now he's got a new companion in this group in Zane Strait. Let's just take a look. They're really kicking things on, aren't they?
Yeah, there we go. The details of the Geyser Summit. 823 metres, just under 3,000 feet high. And there you go, named for the geothermal steam vents nearby. And it's long been a proving ground, hot, steep, and often the scene of decisive attacks. And Not too sure if this is a decisive attack, but they've definitely started to pile on the pressure here.
And I think someone's trying to make a move from behind. By the looks of things, someone is trying to come across pretty ferociously. 50 kilometers to go, and already we're starting to see riders try and fire themselves from that chasing group up the road to try and catch a very strong Con McDumphy and Zane Straits in that yellow jersey. I'm sure it won't be long until they're joined. Yep. Another breakaway companion here.
Well, rough, just when we saw them go over that really technical section where we saw the roadworks on the right hand side, they roughly had about 2 minutes at that point as we passed another one of the Fondo riders opting to ride side by side here. So you can just see how steep this grind really is. The thing is, I've not ridden this, but speaking to a lot of the riders, because of the width of the road, it doesn't look as steep as it actually is. So riders are looking down at their power, wondering why they're riding so slowly, and then it's only the gradient that kicks in. But this lad here, Zane Strait, is absolutely flying here. Built very well, clearly an exceptional climber, and there was a couple of riders coming through, but that Hugo Dreschu has been severely dropped from this group. As we head on to the look at the profile here, Hannah. This is the steepest part of the climb. This is arguably the hardest point of the race that we're on now.
Yeah, it's like a shark's tooth, isn't it? It's so ferocious, and you see how long you've been climbing for. Let's just take a listen.
Just heard the motorcycle marshal shout something like a minute. But there you go. So 2 minutes and 35 it's saying. So that's a decent lead over the group behind. Still a fair way to go. 30.9 miles. If you factor in the fact we've got still a little bit of climbing to go, and as you see, once we crest over the top of the Geysers climb, we drop down, then there's another kicker, then there's a long descent, and then we've got the run into the line. It's not much over an hour of racing, maybe an hour and 10 of racing only to go, and 2 minutes and 35 seconds is a very decent gap. But just look, some of our Fondo riders here are reduced to walking, such is the severity and the gradient on this climb, Hannah.
And others having to zigzag their way up the climb just to show how difficult, how steep this climb is. But they're making light work here, Con McDumphy, and it is actually Marcus Shelton, who we saw before, number 110 in this yellow jersey. And we're thinking, and we've got the name tag that it was Zane Strait, but they're making light work of it. They're making this look so simple, and it's far from it. In the chase, we've got Peter Stettner. He's the rider on that Canyon bike, number 6. Local man, he's also alongside one other rider here.
Stettner looking good, isn't he?
He is looking good.
Yeah, it's really digging into this climb here. You can just see the chain right near towards the top of the block. 2 minutes and 22, it is saying. Stettner in between. As you say, he has got company. And it's a Griffin Easter who's with him there. So Griffin Easter and Peter Stettner looking like they've managed to detach themselves from that big chasing group of about 40 riders, roughly, is what we estimate. As we look a little bit further down, this is the defending champion now. This is Keegan Swanson, by the looks of things, that athletic pundit. It almost looks like a gymnast on a bike, but look how composed he is as well. Clearly got a little bit more under the hood, knowing that this is a point where it needs to... What they don't want to do is give that lead group of two a 2.5 minute lead heading onto the flat section, do they?
Not at all, not at all. And because ultimately, who's going to do the chasing to close that gap? I think for lots of riders here, and you already saw for Pete Stettner and his breakaway companion Griffin Easter, which very up for this weekend, isn't it?
It certainly is.
They were right within their rhythm, but very, very differing styles. You can see that Stettner likes to be out of the saddle, pushing a pretty big gear, whereas Easter likes to keep a high cadence, a very high gear.
Well, it's saying here the gap is going out to chase Group 1, but I think that's the main body of riders. There they are, just coming around the corner. So Stettner leading here. That's the little group just behind them. So the lead, if anything, is actually going out, but look at the rhythm being tapped out here by Marcus Shelton. This is very impressive. The Irishman, Con McDumphy, still in his slipstream, one of the main animators of this race, as we almost... well, we are in a Fondo, remember, but these riders, there's no intention there to cause any harm, but again, just one of those things. But thankfully, the rider's moving over to the right-hand side, but perhaps wasn't ideal there for McDumphy.
this is quite exceptional, because in the last couple of kilometres and since they've been on this climb, they've been ripping up the geysers. They've added another minute and 5 seconds, which
impressive.
is absolutely incredible. I mean, that is full respect, but now it's starting to get a little bit dangerous, in my opinion.
Oh no, I
It's
totally
not like
agree.
you've got teams who can form an alliance. Now this is where rivals are going to have to form an alliance together to try and bring back such an incredible advantage.
I think given the weather conditions, given the fact we've got the best field ever assembled, it just makes things that little bit more tactical, doesn't it? Riders looking at each other, the riders paying each other a lot of respect, but what that does, it opens up opportunities for other riders to go clear. So our defending champion Swanson, they're bobbing in the white with number 1, still in that group, and Stettiner has managed to open up a little bit of a gap. Another rider in this group as well, Alexei Vermeulen from Boulder, another exceptionally gifted climber. This is a very good group. There's Beers as well, just there with the blue shoulders. This is an elite group of riders, but they've got a lot of work to do. They're accelerating over the top of this climb, but it doesn't appear at the moment that they're making too much difference to our group in front. And Shelton is the man that is setting the cat amongst the pigeons here. These guys need to work together over the top of this climb. They're not going to catch them by the top, that is for sure. They're running out of tarmac.
They are, and it's the defending champion who's thinking, well, I've got to take it upon myself to try and contribute to this chase here, and to contribute to try and limit the deficit they're currently working with. And it's not least because Stettner and, of course, Easter are up the road. But for Swanson, he also will feel a little bit of responsibility. Yeah.
Well, he's such a good rider, you know, and a ridiculously strong rider. So this is the thing. Now, they've clearly saved a lot of energy because they know how much they've got to do on the back end. But if you save, not so much in the process of saving energy and looking at other riders, that opens up opportunities for others. Fortune favours the brave, as we know, and it does look like we're getting information that Shelton is actually riding away from his compatriot. So Shelton now clear on his own, forward on the saddle. Looks built perfectly for this sort of terrain, doesn't he? Looks like a GC rider, doesn't he, to me? And look at the gap. If that gap is correct, and it's 4 minutes and 58 seconds, we could be seeing a shock upset here. What a ride here by Marcus Shelton in the jersey, representing the United States of America. California on his jersey as well. This is the little section coming over the top. There's another little kicker before they get to the top, before they commence the descent.
There certainly is, but you're quite right. You take a look at his style on the bike, the cadence. He's very, very smooth. He looks very, very efficient. It's been a long time in the breakaway as well, Matt. Let's not forget that. It's no easy feat to initially form that breakaway and the way that we saw them go away, but he still looks like he's got so much power, so much strength, and so much left to give. And the fact that, and you mentioned it before, where we saw Con McDumphy, who was in several breakaways before going into this successful breakaway, maybe he gave it a little bit too much, maybe he went a little bit too early, maybe he showed his cards too early. Now he's really starting to feel the effects.
I think one of the things we have to talk about is a look at where the women's league group are. They've still got that climb of the guys is still to come, as you can see, is the fact we've got established stars of gravel and road here. We've got past champions here, but what we have as well is new talent. The man out in front, Shelton, we don't know too much about him, but he's only 20 years of age. But just look back at his performances last year. 5th in the National Road Championships for juniors, or for under 23, shall I say. That just shows this man has a lot of potential and is very, very dangerous. 5:05. He's continuing to ride away from some of the best gravel and road riders in the world. This is an amazing performance by Shelton.
And he's already had a stage race in the legs already, racing at Redlands. He had 6th place on one of the stages. He finished pretty high up in the general classification as well, man. He was 7th overall at Redlands, and so that just shows the calibre of the young rider, and particularly the emerging talent that is coming through the ranks. And I think that's also something that we need to point out, whereas we've seen over the last few years, 6-7 years, where there's been plenty of road racing in the USA start to fall off the calendar. This is an important event to really start to bring back the top level racing to the USA. Of course, you see the calibre of riders who have come from all over the world to race here, but it's also important to see that the talent is coming through the ranks here in the US, and we're starting to see other talents. I mean, you take a look at who they've got nowadays. Matteo Jorgensen, Luke Lamperty, of course, a local rider who knows these roads very well, of course, preparing for the Giro d'Italia. I'm sure he would love to ride his home race, but it's also important. Yeah, we just got some information from none other than Levi Leipheimer himself that Keegan Swanson has been dropped. It's fracturing on the steep slopes coming towards the top of this climb. Griffin Easter piling on the pressure. Stettiner has been caught. This group is absolutely exploding over the top, but Swanson has been dropped as we crest the climb. If that gap, he's continuing to ride away. Marcus Shelton is absolutely ripping it up at the moment. We'll have to make sure that these time gaps are correct. 6:38 is a big gap with 29.3 Ks to go, 47 Ks still to ride at the moment. So absolutely magnificent, exciting scenes here as riders continue to move over, allowing the elite riders to come through. So commencing the descent. Just losing a little bit of picture here. And this group has now come together to chase. This is what we need. Now, for the riders here to get back in contention, just over an hour of racing still to go. If they're going to get our leader back, they need to now work as teammates, don't you? Especially on these rolling sections where they can combine their powers. So 5 against 1 is a real advantage. But clearly, our leader was the most superior climber in the race. That's where he's taken most of this time. In that chasing group, you also can't have any passengers. You have to have everybody who is working, everybody who is contributing in that chasing group. Meanwhile, this man, he can hold a steady rhythm. He takes a little look over to his right-hand shoulder just to see what's happening, if he can see anything behind further down the climb itself. But right now, whether they get themselves working well together here in this chasing group and sharing the workload, as you see Easter on the far side still keeping that very, very high cadence. Yes, Stettiner happy to set the pace here. Alexei Vermeulen also in at this group as well. As we head back to our solo leader, Marcus Shelton, 20 years of age, continuing to fly by some of the other competitors in this race. Remember the other Fondo riders. And look at the crowd assembled at this feed zone over the top here. Now, he's got 46 Ks to go. Has he got something to help feed up? Yes, he has. Vitally important, given the effort that he's made over the top of this climb. Whoops from his supporters there as he drops down the other side. Still another little bit of climbing to go before that long descent, but this is a heck of a lead. So that we've got more of a correct count on the lead. 4:06 is the lead for Marcus Shelton now. And I think that encouragement from the top of the climb, how nice as one of the home riders, you're racing on home roads in your home country and you're getting that support from the roadside is incredibly special. And as you say, that time gap started to settle now, 4 minutes and 6 seconds. Well, this is Alexei Vermeulen in second place, number 73, in that white jersey, trying to get across the gap, 3:57. So a few seconds have been taken off the lead as Vermeulen piles on the pressure on a huge gear on this little bit of a false flat. So an American in pursuit of an American in the closing stages of the second edition of the Growler, the richest one-day race in the world, sprung from the mind, from the heart of its organizer, Levi Leipheimer. Lives not too far away, knows these roads like the back of his hand, and this race is now in its closing stages, and there is so much at stake here. The privilege of winning this one, but 25k in their back pocket as well. Certainly is. And this is another man who was a top road racing professional. He was racing for Lotto NL Jumbo, of course now known as Visma Lease Bike, the team of a two-time Tour de France champion in Jonas Vingegaard. And Alexei Vermeulen, couple of years racing at that high level, racing the races such as Liège-Bastogne-Liège, and Peter Stettiner was saying, well, this course is harder in his opinion than Liège-Bastogne-Liège. The monument, of course, only a little over a week away from being on the calendar. And so for Vermeulen, he's carved himself out into being one of the top gravel professionals. He's from Michigan. Yeah, he's absolutely flying here, isn't he? He's opened up a big gap on that little group behind, accelerating clear, and is now in a pursuit. He glances over his shoulder. You might see one other Fondo rider in between. How much has he got left in the tank here as he continues to roll his shoulders, but certainly looking good. Reaches into his back pocket for another gel, and there is the gap.
3 minutes and 53 seconds. He's got well over a minute on the group just behind him, and there is the defending champion, Keegan Swenson, rolling through. And he has got assistance from the group behind. And this is an elite group of riders who are combining now on this flatter section. Definitely advantageous if you're in a group here. Stettiner in blue rolled through. There's a couple of other riders just going on. Still Beers is in this group as well. So still a sizable group. But if any one of those riders wants to try and win this race or get on the podium, they need to continue to ride together, because they're at 4 minutes and 23 seconds as Vermeulen now takes the crest, and it's a yawning chasm of a gap that our young rider out in front has opened up. Takes some nutrition, good skill there, cools himself down, back of his legs, thighs as well, just gives you a sense of the temperatures up top, and just look at that view. No time to look at it though, Hannah, on the drops and back to business.
But he knows he's got a lot of time to make up to Shelton here, and so for Vermeulen it's full steam ahead. He can't start to rest on his laurels. He's of course on his own. He wants to try and win this, Matt, and let's be honest, when we take a look at the prize purse for first place, $25,000 are on offer here, and so for Vermeulen, it's, you know, there's a lot at stake here. He's one of the top gravel riders. He's been a fully fledged World Tour pro. He's ridden in races like Liège-Bastogne-Liège, the Dauphiné, and others. He can try and use this and hold this to his advantage, and you never know what's going to happen behind, I have to say. What happens if all of that impetus from the chase starts to go out and nobody really wants to take up the chase behind? This is going to play into the hands of Vermeulen.
Yeah, definitely. Look at the way he's picking his line. Back on the power, passes through, or passes past, should I say, and almost triple the speed of some of our Fondo riders here, enjoying their day out. A completely different mindset, of course. They're enjoying themselves, getting over this beautiful terrain as we head to the back of the main chase pack. They're at 3 minutes and 27 seconds now, and you can see Vermeulen is actually closed. He's at 2 minutes and 31 seconds, still 42 Ks to go approximately as they continue to rocket down this descent. There's another little bit of a pickup that our leader is now on. So a rough section of road before the final plunge down, and then we've got here he is. Here is our sole leader out in front. Marcus Shelton looking good, only 20 years of age. Brutally steep slopes as he heads into the sky. Blue clear skies here. Is he starting to suffer here, Hannah? It's saying the gap is closing rapidly at 2 minutes and 31 seconds. And it certainly doesn't look as fluid, but I just think it's the brutal gradients we've got at the top of this climb.
The brutal gradients, but let's not forget he's been in this long-range breakaway for a long, long time. And so whilst he's starting to be and really feel depleted here, you've got Vermeulen, on the other hand, who's been in the wheels, he's been sheltered, and now he's made his big attack to try and bridge across. And so there's no surprise that he's eating into this deficit. Really starting to close the gap to Shelton.
Yeah, Shelton now using that high cadence on the hoods as we continue to look at the pursuit. Vermeulen now just making sure that he's playing this safe as well, as you talked about all those top level races that he's got in the legs. If you've ridden those sorts of races, you don't just know how to climb, you know how to descend. Picking his line, keeping it safe though as he continues to close in. Again, please bear in mind some of the we're in a remote part of the world, or relatively remote, so some of these gaps might bounce around. It's saying 1 minute 27 seconds as we move through to the women's race. This is the lead group of riders. Still got the entire climb still to go. These are the lowest slopes as we've got a bit of a crash here, or at least somebody's put the bike down. Not too sure exactly what this is, but that does not look good. A blowout on the front tyre there. That is a blowout. And who is it? Who has crashed? Can't quite catch the number of that rider at the moment, but it looks like he's come up pretty bad. It's number 76. That is Alex Wild of San Jose, who's lost it on that corner. Clearly has come off, just showing how challenging this terrain is, especially if you're tired. But Wild, thankfully, he is up. He will get support as soon as possible. Need to move that bike out of the road. So great work there by our motorcycle marshal, but never good to see. But one of the harsh realities of road racing.
It certainly is. I think you said it quite right there. Great to see he's back up on his feet. Seemingly looks okay. But a huge shame for Wild. Get the sense that that's race over for the American.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Vermeulen now using that centre line, constantly checking the gap behind. This is that second little kicker as we continue to regain the elevation we've lost on the first part of that descent. But he's certainly looking strong here, is Vermeulen. Paced his race so far very well. Still got to close that gap to our solo leader out in front. The youngster, Marcus Shelton, still out in front. There we are, just on this little kicker, and there's that little group behind. So that counter-attack looks like they're reeling in this move as we head to the front of the women's race yet again. They've still got 46 and a bit miles to go. And this is the chasing group at 52 seconds. But again, really going to... This looks like it's going to be a really tactical game.
It is, and it's very, very cagey. No one is really wanting to try and take things up, Matt, and it's no surprise because they all know they've got a chance of trying to win here, and they're wanting to try and play their card, almost force others to do the work. And you can see how, once again, Sofia Gomez Villafane, she's just able to force riders to come to the front. She's almost got that control of the group, hasn't she? She's really got that command. But she's tactically very, very astute.
Well, they're almost, this is real cat and mouse. Completely different scenario, of course, the women a little bit further down the road. So a very tactical game. And as we've seen before, the more tactical the lead group ride, it opens up the door for riders previously distanced to get back in contention. And that is exactly what happened with Lauren Di Crescenzo. She was off the back. She's now back in this group in that white jersey as we continue to look at our solo leader in the men's race, absolutely rocketing down. So he's gone over that last kicker, and he is now descending back down on to the flatlands. Again, not too much wind today. Ideal conditions here. Just look at how beautiful this terrain is, and this man out in front, showing everybody so far a clean pair of heels, but we know there is an active pursuit behind. Vermeulen in between, and then there's another counter-attack of 3 or 4 riders. I think Stettiner is there, the defending champion. Keegan Swenson is also in the mix. So this race is still in the balance. 25 Ks to go. They've got round about an hour of racing, probably a little bit under because it's mostly descending and then flat. Look at the almost vertiginous drop-off we've got. Little bit of a plateau and then some serious descending and that run into town, but with that nasty little kicker of Virginia Ridge still to come as well. And we've descended that part. Thankfully, we didn't have to ride up it. But at that late stage in the race, could shape it. It shaped the race last year as well.
It certainly did. It certainly did. And if the riders want to try and use that as part of an attack to try and make a late breakaway, yes, so be it. It's certainly a good place to try and do so. In the chase here, there's 2 more riders who are wanting to try and come across by the looks of things. Up to these riders, 6 minutes and 4 seconds. That's the time gap that we're getting, but look how fast in there. Romping along here, the 2 riders in the chase. 24.5 miles to go, equating to 39.4 kilometers of racing remaining. Easter is there, sitting in 4th wheel. Also one of the riders in that white jersey, number 46. Really kicking that gear over. Is Braden Lang. There is Keegan Swenson, the defending champion, sitting in 2nd wheel in the white jersey with the black shorts on. That Cervelo. That Bear in front who's trying to limit the losses here. And we've already seen that Keegan Swenson's been going through a bit of a rough patch. He's been dropped. He's been chasing his way back on. And meanwhile, this man is showing no signs of fading, no signs of stopping. He really has been a pretty formidable rider going into that breakaway earlier on alongside Con McDumphy and of course Hugo Dresho. Marcus Shelton, this has been an incredible ride. Only 20 years of age, don't forget. He's already had a good start to the season in Redlands. Clearly knows the roads very, very well, and no surprise, there's been plenty of riders who've spent almost a week here in and around Sonoma County. Staying in Windsor, they're able to take a look at the course and almost break things down each day. Go and take a look at key parts of the course. We can take a little look where Marcus Shelton is. Of course, he's coming towards the top of this last little kicker, a part of the geysers, and then it's going to be that really steep, sharp descent all the way down. We'll pass the Skipstone winery on the left-hand side. It's a very, very fast descent, and again, I can't reiterate it enough how important it is to keep on top of your fueling game, because you want to make sure that you've got that full concentration. Great to see some of our Fondo riders taking a moment to stop at the roadside and cheer on Shelton. And I can tell you, this kind of situation where you've been out front for such a long, long time, just having that encouragement. There we see, as they climb towards the top of this peak into the clouds, photographer's trying to get the best shot. Look how different the weather conditions are, straight into the mist, into the clouds. There he begins the descent down the other side. That's that difference as well between the weather conditions. A beautiful drone shot here. Look at that, how he just uses the whole road to his advantage. But again, it'll be a little bit cooler before we saw complete blue sky, the sun bearing down, and now, Matt, they're at the top of this climb, and for Shelton, it's totally different, isn't it? You've gone over the top of that last part of the kicker, starting the descent, but you're so high up, and you're on the other side of the climb now as you head back towards the valley. The cloud covers come in, and it's
dramatic,
a little
isn't it?
It is dramatic, it's a little bit nippy.
Yeah, a little bit nippy, I can feel it. It looks like we're in a completely different... I thought we'd actually gone over to the tour of Yorkshire briefly, over in England, but we haven't. We're still in California. Some of our bovine friends grazing at the side of the road. No time for this man to graze, because he is blazing down this descent. The gap is 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Just a little bit of housekeeping, folks. Thank you, all of you, for tuning in and watching this race. We're going to focus primarily on the men's race as they run into the line, and then once the men are finished, it will be uninterrupted coverage of the women's finale. So do not worry, it will be equal coverage. We'll be flicking back and forwards a bit, but focusing on the men's finale. There's so much still to happen, but once the men are finished, it is 100% on the women's race. So just making sure we're keeping everybody happy today. But so much, these riders, 1 minute 21 it's saying the gap is. They're going to be literally plunging through the clouds, aren't they? It looks like we've got two completely separate races at the moment. But I tell you what, great to see this brand new talent. I had a brief conversation with Levi Leipheimer just a few moments ago. Took a short break, and he said, this is what this is all about. It's about discovering new talent. And boy, what a ride by this youngster, only 20 years of age, out in front, and putting some of the best riders in the world to the sword.
But this is exactly what we want, Matt. This is exactly what we want to see. And yesterday, quite likewise, I was speaking to Levi, and we were discussing about how important events like this are in almost resurrecting the US racing scene, and to try and find new talents, to also see emerging talent come through, because it's not easy to have that breakthrough, and this is a real strong showing, and I have no doubt that teams will be seeing these kind of performances and realizing the strength of Martha Shelton, particularly on a performance like this. And this is, you've got some of the best pros in the world who are in the chase and struggling to close the gap here.
I know, just going through that cloud cover over the top. Rider just at the back there in this group, making sure we'll get everything. That says Braden Lange of Fairfax in California. Another rider on a very, very good day. Again, I've not seen Lawrence Nelson in this group. One of our the runner-up in this race last year. But again, there's so many stories to tell. Riders having a little bit of bad luck, maybe not having a great day. So much can happen when you spend 5, 6, 7 hours in the saddle. A lot of the riders are going to be out there a little bit longer as we plunge through this cloud cover. And on this sort of terrain, with this sort of visibility, this is where you're going to want to maybe just back off a little bit, Hannah. Give the riders in front just that little bit more space, just to allow a little bit of sliding space. And again, got to be really careful when we ride through the mist, as we're basically in the cloud at the moment. You get that little bit of moisture on the road as well, so you've really got to ride still quick, but just be aware of a little bit of surface moisture as well.
But it's also the drop in temperature, Matt, as well, when you're in the clouds there, and the difference in temperatures can really make a difference. And we were talking and discussing yesterday how different riders favour different kinds of weather conditions, but this man is not holding back. He's leaving no stone unturned on this descent, absolutely roaring down.
Yeah, he looks good in the bike.
He looks good, doesn't he? He's got a really nice style.
Yeah, he's got poise. Yeah, it certainly looks like he knows what he's doing. And again, the riders, of course, we are riding on semi-closed roads, but the riders have to ride on the right-hand side. Rider safety, massively important. But I tell you what, he is carving his way down this descent beautifully. And these kilometres, miles are ticking by rapidly. Can this young man hold on? Marcus Shelton in the lead as we look a little bit further behind as riders fight to stay on the wheel. Alexei Vermeulen from Boulder tried to counter-attack earlier on, has now been reabsorbed by that group as he rounds this corner as they pass through the cloud. The gap still around 3 minutes to our solo leader. Again, but this is the sort of group, and given the numbers we've got in this group, Hannah, if they do combine, there's still a chance that they could bring him back. It just depends what this young lad has got left in the tank. He is an unknown quantity. Chatting to Levi, we don't really know too much about this man either, and I think that is, maybe he's taken this group by surprise. Maybe because they didn't know him, they thought, let's just see what he's got, and he's taken them by surprise here.
And this is, you're quite right. If riders underestimate riders in the breakaway, and they think, well, we've got all of the top riders, all of my biggest rivals who are around me, we don't need to worry about this breakaway. And in actual fact, this man could be in the absolute form of his life right now, and clearly he is, Matt. You can't underestimate a rider like this, and particularly the young talent that is coming through the ranks.
Yep, he's continuing to rocket down, losing elevation very, very quickly. Let's have a quick look at what is going on in the women's race. Again, they're on the lower slopes of the climb up the geysers, and this gravelly, this broken section, really quite a challenging road surface here, but this is where you're gaining elevation but then losing it. It's like almost one step, well, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Interesting terrain. You can see that just at the bottom the road will start to kick up in a minute, and that group looks as if it started to split. This Heather Jackson on the back at the moment, too short, get the side of her number, but that group has definitely diminished just a little bit. They've still got 76 kilometres to go, 43.8 miles, so still a good couple of hours in the saddle.
Certainly is, and worth noting as well, Matt, here at Levi's GranFondo, and of course the Growler, that registration is open for Levi's GranFondo for 2026.
Already, this is
it's already
news.
Which for anybody who's watching, you know, get yourself entering. And we've seen people come here from all over the world. We saw a family who've come from Norway, Bergen in Norway, here to ride today, and particularly in some of the younger, the smaller routes, particularly. We had a little Norwegian lad who was riding this morning. So it's certainly something for everybody. So get your registration in. You could be season pro, you could be wanting to do the family ride, the piccolo ride, whatever it might be. Make sure you get your registrations in.
Yeah, please do. This event just gets better and better. It is the 16th edition of Levi's Fondo, the 2nd edition of the Growler. But as Hannah was saying, there is something for everybody. Even if you don't even want to ride your bike, just hang out and come and see this beautiful countryside.
And if you take a look into the
yeah,
festival
we're
and
looking around,
into Windsor Green.
I'm a little bit envious that we can't go and hang out. I mean, it's a lot of fun commentating, but we're going to be hanging out later on, listening to some live rock music.
Certainly are. And there's thousands of people here.
There is indeed.
You finish your ride, you've got plenty to see. There's so much to see on the Windsor Green, with lots of the brands and local businesses as well, and a real festival vibe for those who are taking part in the Fondo.
Yeah, there's been this festival here for a couple of days with a proper itinerary. As we say, something for everybody, supported by some of these local businesses and, of course, our title sponsor, Skipstone. We need to really convey our thanks to them for putting up this prize purse as this event continues to grow. And hopefully, as well, as this event gets bigger and better and has wider and broader appeal, maybe it'll sow the seeds of reinvigorating road racing in America. Maybe we'll see other similar events sprouting up, just to rebuild this is a situation. This is a
Griffin Easter.
Griffin Easter. He's unshipped his chain. Has he come off?
He's got a problem with the chain. You can see at the rear mech here.
Oh,
he's got an issue here with the chain. It's looped completely.
Yep. Either a link's come out. Yet that's not good. The chain.
That's not good news at all. And don't forget, Griffin Easter was 5th last year, so this is absolute disaster. He's trying
I don't think you can see. I don't think he's spotted it yet. There we go. He's spotted it now. The chain has looped round. When your chain is tangled, that's pretty much game. He's going to need to take that over. He'll probably flip his bike over, and again, Worth reminding anybody who's watching, this is a road race, but it is a fondo. There is no support in terms of neutral service. The riders are riding unsupported, so they need to sort out their own mechanics, and this is such an unfortunate situation. But again, Hannah, this is racing, isn't it, at this level, in this sort of event?
It certainly is, and you can just see, very briefly, groups who have been distanced coming past, flying past Griffinista. This is absolutely heartbreaking. You've gone for eyes, and he's not able to. This is no, this is getting even worse. Sadly,
when
it's going to take a long time for Griffinista to right.
He might actually need to break the chain. Look at that, so difficult. That is worse than like a 10-sided Rubik's Cube, what he's got to do there. I tell you, that is awful for Kevin Easter. Not the best Easter celebration for this man as he continues to untangle his chain, but meanwhile, up in front, 22.3 miles to go for Marcus Shelton, oblivious to the chaos behind from a chain perspective. Oh, I want to run out and help him out.
Come on, I'll hold the fort. Get there, Matt, get there. It's heartbreaking, isn't it? And particularly you've found yourself into such a select chasing group. Has he corrected it? I think he's managed to do it. There's still an issue, I think, with the rear mech here.
It's looped round over
whether
the
it's looped round, you can see, and whether it's gone into crash mode as well.
Oh, that is such a shame. But meanwhile, up in front, Shelton ploughing a lonely furrow. Now, he's actually on the flat roads now, so he's well off that descent, moving through these vineyards as he heads closer and closer to the finish in Windsor. Pedaling beautifully, wonderful souplesse, as we say in the game. Holding a lead of approximately 3 minutes. We'll get some time checks to you as soon as we can. But it looks like our man, Easter, is back up and running. Yes, he is. So a couple of minutes at the side of the road. He's back on it, but has lost a lot of places there. That is going to be nigh impossible for him to get back in. I'm just glad that he's up and running. So, 35 Ks to go, and we have a man out in front. It's a youngster, 20 years of age, from the United States. It is Marcus Shelton, a man we don't know too much about, but bearing down is a group just behind. Our defending champion is there too. Keegan Swenson at the back of this group, relaying with a lot of other very classy riders indeed. Just rolling through in that group is Matthew Wilson as well. This is a decent group. Team time trial formation, so that is a formidable chase. But have they left it too late? But on these sorts of roads, they are going to be able to generate a lot of speed, aren't they, Hannah?
They certainly are. And now I think this is where you're going to see that cohesion between the group now, Matt, to be honest. I think this is where they're onto the flat roads. They've got 22.3 miles, 35.9 kilometres of racing to go. And they need to commit. They need to be cohesive here in this chase. And it's good to see that they're all rolling through and sharing that workload now, and also good to see that the defending champion Keegan Swenson got himself back on. He went through a bit of a rough patch, didn't he, on the guys as on the climb. Easter's been joined. He joins with one rider who is in the chase. So at least for Griffin Easter, he's got one rider. This is Logan Unger, the man from Goleta in California.
Yeah, he was in the early break, wasn't he?
He was earlier on, and so I think for Griffin Easter, at least he's got a little bit of company. He can try and use Logan to his advantage, and both of them can use each other to their advantage. I think in terms of just limiting the losses and to try and claw back some sort of time, some sort of deficit. Look at the way that Shelton, he's constantly eating. He's never really started to fade. Very often you'll see a rider, Matt, who has been in the breakaway for a long time. You might start to see the shoulders rock and roll, maybe the hips start to go. But he's still holding and maintaining that strong stance, and that strong visual on the bike.
Yeah, he looks good. He looks pretty rock solid. I can tell you that he will be suffering. There is no doubt about that. And this group behind are determined. They're actually rolling through. It's under 3 minutes is the gap as our group continues to ride. Now, at the moment, just a reminder, those of you tuned in to watch both of these tremendous races, the women's race is currently in a dark zone from our coverage perspective. And as soon as we can get pictures back, we will give you them. There will be a primary focus on the back end of this men's race, and once the men have completed their growler, we will then focus solely on the women's event as well. But of course we will be flicking back into But just to repeat, the women are currently in a dark zone, but I tell you what, this man isn't in a dark zone at all. He's a little bit further along than the graphics suggest. He's on these flat roads now on the approach. The next big obstacle, and it's a nasty one, nothing quite the same as the big climbs that he's already taken on, is that nasty little kicker. It's about 1 kilometre and a bit long at Alexander Valley. That comes at 123 miles. But again, if you are having a bad day, the last thing you want is another kicker, because you can really capitulate. But as you said, he's got good form, he's looking steady, but his nose is in the wind all the way to the line. This is going to tell us a lot about this young man, this last 45 minutes of racing.
And I think for a rider who's got a stage race in the legs and not too long ago, Matt, it almost plays into your hand. You've had several days back-to-back racing, long days in the saddle, and for an event like this, he's absolutely pinging. He's on top form, and he's not starting to fade. See, this is Griffin Easter that we're back with, along with Logan Unger. Griffin Easter, the rider at the back, number 5, 5th place last year, the rider on the Orbea. Just see how he's got supplies on his top tube. He's also got supplies just under the saddle there.
Yeah, I tell you what, if that had been the camera on me, I would have just completely lost my rag. I think I'd have just gone and laid down in the field, unfortunately. But that man remains remarkably composed, especially after being in the hunt. I think I'd have just hurled my bike into a hedge and had a few grapes. But there we go, because we're obviously surrounded by these beautiful vineyards. But now 15 miles to go for this young man in front. Shelton continues to tap out this rhythm. His body will be racked with pain, but he clearly is enormously composed, beautifully talented. Doesn't look to be particularly labouring. You pointed it out just a few moments ago. The shoulders aren't dropping yet. He's retaining good form, but he's on top of that gear, isn't he? He's flicking that gear around nicely. He knows what's still to come. The key point for me, if he can get over the top of Alexander Valley with still a couple of minutes, 1 minute and 3/4 intact, I think he's got this in the bag. But on these sorts of roads, especially given there's these long straights, isn't there? And you can see a couple of minutes down the road, so on one of these long straights, it could be that the group behind actually get him in their crosshairs, and that's another bit of an advantage. Just trying to hear. Forgive us for just pausing ever so slightly, just trying to hear what that official was saying. I would imagine giving him the time gap.
Time gap, and I think just giving him a little bit of information as to what's happening behind in that chasing group, and crucially so that Shelton knows the time gap to the chasers behind, which is really important for him. You can see this is almost now just a time trial for the 20-year-old. 24.1 kilometres of racing to go.
Yeah, there is the group behind.
There's a difference, isn't there, in terms of the look of these riders. You can see here Matt Bear just searching for some substance, some food. Number 78, who's at the back of this group. This is Matthew Wilson. A couple of passengers within that group. They really need to start to work together and share that workload.
Yeah, that's the thing. Are they starting to think, given the gap that this man has got, they're still believing, but the advantage that this man has in front is that although they are combining to ride, what they won't be doing is running at 100%. They'll be worried about trying to do too much, and also because we've got that little climb, that little kicker still to come. There's neither slight little rise here, but Marcus Shelton, again, a little bit of high torque, low cadence work over the top. Just giving his back a little bit of rest. Then back, as soon as he's back down in the saddle, he's pedaling so beautifully. Again, we are learning so much about this young man. What a talent.
I think this is hanging in the balance here. 2 minutes and 48 seconds with 23 kilometres to go.
It's right on the cusp.
This is right on the cusp of Shelton being able to stay away here. This is quite possible that he'll be able to stay away to the finish here at Windsor Green.
We shall see. That is the beauty
151 it just changes to,
just
to have a bit of a reset, hanging in the balance very, very slightly, isn't it?
We're running on the 4G network here, so please forgive us if the gaps do bounce around a little bit, but it is around the 2 minutes, the gap. But again, looking good. Not grinding the gear, just flicking the pedals over, the sign of a really classy bike rider as he picks off another one of these little riders out in front, doing their own thing. Just a reminder, This is Levi's GranFondo. This is the Growler, but of course out on the road, lots of other riders too, having their own day out. We've got 6 other events running concurrently at the same time. We started at 7:30 this morning, and it's a joyous atmosphere here in the centre of Windsor. Essentially a celebration of what is good about riding the bike. And one thing we haven't said yet, it's my favourite new word of the weekend, is this is the race with the most goodness, isn't it? It's the goodness race, and that's what this is all about. Something for everybody.
Or the goodest.
The goodest, that's
the
it.
Goodest.
Sorry, the goodest race. The goodest race in the world. The richest race and the goodest race. We are sipping some coffee here. It's pretty nice coffee, this, isn't it?
It's the goodest.
Keeping us fueled. It's the goodest coffee. I wonder if Marcus Shelton fancies a coffee, but it's looking good. This is back to, unfortunately, this is the man that had the problem earlier on. This is Easter.
5:28 he's lost.
It just shows, it's 1:40, so the gap to the chase group on our solo leader is now 1 minute 40 seconds. This gap is coming down, so the advantage is being taken. It is hanging in the balance now, just under 14 miles still to go for our young 20-year-old who has taken this race by the horns. Went very, very early, took the Irishman with him as well. Also had Ian Lopez, one of the early attackers too. Another little roller here as he kicks out of the saddle. The thing that certainly doesn't favour, although these roads are beautiful riding roads, they're long and straight on this section. Gone are the sinuous, twisting country roads. We're out in the country here, and these long straight roads just that basically mark the edges of the vineyard aren't great if you're out in front on your own, are they?
No, and you can see you go through the trees, go through the vineyards, very little shelter. But I do think this almost reminds me of these long straight roads, almost if you're doing a time trial in the UK, for example. And you can just lay down the power, you can set yourself into a good rhythm, and you can see how well he's able to maintain a really good cadence. He takes the line of the road, takes the shortest line as possible. 2:09.
Yeah, it's bounced round, hovering around that 2 minutes mark, so a little bit has been chipped away, but nothing too big. You can just see up in front a little bit of a ridge. You've still got to go over that nice little ridge. It's a short climb, but it's almost going to feel alpine at this late stage of the race. The gap bouncing now, 1 minute and 50 seconds as we continue to focus on our 20-year-old rider out in front. Already, as you were saying, Hannah, a stage race in his legs. That's going to serve him well, but clearly a massive future talent, given just the audacious nature of this ride, the confidence this young man has got. Can he pull off what will be an enormous coup? It will thrust him into the real spotlight of global cycling. Of course, streaming this race for the very first time, showcasing some of the best riders in the world at the Fondo level, ex-World Tour professionals, some of the finest gravel racers in the world, and also an opportunity for these youngsters to shine as well. Shelton continues to pedal up another one of these short little kickers. We've got Matt Beers behind in that chase group, Matt Wilson, Keegan Swenson also in that group. We understand they're relaying well together, but only 12.5 miles to go. 20 kilometres as he passes through this vineyard on the right-hand side. There's nobody in his ear here. There's nobody to give him that support. This is a solo mission. Can he pull it off? It's about staying focused. It's about making sure, even at this very late stage of the race, there's a rider coming across now. We almost forgot about the Irishman. He was detached on the climb, but our Irishman who was there earlier on has now got across the gap though. So sensational scenes here. We'd almost written this man off, but the Irishman, Con McDumphy, is now back in the mix. Well, how do we forget about this man? So Con McDumphy joins Marcus Shelton. Wow, so we've got Irishman and an American up in front. This could completely change the shape of this race. Well, absolutely superb riding by Dumphy. He's now bridged across the gap, reaches into his back pocket for some food. Hannah, this is absolutely sensational. We didn't forget, we kind of forgot, didn't we, that this man was in the gap, blown away on the climb, but what has McDumphy got left? Fueling, making sure he's kept his provisions topped up, but this could change the face of the race. Either McDumphy is done for, but the way he bridged across that gap is impressive. But now, Marcus Shelton and McDumphy at the front of this race, only 12 miles to go. They've got the gap hovering, should I say, at around 2 minutes. What a turnaround.
I think this comes as a big surprise, and of course we've got three motorbikes for the race here, and of course we've had one with our leader in Shelton, and for McDumphy he's just flown under the radar. And again, for Con McDumphy to be able to be in several breakaways already, to have been in the breakaway alongside Shelton, and of course one of the top French mountain bikers in Dresho, and still be there and have chipped away, used these flatlands. And you never know, he might have been going through, and he clearly was going through a bit of a rough patch on the geysers on the climb, but he's not panicked. He just stayed within his rhythm, stayed within himself. He used the descent, he's used these flat roads, and he's just utilising Shelton at the moment, just trying to take as much shelter as possible. Shelton flicks the elbow, but I think for McDumphy, having done such a long, hard chase here, he just needs a couple of minutes to sit on the wheel. But crucially, and you can see there's plenty of gel wrappers in his back pocket here, just try and take some fuel for these final 18 kilometres, Matt, because this is no joke. This is one of the hardest one-day races in the world, with over 4,200 metres of elevation across the 220 kilometres. This is almost akin, Matt, to a Tour de France Alpine stage.
It would be. I'm just thinking about distances and the elevation of some of the Queen stages of the Giro, the Vuelta and the Tour. If you get a stage over 4,000 metres, especially 4,200 metres, it's almost like the Queen stage. That's what we're looking at. And given how deeply condensed the climbs were in the mid two-thirds of the race, this has been a very, very difficult day, an attritional day, but McDumphy has pulled something out of the hat. He's already had 3 wins. He rides for the American Continental Team Skyline. One back at home, was riding, has been down in the Tour of Rhodes, so has got 3 stage races in the legs, and clearly that amount of racing in his legs so far this year with a little bit of taper has meant that this man has hit this race. He's hit the Growler in fine form. And I would imagine Marcus, this is difficult for Marcus Shelton. On the one hand, he's got some help to reconfigure, to sit on the wheel for a bit. He's been out in the wind for a very long time. But also, how well does he know McDumphy? What can McDumphy do in a sprint? Or does Shelton think, I need to get ridden on this next climb?
And I also wonder whether for Shelton, of course he was confident, he was on his own, he knew exactly what he needed to do, keep that rhythm. But now it becomes, and if they start to be pretty tactical, almost cat and mouse into the finish, and in particularly into the final 5 kilometres, for example, are they going to start to lose time to the chase if the impetus is still there and they're still chasing hard? 1:18 is the gap to this group, give or take. The chase group 2 is with Griffin Easter, 7:43, so he is, sadly, he's not going to be able to retain that top 5 placing from last year. At the back here, this is number 78.
Yeah, that's Matt Wilson on the back in the blue.
Just in front of him was one of the former breakaway riders, and that's Hugo Dresho, the Frenchman from Languedoc. So he was a part of this breakaway that we're looking at here with Con McDumphy and Marcus Shelton. He's still within the frame of things, and Matt, for mountain bikers, they've got a really good punch and a good kick on them. And so you never know what he might want to try and do. You never know about the explosive power towards the back end of a race. And let's not forget, when you're sprinting at the end of an attritional, arduous race, it's very, very different to a flat race where you've been able to sit in the wheels, save and conserve your energy, and then have a really fast, high-powered sprint at the end. This has been a whittling down process, and it's fatiguing.
Yeah, it's as you quite rightly point out, your speed is essentially blunted. Still, some riders are blessed with fast twitch fibres, but we've seen it time and time again in races where the expected rider to win a sprint just has come up short because it's been so hard beforehand. So sprint. Oh, look at this! Is a very early move. McDumphy has launched one on this small little rise. We're not even on the climb that we thought. So a sensational little move, an audacious move, clearly sensing perhaps that Marcus Shelton is starting to tire, and the Irishman has opened up a little bit of a gap. I didn't expect that attack to come. Perhaps he doesn't fancy himself on that final little climb, but he's opened a gap. Or what has Shelton got in the locker? Can the American pull him back?
It also could be the experience. Let's not forget, McDumphy is 28 years of age. He takes a little look around to see what the damage is done. But Shelton seems like a little bit of a diesel engine. He's slowly but surely bringing back McDumphy, and again, not panicking.
Well, we're not a bit too far till we're on that little climb that we're talking about. This is the lower slopes of it because we descended it the other day. There's some pretty steep sections on, but McDumphy has opened up that gap. I think you're right. And again, it illustrates, I think, that this deep into the race, you do lose that little bit of explosivity. But it looks like Shelton is starting to struggle here. Another furtive glance round. My worry is that if they do get back together, are they going to ride? That the risk of doing this, you've got to be super confident at going, but it does look like McDumphy is starting to crack Marcus Shelton. As you say, more experienced, 8 years the senior, but it appears that Shelton is the better climber, but on the flat, McDumphy had the upper hand. So this is an amazing pursuit. Green versus yellow, Ireland versus America, as we head back briefly to the women's race in Sunshine. The lead group, well, it's things have really changed out on the road in the women's race. Just a reminder, once the men have finished, we'll give you uninterrupted coverage of the finale of the women's growler. Just trying to pick the number. It's just reflecting
This
on
is
that.
Paige Onweller.
There we go.
This is Paige Onweller, number 40 from Bella Vista. We've seen, she was one of the riders, Matt, in the group before she was happy to take up the pacemaking, and everyone was happy to allow Paige Onweller to do so. She's clearly a very, very strong rider, and maybe she just thought, right, I've had enough. I want to try and split this group. We've got too many passengers within the group, and I want to try and go up the road, and I want to try and break things up and take a chance, be bold, try and do something, as we just saw at the back of that group there, Decker.
Yep. So a lot is going on. That's just the early slopes of that final climb. We've still got the most brutal part of the climb. You do wonder if some of the riders that don't fancy themselves on the steeper section are trying to steal a march. But meanwhile, we've got a quite amazing battle. We didn't expect this. Oh, but look at McDumphy now. He's opened up a bit of a gap. This is on a slightly faster bit of road, though, but that gap has really started to accentuate and to extend. And we've still got the main part of this final climb still to go, as we just... apologies, a brief little bit of a picture break up here, but it looks like McDumphy, I'm not saying he's broken the American just yet, but it's just that it appears at this stage of the race to be a little bit stronger, and these are the lowest slopes of that final climb.
But if you see how much McDumphy has taken out of Shelton already on the rolling, almost roller coaster roads, then he's surely going to take more once they get to Alexander Valley, and there's no doubt. And how's that going to affect a young rider who is only 20 years of age? Let's keep an eye on what's going on here. Paige Onweller, well, she's joined forces. She's got one rider who is helping to contribute. He's got the bit between his teeth, hasn't he?
He certainly has. Well, he's looking a bit ragged, but he's perfectly entitled to be a little bit ragged, but he's riding strongly. That's the thing. As you said, he is giving it absolutely everything. This will be the biggest win, I think it's fair to say, of his career. A real coup with still about 9 miles to go. But if he can get himself over the top of this climb with daylight in between him and the young American, this is the climb that we descended the other day. And I tell you what, it might look like a mere blimp on the profile of the Growler with all the elevation that we're talking about. But I tell you what, this man is not done. Marcus Shelton has got him in sight. He's just got to keep on plugging away. He's got to make sure he doesn't put himself right into the red. But look at the face of McDumphy, giving it absolutely everything here.
He's constantly looking around, isn't he? McDumphy. You see the head start to drop, the shoulders start to rock and roll, and there's always a telltale sign about someone's body language when they're racing and they're going through a world of pain. And for McDumphy, maybe he realised, I can't leave this to a sprint of two. A sprinter do, because maybe Shelton will have the better of me, and so he needs to try and race to his forte. And we've already seen he's been pretty audacious, he's been bold, he's been in several breakaways already.
Yep, well, apologies, we're in a bad cell area at the moment, so apologies for the picture breakup. We will return to pictures of the men's and the women's race as soon as we can. It's been an eventful day as we look at pictures. Well, we're just off to the right in a little building, commentating on this magnificent event. I've enjoyed every single bit, but this is going to be a thriller of a finale. Well, for both races, of course, just over an hour of racing still to go in the women's race, and we're coming into the denouement. First time I've said that word in a long time, of the men's race, and it's between, at the moment, Con McDumphy and Marcus Shelton, the 28-year-old Irishman and the 20-year-old American. Here he is. We're back to pictures again. Thank you so much for sticking with us. It's been magnificent to get this race televised or streamed for the very first time ever, and if that stat is correct, with 8 miles to go, 53 seconds on the chase route containing last year's winner. Of course, last year's winner, Keegan Swenson, Matt Beers is there, Matt Wilson, Hugo Treschu also in that group. If this still could come back together, 13 Ks is a long way, especially this deep into the race, Hannah.
And as I say, when you take a look at the body language of Con McDumphy, you never know. This, he's right on the limit, right on the cusp of things here. And so for McDumphy, it's almost a do-or-die attack. You've got to just try something now or never, take your opportunity. You can see the way he just tries to get himself as low as possible, but still there's a lot of movement in behind. Again, another 10 seconds taken off that chase group. So there's certainly a lot of impetus in that group containing the defending champion Keegan Swenson. There's a number of riders who came into this, Matt, as big favourites, and it still is so open. This is not a given who's going to win the Growler here, but there's plenty of top riders who they haven't made the chase even. You take a look at Lawrence Narson. We've not been able to see the Belgian rider for a long time.
Well, we are flitting between the men's and the women's races. Closing stage of the men's. The women are passing through a dead cell zone. So as soon as we do get pictures back, we will give you them. But the main focus, because we're in the last few Ks, will be on calling the men across the line. At the moment, it is this man, Con McDumphy. Part of that breakaway dropped by Marcus Shelton. But as soon as we get the ability to show you images of the women's race, we will do. And of course, when the men's race is completed, we will focus 100% on the finale of the women's Growler. But what a race we've got on. 7.2 Ks to go. A study of concentration, a study of pain. This will be the biggest win of this man's career. We're in the green of Ireland, riding for the American Skyline Continental team. This has been an immense battle. Can he hold on, Hannah? I'm putting you on the line here. Can he do it?
Can he do it?
I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do that to you. I'm not
$1
going to do that to you. Let's just call it through. Let's just see what happens.
I have to say, this has been an outstanding performance. And look at this. There's a bit of nudging up ahead.
Yep, sorry to cut across you there, Hannah. So much is going on. But Beers and Swenson, just look at the pace of these two. That car in front, we don't have lots of support vehicles. Every single rider here, as we saw before Easter, that illustration, if you get a mechanical, you've got to sort it yourself. But these are two of the big favourites. In fact, they were teamed up in Cape Epic. They know each other very well. I wonder if they had a conversation on that little bit of a climb, because they, I think, are the fastest moving riders at the front end of the men's race at the moment.
Well, we saw earlier on that Matt Beers and Keegan Swenson were having a very brief conversation, and you never know what we've not been able to see. Maybe a little bit of mutterings. You also never know coming into this, Matt, if they made a good scenario, what the scenarios could be, potential scenarios for each other, and almost form a great alliance together.
No, definitely. As you say, if you do the Cape Epic, you're going to know each other inside out. It's almost being a married couple, isn't it? They'll inherently know each other so well. But this great picture-in-picture, you can just see the profile bottom left. That is where they are on the course. 6.6 miles to go for our solo leader now, Con McDumphy. Not too far behind him. I'd estimate around 15-20 seconds is our previous leader, Marcus Shelton, 20 years of age from the United States of America. But then bearing down, Ps3 and 4 on the road. On the picture to your right-hand side, this is Matt Beers, the very experienced campaigner, mountain biker, gravel rider from South Africa. Looks around, flicks his elbow, and then rolling through in the white jersey, wearing that red number 1, is the defending champion, Keegan Swenson, rolling through. This is a formidable duo, but have they got enough? 1 minute 41 seconds with 6.1 Ks to go. It looks like McDumphy unless he capitulates, unless he explodes, is set fair. It's still in the balance, but these two have got a lot of work to do to catch up.
They've got a lot of work to do, but when you take a look at the attributes of Matt Beers, the South African, you know, he's incredibly powerful. He's got great endurance. I mean, you don't win the Absa Cape Epic for 3 times for nothing. You've got to have incredible form. You've got to have that strength. You've got to have that stamina and the endurance, and he has that in bucketfuls. He's for me, you know, I said before, there wasn't one outstanding and standout favourite to win this. It was a very, very open affair because of the difficulty, because of how many top-level pros are here. And for Swenson and Beers, and don't forget, Swenson at one point was dropped. He's
dropped.
had a big chase to get back in.
Maybe not on his best day, I mean, it's fair to say. But this man, just looking back, 2021, third in the elite Irish Road Race Championships behind Ryan Mullen of all riders, beating the likes of Ben Healy and Nico Roach. This man is a talent. He's been around for a long time, riding at continental, then club level, but I tell you what, he is on one of the days of his life. And the gap is bouncing around. It's now saying it's around 2 minutes to the group behind. Let's call it around a minute and a half. We know they're in the mix. He rounds the corner. Ooh, just checks a little bit. Again, anything can happen.
But look at the way he took that line as well. He went far to the left-hand side. And he doesn't want to lose any speed whatsoever. He wants to try and carry as much of that momentum around each and every one of these corners, because he knows, especially when you're nudging it, and you can see again the head starts to drop, the shoulders start to rock and roll. You can't afford to lose any of that momentum.
No, you're quite right. Carrying a lot of speed in there. Wouldn't say it's taking the risk, but basically on it, absolutely on it, maintaining that speed, back on the power as soon as possible. This is a real demonstration of raw power and bravery as well, committing. We've been on air for 2.5 hours roughly. He was in the mix earlier on with Ian Lopez, the younger rider from the EF Education Development Team. He was then joined by Marcus Shelton. He was then dropped by Shelton, caught him. I mean, it's fair to say, hands up, Hannah, we'd almost forgotten about the Irishman. Caught Shelton, rode for a bit, and then on a little rise, hit him hard, and is now clear on his own with 7.8 k's to go. Under 5 miles for the Irishman, who is now in full flight. What a performance.
He's in a world of pain, isn't he?
Yeah, but look, but he's driving hard here, isn't he? Let's look at the way he's got a really nice, powerful style. Heel drops at the bottom of the pedal stroke. He is moving quickly, probably 46 k's an hour here as he heads ever nearer our finish in beautiful Windsor in Sonoma County. You are watching the second edition of the Growler. It's the 16th edition of Levi's GranFondo. It is an ultimate celebration of all that's good, difficult, hard, beautiful about bike racing. It is the richest single bike race in the world for a one-day race. It is the hardest bike race in North America, and arguably the hardest single-day bike race in the world, over 4,000 metres of elevation. As we look at the philanthropic element of this GranFondo, of course, and look at the amount of money that's been raised for the King Ridge Foundation, $3.6 million as this event continues to grow. That's absolutely magnificent, Anna.
It certainly is, and I think it also shows the importance of Levi's GranFondo across the board for everyone. And we've already spoken about how this event is for everyone, not just the racing aspect, and so incredibly an important event on the calendar as we see McDumphy go into a part of as he heads towards Windsor.
He's not far from the outskirts of town here at all, actually. We're coming in at won't be too long before he comes in through to the finish. As we look at the women's race, they've still got 32 miles to go. They'll be they're pretty midway up, and maybe a third of the way up that final big climb to the geysers. And this man out in front has just got that arrow straight bit of road on this particular section. The man just behind him, Marcus Shelton, the 20-year-old from the United States. We'll have him in his crosshairs. Let's try and see if we can hear the gap. Didn't quite manage to hear that, but one thing's for sure, this man has really got the bit between his teeth. I thought when he first went, that's a confident move, maybe going a bit too early, but look at the distance. Well, it's empty road, Hannah. It looks like, it's fair to say, This man, save from mechanical, has got it in the bag.
On Alexander Valley, I actually thought that Shelton was coming back.
Yes.
It seemed like he was on to his terrain. It was somewhere where he could really try and make a difference to the deficit and the time loss to McDumphy. But in the end, once we've been onto these flat roads, and McDumphy clearly showing his capabilities and his attributes as a rider, and clearly in some really good form. But again, we spoke about it having had so many races in the legs already, and we're only into mid-April, and the fact that he's been racing all over Europe. He's won a couple of stages in his home race in the Ross. He won the overall general classification. This man, he means business, and he's got that experience as well. He's raced all over the world.
He certainly has. He said 28 years of age, experienced, still a young man, but very, very strong from Kilcock in Ireland. He is firing on all cylinders, that is for sure. Rhoda, and you do wonder whether on that climb he didn't, using that experience that he's got, didn't want to put himself into the red, clearly kept the man out in front, Marcus Shelton, in sight, and then, like a bolt from the blue, shot across the gap, rode with him, recovered, took some food, and then hit him hard on one of those gentle rises, and is now riding clear. He's got well over 30 seconds on Shelton now.
I'm thinking as well for Shelton, maybe he didn't expect the attacks to come quite so early.
Yeah.
The fact that McDumphy had only just rejoined the front of the race a couple of kilometres ago, and so he only had a few moments of respite and recovery before taking his chance, making that counter-attack. And perhaps Shelton, it came as a surprise, and when you've been out front for such a long period of time, and clearly Shelton was starting to fade, he can't really do anything about the strength of McDumphy.
Indeed. Well, we've got the picture of the women's race here as they're heading on to the steeper section of the final climb up the gazes. It's starting to split up as you were. They're coming towards the most brutal part of the climb, so it's around 4 or 5%, a little bit less, including some little descents, and then, as you can see, labouring out of the saddle onto the steep part of the climb. And once we have called the men across the line, we'll be 100% focused on the women's race. Thank you so much for joining us. This has been an absolutely sensational edition of the Growler. What a race. This is inspirational stuff. 5Ks to go for the Irishman McDumphy out in front.
And right now we've got a situation where in both races we've got a sole leader. In the women's race it's Lauren Stevens, the two-time Pan American road race champion, who's chipped off the front. She's an incredible climber. And in the men's, of course, we've got McDumphy, who's trying to go for glory here.
Fortune favours the brave. You've also got to be strong. You can be brave, but you need to back it up with good legs as well. And this man takes a glance round. And if the gap is anything to go by from what we saw approximately a kilometre ago, he's looking good, as is Lauren Stevens as well. One of the most experienced racers in this field, ridden at the very highest level of the sport, knows herself well, especially over this sort of distance. It's the harder the racing, it's that's when Lauren Stevens really comes into her own. Again, a patient racer, an aggressive racer, but also has clearly let the road come to her. Just look at these savage gradients. Still 31 kilometres to go, and they've still not quite crested this climb just yet.
You were quite right. You pointed it out earlier on, Matt, about this climb on the geysers. Because it's so wide, you can't get a sense of how steep it is, but when you see the way that they're riding here in this chasing group behind and how laboured they all are, and look at the gear selection here of the rider that we're just focusing in on here.
It's Alexis Scarda. Well, look at this. It's Beers. Beers has jumped. Well, it's actually, we've got Swenson, who has caught our second place rider, Marcus Shelton. So Swenson now has joined Shelton. Beers has been, well, not exactly dropped. It looks like he's been attacked. So he's about 50 metres off the back of the wheel. So at the moment, Marcus Shelton is offered a brief bit of respite. Is that the man in front? It looks like it is. This is going to, could this come back together?
My goodness me.
Oh, right. This is absolutely sensational scenes. Do not leave your device. Keep your eyes on this. What an amazing edition of Levi's GranFondo. This is the Growler. This is bike racing at its best, because Keegan Swenson has closed the gap to 17 seconds. Under 2 miles to go, Hannah.
But this is working well for Shelton, who's been in that long-range attack, because Swenson, he wants to try and defend this victory, his victory from 12 months ago in the Growler here. For Shelton, he's just going to sit on and think, well, you've bridged across to me. And look, Swenson's asking for some assistance here. He just see, and Beers goes through. He knows that there's an opportunity to try and win the Growler here. He goes straight through the South African, and now he goes through with such force that Swenson's having to give everything just to get back on the wheel. And right now, look at the suppress on Shelton.
Yeah, he's in the slipstream here. You can just see the Irishman round the corner. Well, this is absolutely sensational. About 30 seconds with the gap, but it is Beers cutting into the gap. Also the defending champion, Svensson, is there. The early aggressor, Marcus Shelton, 20 years of age, is not out of the mix as well. Can they shut the gap? What can Beers do? Remember, Beers and Swenson know each other like the back of the hand, and it looks like the junction is going to be made. Is Beers riding for Swenson, but getting a free hand at the moment is the man at the back, Shelton. It has all come back together. Hannah Walker, I cannot believe what I am seeing. What a finale of the Growler here. 2.6 Ks to go, 4 riders in front. The fate of this race has just turned itself on its head. Call this one in. This is just brilliant stuff. Bike racing at its very best.
This is incredible. We spoke about how open this race would be. The fact that there wouldn't be just one outstanding favourite for the victory to take the Growler today. And the fact that we've had this scenario, this situation where, don't forget, at one point, Shelton had over 3 minutes of an advantage when he was in that breakaway, along with McDumphy. And the fact that Swenson and Beers have been able to close that advantage and that deficit is incredible. And again, I'll reiterate, Swenson was dropped earlier on, and he's had to fight tirelessly to get himself back to the front of this race. And could he be doing the double here?
Well, this is absolutely fantastic stuff. Well, Hannah's gonna pop out and ultimately speak to the winner. We don't know who that's going to be, Hannah, so I'll see you in a second. Well, Beers is on the front. Okay, we have under a kilometre to go now. We're coming into the last series of bends. Conor McDumphy in the green, defending champion Keegan Swenson in the white, Matt Beers in the blue and in the red. Just behind as well, the young pretender Marcus Shelton is there. Who is going to take this win? This is going to be absolutely sensational. What a race we have had. Matt Beers now driving hard. I do get the sense that Beers is actually riding. Now, there's a big attack from Swenson. Swenson goes. Can McDumphy, fully 250 metres to go. Swenson opens things up. McDumphy is there, though. But I think Swenson is superior here. There's nothing left in the legs of McDumphy or Marcus Shelton. It looks like, incredibly, around the final corner, it is Swenson. Keegan Swenson. What a magnificent victory. Wearing number 1 on his back at the death. Takes the win in the Growler. McDumphy in second. Shelton in third. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. What a fantastic bike race that was. The richest bike race in the world. The hardest race in North America. And it is taken by the defending champion, Keegan Swenson. What a sensational finale that really was. Beers there as well. Clearly riding as a teammate. Beers finishes in 4th place. Congratulations all round. But I tell you what, that was riveting. That was entertaining. Oh, you couldn't have written a better script for a more exciting bike race. Take a bow, Keegan Swenson. Well, there you go. Keegan Swenson takes the win. Absolutely, I cannot believe what I've seen. Bike racing is the most beautiful sport in the world. So disappointing there for our Irishman, Con McDumphy. But in the end, he was beaten by the better man on the day. But boy, did they leave that late. Absolutely incredible scenes here in the centre of this beautiful town of Windsor in Sonoma County. A treat of a bike race. We're sending out Hannah Walker to have a conversation with Keegan. She'll also be speaking to the 2nd place rider, Marcus Shelton. And once we've done that, we will give you uninterrupted coverage of the finale of the women's race, where we have Lauren Stevens out in front on the climb. Yeah, there we go. Some appreciative comments there from these riders. the utmost of respect between everybody here. And there is our race organizer, Levi Leipheimer. It's going to be a quick interview. And I'm very intrigued to hear what exactly happened there. That was an absolutely sensational finale. The best of bike racing, that is for sure. Keegan Swenson, our victor for the second time. A couple of other groups coming in a little bit further down the road as well. Still some big places up for grabs. This is Alexei Vermeulen, and also with him for company, that is Mats Leckie. So Vermeulen coming into the finishing straight. Leckie and Vermeulen, who is going to take this one? Vermeulen punches clear. Is it Leckie on the right-hand side? Yeah, Leckie's going to take that one. I think that is for 5th and 6th place on the road. Get confirmation of that a little bit later as we head further up the road to our solo leader in the women's Growler race. And this is Lauren Stevens. So there she is. Out in front on the drops. Still got a little bit of that climb still to go. That last little kick up to the line. But Lauren Stevens looking very good at the moment. 38 years of age from Mesquite. She is absolutely flying at the moment. Not too sure exactly of the time gap. As soon as we've got the time gap, we will pass that to you. Riding in there, the sunshine. The sun hasn't quite burnt through at the finish line here. That low cloud cover. But Lauren Stevens, 12th in the Sea Otter earlier this year. A really good indicator of form, of course. And she was the Panamanian Games champion back in 2023. And won that again in 2024, so she's defending champion. As Hannah Walker was saying earlier on, soon to defend that title again. But still a little bit further to go to the top of the climb. Then that long descent, a little kicker, and then that run into the line through the vineyards and up that final little climb of Alexander Valley before that run into the line. But what a thrilling finale that was. Absolutely a sensational finish. Keegan Swenson taking back-to-back victories in the men's Growler. And in the next hour or so, we'll be calling the women home too. Hopefully we'll get the views and the insight from our top 3 men's riders. As we look a little bit, this is Axel Dubois-Prévost. And with her for company, just about to roll through, that is Gwendolyn Gibson. And they've got a big gap on the rest, so 3 riders. You can just see a couple of riders in that little gap, maybe 20, 25 seconds behind. So Axel Dubois-Prévost looking pretty good. But meanwhile, Lauren Stevens just in and out of the saddle, riding her own rhythm, setting her own tempo. Nobody else to disrupt it, but with all that experience on board as well. Lauren Stevens, the runner-up last year in this race from Dallas, Texas. Remember, 3rd place last year in the women's Growler was Sarah Sturm. And where is Lauren? Lauren Di Crescendo. Not in the mix at the moment, but again, a rider that knows how to measure her effort as we head over this rolling terrain just at the top of this climb of the Geysers. Still a fair way to go to the top before that little drop down. Then we do hit a little bit almost gravel section over the top, but bright blue sky and around 21 degrees, 70 degrees at the top of here. The highest point of the race, of course. Elevation at the top of here around 2,600 feet, and that's around 100 miles in, so 30.5 miles still to go. And wherever you are in the world, thank you so much for joining us on this live stream of the Growler. It's been an absolute privilege. Okay, we do have Hannah Walker standing by to, in a few moments' time, she'll be speaking to our race winner, a man that, of course, we are so familiar with, Keegan Swenson, the winner of the Growler 2025. We'll be joining them very, very shortly indeed. Here they are.
the second edition of the Growler, you've gone back-to-back. You've defended the race that you won last year, arguably one of the hardest races, one-day races, on any professional calendar. How do you feel to take it for a second time?
Oh, yeah, it feels great. It was a really hard one today. A lot of tactics out there, and you know, there was the break had a pretty big gap at the end, and there was maybe 3 minutes or more at the bottom of the climb, so it was pretty all in. Luckily, the group was rolling quite well, and Matt and I were able to get away that last little bump, and just went all in to catch that last guy.
Did you form an alliance between you and Matt? Because I know you know each other very well. You were racing at the Cape Epic, the mountain bike event, but did you have that discussion that you would mutually try and close that gap together?
Yeah, we're good friends, and we had talked before the race, and we were pretty much all in to win. One of us, so we're like, well, we'll just all out till we catch that guy in the front, and then we race. So it was pretty good to see that last rider.
There was one moment where on one of the climbs you started to be distant, you couldn't follow the moves at one point, but you managed to get yourself back in the forefront of the race. How much do you think your experience from 12 months ago played into your hands?
Yeah, I think I didn't want to push that hard when those guys surged. I just wanted to keep riding my pace, and I knew there was still a lot of racing left and a big descent and then another short climb, so I think I was trying to stay within myself and not push over the limit too much because there's still a lot left there.
And seeing lots of riders coming in, and of course it was a fantastic performance and it was so close at the line. Just what it means to win the Growler here at Levi's GranFondo. When you take a look at the thousands and thousands of people who are here for this one day across the GranFondos, but also the race too.
Oh, I mean, it's great. This is it's probably one of the biggest road races we have in the U.S. And it's it's a great event, and it feels good to go back to back.
And of course, the biggest prize purse, $156,000, but for first place, $25,000 you've won.
Yeah, it's an awesome payday. So, thanks to all the sponsors for making this one possible. It's an awesome event that Levi's able to put on here.
Keegan, enjoy the celebrations. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's take a little look. Con McDumphy, come on in. What a performance from yourself. It was so close. It was agonizing. For you yourself, you've been in several breakaways. First of all, with Ian Lopez of EF Education, Easy Post of the Devo team. And then, of course, you were with Marcus Shelton, who you managed to catch back up. Talk me through the day. And was that always in the strategy and the plan to try and make it hard and get yourself that sliding room up front?
I didn't really know what to expect from the route, to be honest. So I just kind of raced the way I like to race and just kind of sent it. So, me and Cole Davis rode across to the very first move. It was like a big group, and we were like, okay, this is the move. And then the whole bunch came back after the first big climb, and I was like, okay, it's gonna be hard. And then me and Ian rolled off the front, and that was short-lived. But then, in the valley, I just rolled off the front with the guy Marcus came second and or third, sorry, and. Yeah, we rode really hard there. We got a gap about 3 minutes. I was like, okay, this is on. And I was trying to tell him just don't drop me on the climb because he was going so well. Because if he had not dropped me on the climb, I do think that they would have struggled to catch us. But it is what it is. And then coming into the final, I caught him. I went over the top of him, but then it was a block headwind with 5 miles to go. I asked the motocom how far to go. He said 5 miles, and my heart sank because I was going as hard as I can, and my cadence just kept getting lower and lower, and I was cramping on my inner thighs. But yeah, when Keegan went, he went just before the roundabout with 250 to go, and I actually nearly got back in the wheel, but I stuffed up the last corner, and yeah, he finished a few bike lengths ahead of me. But it's no shame to lose to one of the best riders in the world. Pretty sure he's turned down some big contracts. So.
Absolutely. And for you, you've been in the breakaway more or less the whole day. When you caught Marcus Shelton back up inside the final part of the race, did you know that you had to counterattack to be able to try and be in with a shot of winning, given that he was so strong earlier on?
Well, I did think I'd be stronger on the flat, given I'm good time trialist and that kind of thing. In hindsight, maybe I should have waited to attack a little bit longer because working together, we would have held off the two guys a bit longer. But yeah, look, if for me to win, and we're racing to win, we're not racing to come second. So for me to win, I need to come into the finish on my own. more often than not. So.
But a podium placing for you. I'll let you go, Con. Congratulations. Thanks very much, and a fantastic ride from yourself. I'm going to grab a quick word with our third place rider, Shelton, over here. If we just try and get a word with the young American. Marcus, what a performance from yourself. That was sensational. Talk me through your day there, because you spent most of it in the breakaway.
Yeah, mostly just me and Greta trying to get up the road, because I know there's some really strong climbers, like Matt and Keegan, and yeah, I saw this guy go towards mile 90, and the group was rolling slow, so I just followed him, and yeah, smashed up that geyser's climb and got a pretty sizable gap and just pretty much rolled it from there.
At one point you had a really large gap, and just speaking to Con McDumphy, he was saying on the climb, you need to work with me because you're a much better climber. We can be we can form a good alliance together. But for you, you've also got to play and ride to your own race, I guess.
Yeah, yeah, I was doing not a ton of watts on the climb. He kept asking me to slow down, and you know, I wasn't sure how strong he was, and I dropped him because I just wanted to ride my own pace. And yeah, he didn't like that, but he did end up catching me on the flat, which I was a little surprised. Like, they told me I have a 40-second gap, and then he's right on me. So he's a pretty good time trialist, he said. So, I mean, it makes sense.
It was pretty cagey into that final, of course, once you were able to get a little bit of respite on the wheel of Matt Beers and Keegan Swenson, who, of course, has done the double. But for you, talk me through the prestige of this event, and particularly to see road racing back at the top level here in the USA.
Yeah, I mean, it was awesome. I was flying. I mean, we averaged a ton, and the best part of the race was sitting on their wheel at the end there, and yeah, it's just a really special event, and really happy it's only like 50 miles away from me. So, yeah, beautiful roads, and I appreciate you guys for having me.
How important is this kind of event to have it on the calendar as part of Levi's GranFondo? Of course, the Fondo been around for a long, long time, but this event in its second edition, how important is it to continue this, and also, of course, with a huge prize purse?
Yeah, really important to American cycling, and I hope it happens every year.
You'll be back for revenge next year then to try and take the victory, I guess?
Yeah, I'll be stronger for sure, and we'll see what happens.
Marcis, enjoy the festival up on the Windsor Green. Congratulations on a wonderful performance. Thanks for entertaining us. Back to you, Matt, in the studio.
Thank you very much indeed, Hannah. Great to hear from our top three in what was an absolutely sensational race. Keegan Swanson, Con McDumphy and Marcus Shelton. But now it is time to return uninterrupted to the women's race, and the woman on the screen at the moment is the unmistakable style of Lauren de Crescendo. She was the winner of this event last year. She's already been distanced a little bit further back, but she's riding such a measured race, but is a little bit further down this final big haul. It is Lauren Stevens who's out in front on her own. Such an experienced campaigner, and there we are. We're over the top part. We crested the highest point of the Fondo to date. We've now descended, but cruelly there's another little kicker still to go, and it is equally as steep, if not steeper, than what has already come. This is the little group just behind. This is Axel Dubois-Prévost. She is just in front, and the rider just behind, that's Gwendolyn Gibson just taking a sip from her bottle. So that's P's 3 and 4 on the road, but I do think that we just spotted Lauren de Crescendo a little bit further down behind. She's in 4th place, and this chase group are just over a minute behind. But just the experience of Lauren Stevens, the Pan American champion of the last couple of years, really paying dividends here. She's the runner-up this year. She knows this course well. She knows how to measure her effort. And at the moment, she is the fastest on this mountain. And there is Lauren de Crescendo just behind this group. This duo of Axel Dubois-Prévost and Gwendolyn Gibson riding well. Still got a fair way to go, though. 26 miles. Give or take a few metres as we continue to wend our way to the highest point, or the second highest point of the race, before that long descent back down through the clouds. We saw that in the men's race. It's still slightly occluded at the finish here in Windsor, but it has been a magnificent couple of days, a real celebration of everything that's great about cycling. Thank you to all of the sponsors involved in ensuring that Levi's Fondo is up again and running with the biggest prize purse in the world. Thanks to Skipstone, who are the main sponsor, the title sponsor of this event. Everybody enjoying themselves. 7 events running concurrently today. Something for everybody, that is for sure. This, of course, is the Growler. This is the event for our elite competitors. But earlier on, we had the family ride, we had the Piccolino, the Piccolo, the Medio, the Gazers, the Gran, and now the Growler, which is the longest at 137.5 miles. 221 kilometres for those that measure in Ks, and still 26 miles to go. So well under an hour of racing as they crest the top of this climb. Fatigue really starting to set in as the sun beats down on the backs of our chase group. Axel Dubois-Prévost and Gwendolyn Gibson are the 2 chasers. Lauren Stevens still leading with a lead of around a minute, and Lauren Di Crescendo is the rider in P4. 4th place on the road. It won't be long before these riders crest the top of this climb. This second little kicker, as we look at our lead rider in pink, looks very much like the Maglia Rosa of the Giro d'Italia back in the 80s, that perfect shade of pink for the Maglia Rosa, and that's where we are on the course. In fact, I think we're just a little bit further up that final peak before we start to drop down and take that run into the line. Rejoin me for the finish. Interesting chats there. What a finale. What was the... I'd obviously heard your interviews. Fascinating chat, but Keegan Swenson left it very late there, didn't he? But I mean, it's first across the line, regardless of how you do it. But what a ride it was.
Incredible ride. And I was just speaking to Levi Leipheimer then about... You couldn't have asked for a better finish. How exciting. You still didn't know who was going to be able to take the victory. So it was an incredible final. It was an incredible race all round. And I just saw Ian Boswell, and he was saying it was just absolutely brutal. It was so difficult. It was so hard. And you could see visibly, everyone is so fatigued as well.
Yep. They're going to be right at the very end of their reserves here.
And it's no surprise when you've got a course like that with that amount of elevation. It's no surprise to see that everyone's fatigued, and for a lot of these riders, they try to do something. They try to do something in the race to try and get themselves into a breakaway. And you saw even one of the second groups coming across the line, how ferocious it was to try and take a placing. Because don't forget, prize money goes down to the top 10, and it's still big money in the top 10. So everybody's wanting to fight for every position possible.
No,
so
totally.
No surprise.
Yep. But Lauren Stevens, look at that, puts it onto the big dog, onto the big ring, just to keep that pace as high as she can. It won't be too long until she actually crests the final little bit of elevation before she enjoys that long descent. And here she is onto that. There's a little bit of more of a plateau before she finally does start to drop down. But just look, she knows the gap she's got. She could pedal on this bit if she wants to, but she's just giving herself that little bit of an opportunity. And did you see the way she just kicked over the top to give herself that added momentum? Just shows you these little details, especially with these experienced riders. They know exactly where to use their effort and where to get that free speed from as well. It's really interesting to see it in real time, isn't it?
It's also a way of getting a little bit of respite, a little bit of rest for Stevens, because this is no easy feat. You can see she tries to get herself as aerodynamic as possible just to have that free speed. And, of course, she's an incredibly strong rider. She's a 2-time Pan American road race champion. Of course, racing for over 10 years in the World Tour, in Women's World Tour. As we take a look at the second chase.
It's our defending champion, isn't it? By the looks of things. That is Lauren Di Crescendo. She is in position 4 on the road now, so around a minute behind our 2 chasers. Dropped earlier on, but again, she likes a hard race. I wonder if she has set any power records today, but she's driving that gear around, but she's got a lot of ground to make up. But if anybody can do it, looking at this field, it's her. But she's still got a lot of work to do, especially with that group in between. A great bit of relaying going on between Axel Dubois-Prévost and Gwendolyn Gibson as we head back to the front of this race. And these next few Ks are going to rattle by before that final run into the line. But those last few kickers, especially the climb of Alexander Valley, are really going to hurt the legs. And if you do get your feeding strategy wrong, and you could easily capitulate and lose a heap of time on that final little dig.
And we've already seen how the race can change in the back end. This is not a given, and especially having a gap of a minute and a half, it's not a given that you're going to be able to hold on to the finish, because it's also a headwind, Matt, into that final, and so that also makes a huge difference, particularly for a rider who's solo. And when you've got a chasing duo who are behind, it actually works into their favour as opposed to a sole rider out front. And we saw that already in the men's race, how the headwind really affected the outcome, and particularly into the final 6-7 miles.
Yeah, it's when you're solo, you want a bit of a tailwind, and as I said, just the pace and just the timing. I mean, I don't think they would have wanted to time it quite as tightly as that, but that little relationship between Beers and Svensson definitely paid dividends. But slightly different. So, well, actually quite a similar situation. One rider solo, and the two riders in the gap. But can Dubois, Prévost, and Gibson combine to make a little bit of a difference here? I still think it's going to be very hard, but you just do not know. As you said, bike racing, and you can never say die until the finish line. Back to our two chasers, and they are relaying well. They're actually working well. I've seen them talking to each other, communicating. So there's clearly a good alliance here, especially to try and keep away from the defending champion, Lauren Di Crescendo, and also trying to eat into the lead of Lauren Stevens as we're continuing to catch some of the other riders. I think that might be one of the male riders that they've caught and passed as we head on to another one of these little undulations. This is a little second ridge before they really do start to plummet down. And I tell you what, Di Crescendo hasn't given up yet, has she? She's still really rolling that gear, and you can just tell by their body language she has not given up. She's still got the bit between the teeth, and is still trying her best to get back on terms with these two.
It feels like throughout the whole race she's been on the back foot. And again, you know, we don't know, and each of these riders, each and every one of the riders, 75 riders in total, are going to come out of the Growler with their own story and their own tale to tell, and what's happened. And for such a long race, you know, all of the tactics starting to play out. We don't know what happened to Lauren Di Crescendo, whether indeed she had a problem, maybe just not her day. And ultimately, you see how strong Axel Dubrow-Prévost is, and she uses the opportunity to take a little look around. Also with Gwendolyn Gibson, a rider who's on the wheel, both really fully committed in this chase. 56 seconds is the deficit for this duo. And of course for Axel Dubrow-Prévost, well, she comes from rich cycling heritage. Her and her sister, top professionals, and of course Pauline Ferrand-Prévost winning Paris-Roubaix Femmes a week ago. And so, you know, cycling, it runs through the blood in the Prévost family.
Yeah, and Axel Dubrow-Prévost has won on gravel already this year. She's had a great season so far. Won in Spain at the Bescanone gravel. She was then 5th overall in the 2-day race at Santavel, another gravel event, 5th and 2nd on the stage, and then was 4th in Arizona in the Belgian waffle ride. That gives you an indication of the shape that she's in. And this race is not over. It's actually saying that it's coming back to 33 seconds. So clearly, these two riders, and especially when we drop off the descent, I doubt they'll make too much of a difference on the descent, but when we get on the flat roads, as we saw before, because of the straight nature of the roads, they will have her at this sort of gap directly in their sight. And if you do see a rider, it does make a massive difference. We say out of sight, out of mind, out of sight, out of mind, should I say. It's definitely something that does come in. But if they can see her and they still believe they've got something in the tank, they could definitely bring her back. And Stevens here just taking it a little bit cautiously down this descent. There is a little bit of broken road surface over the little cattle grid there, so she's definitely taking this descent with a little bit of caution. It's quite clear to see here. She's not taking any risks.
Which is no surprise, to be honest, particularly when you're in this kind of scenario, Matt, that you don't want to take the risk. You don't want to push yourself over the limit, because if you start to have a problem, then it could end up costing you time. You know, you can see that in the last 3-4 kilometres that Stevens has opened up, and she's gained another 12 seconds here on the chasing duo. So how she's riding and the way in which she's riding and keeping to her own rhythm is working in her favour right now. And even into the final part, once we're onto the flatter roads, before we get to the Alexander Valley and then over the other side into that headwind, Lauren Stevens is an incredibly strong rider. She's a fantastic time trialist. She's won 9 individual time trials during her professional road racing career, and so for Stevens, she's very much used to this kind of effort. She knows exactly the power output that she can sustain for a long period of time, and she knows that she can capitalise and gain once she's onto the flat roads, get down this descent safely.
Yeah, she is a class bike rider. Again, just continuing to free wheel, taking these corners nice and steady. Again, that ability to TT she's got in her back pocket, and that self-confidence as well is so valuable. But again, not taking any chances down here. Beautiful view at the top of this climb. The highest point of the race has already been passed over before they drop back down onto the flatlands on the approach to the finish here in Windsor, where a big crowd is assembling. So many riders there's going to be a lot of riders out there for a few hours to come. The riders, the Fondo competitors that are taking on the Fondo, what a day out it is for them. Everybody just riding this event at their own pace, and it's so important to, of course, the elite riders. It's inspirational, something to want to attain, especially for younger riders. But ultimately, there's something for everybody here, and there's a proper family atmosphere out on there. Do you know what? I'm looking forward to calling the finish. I can't wait to head in there, have a few beers with the folks, and just enjoy some music and just soak up the beautiful atmosphere of Levi's Fondo.
You're quite right. You know, when I went outside to do those post-race interviews with our podium finishers, our top 3, it's absolutely bouncing out there. It's a real festival vibe. The music's going, everybody's enjoying themselves, having food, having some drinks, having a coffee, just enjoying themselves. And I think this is exactly what it's all about for each of the Fondos. You know, so even for some of the races, when I was just speaking to Ian Boswell, he was like, okay, now time to enjoy the rest of the event and relax. And that's exactly what it's all about. Let's not forget, this is not just riders who are coming from the local area here in Sonoma County. We've got riders from either the racing aspect or, of course, the GranFondo coming from all over the world. And so make the most of it, enjoy it. It's really, really important. And again, it goes back to the basics of cycling and why we get into cycling in the first place, to enjoy it, be social, have fun.
Yeah, I think it's quite we commentate on the elite racing a lot. That's our job. We're doing it now, but ultimately sometimes it's so important just to take stock, sit back, soak it up, and remember why we're here in the first place. We're privileged to do this job, but ultimately it's because we love riding our bikes as kids, and we've managed to do that through our entire lives, and that's what this is all about. It is absolutely fantastic. And also the atmosphere before the race amongst these elite competitors as well. Everybody gets on so well. Of course, they're trying to cause as much damage and as much pain to each other out on the road. But then before the race and after the race, they're best buddies, sharing a coffee, sharing a beer, sharing some memories. It's absolutely brilliant. I love the fact that there's such a contrast. Fiercely competitive on the road, but then mates off the bike as well.
And again, that's the beauty of it, isn't it, in cycling? And for a lot of these riders, they're racing on the circuit together, seeing each other week in, week out, whether they're racing here in the USA or whether they're racing over in Spain at some of the gravel events there, or even in Italy. Wherever it is, they know each other so well, and so off the bike you can enjoy yourself, and then on your bike it's fierce, it's competitive. You've got the rivalries really starting to form, and behind you've got the alliance that's formed between Axel Dubé-Prevost and Gwendolyn Gibson.
Yeah, what can Stevens do here? Just clearly using this descent as an opportunity to recuperate as well. I wonder if she's enjoying this descent, but she'll be completely and utterly focused. And she's had such success over the years, 38 years of age now, but no signs at all of slowing down as we get another little bit of a plateau. A big shout out to our main headline sponsor, Skipstone, the CEO of which is out there riding as well at the moment. Farry Diner out on the road.
It won't be long until we pass the wine.
I know. Yeah, I mean, if you're ever in the area, of course, a lot of you watching will know this area very well. But if you haven't gone through, if you haven't even bought some of their wine, give it a go. We've sampled it.
There it is on the left side. There you go.
That's it.
On the left side.
Yeah,
chasing duo just passing.
That's part of our run. We came out of the estate there, and boy, that was a bit of an eye-opener, wasn't it? That there's a KOM section on Strava leading in to the house, and we were almost forced to try and challenge that one. I thought, I mean, Faridina is one of the most competitive CEOs in the world, I think it is, and his wine is absolutely gorgeous. So, yeah, there's a big plug for the people that have helped make this event what it is. An important headline sponsor, stumped up $156,000, and we also raised a lot of money for charity the other day at an auction. We had an auction to raise money for the Outride charity, a massively important charity here. So, I mean, these professional riders earning money for themselves, but money being raised for good causes as well. It's complete. It's what everything that you'd want out of a bike race or a bike event is here, isn't it? The best environment, the best people, the best prize money, and also charities are being looked after as well.
Absolutely. And when you take a look since the inception of Levi's GranFondo, and of course the charitable partner of the King Reeks Foundation, $3.6 million have been raised for charitable causes, and including over $1 million for the fire victim relief for supporting organisations like the Forget Me Not Farm, which of course is local to Sonoma County, the therapy farm for the at-risk young, and also Outride, you already mentioned. I mean, that's a charity that's linked to Specialised, and it's really, really important to have these opportunities and to have these kind of events to help raise money.
Here we go. We have now completed the descent. As you can see, we're now riding through the flatlands of the vineyard. Still one nasty little conch, I like to call them, or hilllet or ramplet to go, and that comes with about 8 or 9 miles to go. That is the climb of Alexander Valley, but look at Lauren Stevens now. She is in full TT mode, but the two riders behind have not given up at all just yet. The gap hovering at around a minute, and our two chasers relaying exceptionally well, and that is Axel Dubois-Prévost, number 19, and Gwendolyn Gibson, and here they are passing a few of our Fondo riders, and it's not over yet, but I tell you what, Lauren Stevens is looking in control, it's fair to say, with the defending champion in 4th place, probably around roughly half a minute behind these two chasers, and that's Lauren de Crescendo. Again, not a perfect day for her, a completely different day. Last year we had borderline freezing conditions. We had sleet, we had a little bit of snow in the highlands. It was cold from the outset, and it was even more bizarre because the day before the race and the day after the race last year we had weather conditions like this, and actually it's really starting to brighten up now. Blue sky now at the finish here.
They're not making the inroads that they're needing and wanting to here. Axel Dubois-Prévost and Gwendolyn Gibson. It's actually gone out to 1 minute and 39 seconds now. So Lauren Stevens, she can't rest on her laurels right now. Still just less than 30 kilometres, 18.2 miles of racing to go. But when you take a look at how she's won races in the past, and particularly professional road races, it's very often been from breakaways and solo breakaways, Matt. As we take a look at our second chase, this is the defending champion, Lauren de Crescendo. She's got such a familiar style, hasn't she? She always rocking and rolling a little bit, but for de Crescendo, she's starting to pick riders off.
Yeah, she's there's one thing that's for sure, she's got a big motor. So confident. Again, that's slightly exaggerated style, but she is moving quick. Just look at the riders that she's passing by there, about 15k an hour quicker than our Fondo riders there. She's got quite a long style on a bike. It's reminiscent of the style that we used to have back in the 90s. It's an old-fashioned, when I say old-fashioned, I say that with the greatest of respect. But she's long, she's low, she's aero, she's strong, but that's the gap.
But it also reminds me of this kind of pedalling style where you're almost overgeared, a little bit of Annemiek van Vleuten, actually.
Yes, no, totally, yeah. And if you look to the silhouette on a bike, that's a really good comparison. One of the greatest riders to have ever lived, Annemiek van Vleuten. But 17.8 miles to go. The chase group are now at 1 minute and 6 seconds. They haven't quite got Lauren Stevens in their sights, but there are some very straight sections of road as we look at these almost infinite vineyards. Absolutely beautiful countryside here. Verdant, green, alive. And it looks like, what is this coming up behind? Some sort of hybrid vehicle coming up behind. They shouldn't really have got an entry, because this is human-powered only, I can tell you that. as Crescendo just really takes that corner. I don't think she's that far behind the two riders in front with I reckon she's only about 30, 40 seconds behind Dubois-Prévost and Gwendolyn Gibson. She's eyeing a place on the podium here.
Well, she's certainly making inroads, isn't she? And Dubois-Prévost and Gibson, they're still working well together. Whether indeed they can start to make the inroads they need to, but still don't forget they've got this flat section. Dubois-Prévost, she's incredibly aware what's going on. She takes a little look, uses the road to her advantage, takes a look over the left-hand shoulder, just to try and get a sense where De Crescenzo is. Lauren Stevens, back to the fact that, yeah, it's not the first time if she could try and win the Growler solo. It's not the first time. I mean, you take a look back and think back to when she won the US Road Race Championships ahead of Corinne Lebecki and Veronica Ewers. That was a pretty impressive performance, being able to take a solo victory ahead of none other than the current Olympic road race champion, Kristen Faulkner. And of course, for Axel Dubois-Prévost, done a lot of road racing in her time, but predominantly focusing in gravel racing now. Got a real passion for outdoor sports. Of course, comes from a cycling-centric family. Raced professionally on the road for a brief period before transitioning full-time to gravel racing. Almost coming back to her roots. Here she is, the 28-year-old French rider. She's part of the numero 31 Power Café de Cycliste team. Well, they're sharing the workload well, and I have the sense once we're onto these long straight sections of road that the chasing duo, they're going to be able to see Lauren Stevens up ahead. You can see the way that Stevens is just trying to hug the right-hand side of the road, try and get herself as low as possible, really with that familiar style. Always pushing a very, very big gear. Stevens herself, of course, she raced for many, many years, Tibco Silicon Valley Bank, raced for that American squad for over 10 years. Don't forget, into the final and into this finish, it's going to be a block headwind. Certainly going to favour the two chasers who are behind. And don't forget, if De Crescenzo, as you can just see a little bit in the background, that the chasers, I think, are going to be able to see Lauren Stevens in a minute. 41 seconds is the new time gap, the deficit for this duo. So they're certainly making the inroads that they need to. Dubois-Prévost, she's doing a lot of the work here. Gibson just following the wheels, sitting on. Certainly not hanging around here. 41 seconds, 16 miles of racing to go, 26.1 kilometres remaining. Now this time gap's starting to come down, and Axel Dubois-Prévost she's really fully committed. She's doing a lot of work on the front, and for Gibson, maybe she's going through a little bit of a patch where she's starting to feel fatigue. Maybe she's just being smart and thinking, well, if Dubois-Prévost wants to take things up in this chase here, I'm quite happy to almost sit on the wheel.
Well, definitely. You just never know. Some riders are very good at playing their cards exceptionally close to their chest, especially if you sense that you're feeling good, but then somebody else is willing to give a bit more. The best way to play it is smart, and to just let them do that work. You're often in situations where somebody doesn't flick their arm, they're pulling really hard on the front, and at this stage of the race, with the stakes as high as this, although they're working together as a collective, as a duo, if somebody's willing to do a bit more, you're just going to let them do it. It is dog eat dog out there tactically as well, and sometimes riders can get a little bit carried away with the euphoria of being in such a pointed position in the race. As we look a little bit further down, it looks like our defending champion Lauren De Crescenzo can see the riders just up in front there, unless there's, I think she can. That is our duo. That's the second group on the road. Yeah, that's so she's definitely piling on the pressure here. She's got them in her crosshairs. She's still got about a couple of 100 metres to cross it, but it does look like Lauren De Crescenzo is going to bridge across, I think.
And you've also got that character chase. It gives you that incentive. It gives you that motivation to chase. And particularly when you start to close the gap and they're getting closer and closer, that motivation, that adrenaline to try and close things. And of course, you know, for her as coming into as the defending champion, she was so confident that she'd be able to back up her victory from 12 months ago. She knew that she was capable. She knew it was possible. And even a couple of days ago when I spoke to her, she was so confident when I asked her who she'd be watching out for in terms of rivals. She was saying, well, me, I think I can do it. I think I can be the winner here.
Yeah, you've got to admire that that belief, that unwavering self-belief that some athletes have. And she certainly, if she does manage to get on, she's certainly pacing this one well. But what happens after that? And Axel Dubois-Prévost start to sit on. Will they then have that conversation collectively with Lauren Stevens not being too far up the road? It's around about a minute and 10 seconds. Again, the gap has definitely been foreshortened by these straight roads and our camera angle, because she's still got a bit of a gap to close. Probably the best part of 250 metres, maybe a little bit more, but she's certainly looking strong. That is one thing for sure. Maybe not quite the same shape as she was in last year, but we've still got 15 miles to go. And as we saw quite starkly, quite amazingly, it thrilled us, it entertained us, that back end of the men's race. We've got 4 riders in the mix here. This is looking quite similar to what happened before. There's only about a minute and a half separating the first 4 riders here. And remember, Keegan Swenson came from 4th to 1st. Let's not rule it out here. She's still got a lot of work to do, and it's saying she's only 51 seconds behind the group in front.
But I do think when you're in this scenario, Matt, and everyone's trying to play their own card, everyone's trying to play to their own strength as a rider. Now, you might not be confident coming into a finish with other riders because perhaps you've not got the fast twitch fibres and the muscles that you need to try and win a sprint, for example. And so if you're a rider who is almost like a diesel engine, and very much like Lauren Stevens, who we're seeing on the screen now, who's got 39 seconds on our chasing duo, maybe she's thinking, well, I need to get the jump, I need to get up the road, I need to really have that time gap, because if this come back to the front of the race, I'm not quite confident in winning a sprint. And so you've really got to play to your own characteristics and your own attributes.
Yep, you certainly have. And this is just going to get harder and harder. Again, all of the climbing, or the vast majority of the climbing, in the middle part of the race. Remember, well over 4,000 metres of elevation, 14,000 feet of gain in today's race. And we're on this pan flat section here. And this group behind, chasing Lauren Stevens, Axel Dubois-Prévost, are working well, but they do have the defending champion just behind them. And when they do hit that climb of Alexander Valley, the gap will suddenly be foreshortened. Still the same time gap in terms of time, but actually distance on the road will concertina her up and give that riders that little bit more belief to close the gaps. And I do think that's where Lauren Di Crescendo might actually come into her own. But of course, she has been for a long time now in the wind on her own. Axel Dubois-Prévost and Gwendolyn Gibson relaying together, been able to save that little bit of energy, where we've got that little bit of the headwind that you talked about on the run into the line. Easier for 2 riders relaying together because you get that opportunity to rest, and also because you can rest, you can give it that bit more pace on the front. So really rolling that gear around. She can still see them out in front, but this is some ride by the defending champion. But she's slowly running out of tarmac, still 22.5 kilometres to go, including that climb of Alexander Valley. And there they are in front, so she's reeling them back in. They've got that, there's the TV motorbike just behind our duo in 2nd and 3rd place. So maybe in the next mile or so, mile or 2, she should bring them back. But it's cruel, isn't it? Especially at this stage. Their body's going to be racked with fatigue. 6 hours or so in the saddle already.
You know, one thing that I notice in the difference of our chasing duo and Lauren Di Crescendo is the gear choice.
Yep.
And for Dubois-Prévost and Gibson, it's very smooth, but it seems as though that Di Crescendo is pushing such a big gear. She's just got that momentum, that gain, and she, you know, it's a very laboured style, but it's effective to her.
Yeah, everybody's different, aren't they?
Oh, look, Stevens is attacking these little rises, isn't she?
Yeah, do you see that? I mean, she's got a completely different style, so just geared up there, really lent on it, using that high torque, using that raw strength. that real deep endurance that she's got to lean on it. So she's just you used the word earlier on, momentum. She's just making sure she's keeping on rolling, willing to invest on really leaning it in, and then when the road flattens again, she's back down in the saddle, pedaling. So we've got two completely different styles. Crescendo with that more laboured yet effective style, and a little bit more fluidity to the style of Lauren Stevens. Two vastly experienced campaigners, but utilising pedaling the bike in very different ways. So under 14 miles to go, still 22 kilometres. This could be some of the hardest kilometres of Lauren Stevens' career, that is for sure, and one of the biggest prize purses ever for her as well. Over the same rise, just a little bit further back, is your Crescendo, but she still hasn't quite shut the gap. It's again a couple of 100 metres, isn't it? And of course, Dubai-Prévost, or Dubois-Prévost, should I say, and Gibson will both be able to see her behind as well. And I don't think they're going to wait. They're just going to keep on piling on the pressure to make it as hard as possible.
But also they shouldn't wait, because
what
they need to do,
yeah.
it's a dangerous move to allow somebody who has been the national road race champion of the USA, she's a two-time Pan American road race champion in Lauren Stevens, have any kind of advantage, Matt. And given the fact that she's such a strong time trialist and having won so many professional time trials during her professional road career, you can't allow her to have 5, 10 seconds, 20 seconds extra, because she's incredibly difficult to bring back. And so sadly for De Crescenzo, she just needs to keep pushing on. As I said before, she's still got the motivation, the carrot to chase up ahead, seeing the chasing duo not too far in a distance. And as I say, it's a laboured style, but it's effective, and she is making the inroads she needs to. It'll be interesting to see what she'll do if she makes the junction. Yep. Will she sit on and have a little bit of rest and respite and just sit in the wheels, just try and recover, or will she just try and immediately counterattack? Because let's be fair, we're not too far away from that short, steep rise, which is a perfect launch pad if you want to try and get away, and particularly to try and do some damage to the deficit and that advantage of Lauren Stevens.
Yep. Yes, certainly. Well, the gap is going to be closed shortly, but again, it's at this stage of the race, what riders will lose is that real dynamic range. Very difficult. And even for riders with a real punch at this late stage, it's hard to dig deep and get that sort of change of pace, but the gap is
the gap's closing.
Yep, she's clearly reeling her in here. Yep, there we go. Axel Dubois-Prévost just in front of Gwendolyn Gibson. That pursuit has been taking place for quite a long time now, and she's got them in the crosshairs and has had for quite a long period of time. But it looks like she is going to close this up very shortly. Another little bit of twisting terrain. It won't be long before we do hit the climb of Alexander Valley. And to answer your question, Hannah, if she does get on the bottom of the climb, and there she is, just in sight there, so closing in, and they only have 51 seconds to close on Lauren Stevens, who's out in front now. So absolutely fascinating stuff, and this is looking very, very similar to what we saw in the men's race. Everything coming together, almost like a handicap race.
I think these two riders need to be careful.
They do, especially now.
Especially now, because you can see where the road starts to rise, and De Crescenzo is coming with such speed that, to be honest, you do have to be careful of a rider like this. If she goes past and counterattacks immediately, Matt, it's so difficult to get onto her wheel.
Yeah, totally. They've just got her behind. What a great shot. This is our sole leader with under a minute now. And Axel Dubois-Prévost with Gwendolyn Gibson having a look round. Look at that, the dual look behind. They're like, oh no, we've got the defending champion, Lauren De Crescenzo. Yeah, they're going to be, especially on this bit of road, because I don't think necessarily that De Crescenzo will attack him on the flat, but on the climb, that's where she could make a little bit of a difference. That's some ride, but it's going to come to a certain cost. She knows she loves the longer rides. The longer, the harder, the better. She likes a very attritional race, but she's managed to link up now. Will she go straight by them? We shall soon see. Or will she play it smart and just get a little bit of rest. We're still 19Ks to go. We've still got about 40 minutes, 40 minutes of racing, which when we've already raced for 7 hours is massively important. You need to use every single opportunity you can to try and save a little bit of energy. But out in front still is our solo leader. That's where we are on the course. We've got about, it's about 3 miles now till we hit the climb of Alexander Valley, and that's where the junction was made before, and that's where we saw our Irish friend attack, or what is going to happen here. So it is 3 now chasing 1, but unsurprisingly I think Lauren Di Crescendo's done the right thing. She's resting up, and is that another little chase group coming in behind? Well, that's interesting. Is this another little group that are also getting in turns? It does look like it is. Confirmation we'll get as soon as we get sight of their numbers.
Yeah, it looks as though a duo are trying to come across, so that will make things really, really interesting here. You can see they're all aware as to what's going on behind, because Gibson just taking a little look over the left-hand shoulder. They're coming up with quite some force and quite some speed here. 2 riders who are wanting to try and join the chasing trio. Crescenzo just taking a moment to just recover from that sterling effort to try and bridge across to Dubois-Prevost and Gibson. And this is the first time that for quite a while, Matt, that we've seen Gibson come through, take a good turn. We always saw as well, 28 seconds is the advantage for Stevens, so
it's ebbing, isn't it?
It's ebbing and flowing, but it's not over here.
No, certainly isn't. She's really fighting it here. This is where she's got to really draw from that experience, hope that she's fueled right, and also this is where you really start to understand the mental, the psychological side of bike racing, because it's about pushing through and suffering here. Remember, well, the time now is 20 past 2 in the afternoon. These riders started out at 7:30, 7:35 for the women, 7:30 for the men. So it's approaching 7 hours in the saddle, pretty much full gas all the way. And this run-in is going to be so hard. So it is only 28 seconds for Lauren Stevens. This is going to be an absolute rip-roarer of a finale. And there we go, that little group. Well, we've now got 5 riders chasing.
Sofia Gomez Villafane has joined this chasing group.
Yeah, so Sofia Gomez is there, as you said, and there's one other rider in the blue that's just right at the back. Now, this is where they could actually lose a bit of momentum. So on one hand...
And she goes.
Yeah. Well, good little move on the left-hand side. And what they can't do is let up here, because they've made this much of an effort. That's a real punch. That's a super dynamic punch up this drag, a real injection of pace. So I thought it was going to get a little bit tactical, but what they can't do, it's easy to say when we're sat here in a commentary position, but what they can't do is let up now, because there is a chance they could bring this back together. And any one of these 5 women up the road now could now take the title.
You get the sense that Sofia Gomez Villafane, she'd attacked there from, second, third wheel, but everyone was aware of what was possibly going to happen there. The Argentinian just sitting back into the wheels, but clearly, and even when we spoke to her on Thursday, Matt, she wasn't quite sure. She'd gone through quite a lot of scenarios as to how she could try and win.
It's Alia Shafi who's just gone through to the front of the green. That's the other rider in this group. Sorry to cut across you there, number 46, as well as Sofia Gomez. So they're the 2 riders that have joined up. So we've got 5 riders now chasing our solo leader of Lauren Stevens. And this has put a completely different face on the race. It just shows, it's really interesting the way this course is designed does give riders who believe a second bite of the cherry, doesn't it?
It does. And Alia Shafi, the rider who's in that blue-green jersey, who's on the front right now, she's another really, really strong time trialist. You think back to the Tour of the Gila, a stage in the individual time trial that Lauren Stevens won. It's Alia Shafi who took second place.
Yeah, and Alia Shafi's just won Redlands as well last week, so she is a rider that is in very, very good form indeed. Unsurprisingly, you need to be in good shape, you need to be in good form to be at the front end of this race. But we saw that in the men's, everybody in great shape. So Shafi just off the back of another win. Can she back it up with a win in this race? Well, they've got to shut the gap first, because Lauren Stevens is absolutely flying, but what she has against her is this next climb coming up. Again, even if she keeps the same gap on the bottom of the climb, what they will have to the chaser's advantage is the fact physically the gap was shot on the road, and that does give you an added little bit of impetus. Even though it's 15 or 20 seconds, that remains the same. Distance on the road, Hannah, it makes it completely different psychologically when you can almost reach out and touch a rider in front. So, just over 10 miles to go in the second edition of the Growler, part of Levi's GranFondo. Now in its 16th edition, we have one of the true champions of American bike racing out in front, Lauren Stevens. She's been solo for a long time now. She broke away on the final epic climb of the day up to the Geysers, the highest points of this Fondo, and now she is solo on the flatlands, passing through the vineyards, heading her way towards Windsor in Sonoma County here in California. It's been an amazing couple of days, a festival of cycling. This is the hardest bike race in North America. It's the richest bike race in the world. And right now, Hannah Walker, we do not know who's going to walk away with this amazing first prize. But what a battle we've had on our hands. It looked like she was going to walk away with this one. This is still up for grabs.
It's still up for grabs, but isn't that the beauty of racing?
Totally.
You still don't know what the situation, what the scenario is going to be come the end here in Windsor. So it's has us on the edge of our seats. It's exciting, but for Stevens, a tremendous performance thus far. But inside the final 10 miles, what's going to happen? Now that that group's swelled, will they start to look at each other, particularly once we get deeper into this final, maybe in the final 4 or 5 miles? Will they all start to look at each other, everybody wanting to try and save a little bit? Because, of course, the podium's still up for grabs. And if you start to see a rider sitting on, then another rider might think, well, if you're going to sit on, I'm going to sit on. And you start to get that little bit of conflict between them all. And all it takes is for a little bit of the impetus to go out of this group. And already now, Matt, you start to see it. They're all looking around. They've spread across the road. And that chase has started to wane.
Well, that was Alia Shafi just looking across and at our defending champion, Lauren Di Crescendo. And she just waits. Well, I can't do any more. But again, this road does kick up. It does get relatively steep as we get towards the back end of the climb, and that's where anybody with good legs might try and separate themselves away. Meanwhile, up in front, Metronomic, it's saying 39 seconds, and just looking ahead on that bit of road, they can't quite see her. So we're on these lower slopes before it starts to kick up now. Still, Stevens still looking good as our defending champion in that white jersey wearing number 1 starts to drive hard and grind away at the front.
She does. And just to give it context for how impressive this performance has been from Lauren Stevens, she's gained another 11 seconds on a chasing group of 5. And
That's
so
impressive,
the fact that this group has swelled, it's actually not worked to their benefit.
Well, sometimes it can, doesn't it? But it is quite counterintuitive to think 5 riders, if they were all 100% committed, they would bring her back.
Absolutely.
But you don't have that commitment because there's so much at stake. You're wary of if giving too much, you want to hold a little bit in reserve. So the simplest place to be, the best place to be is out in front. And as you said, it doesn't necessarily happen that the group behind, despite their collective strength, will work as a collective unit. So Stevens extending that lead, as Hannah has just said, another 11 valuable seconds in her hands. And the road twists and turns. This is the sort of terrain that you want if you're out in front, especially if you have a lead of over 1 minute, because once we crest this climb over the top of Alexander Valley, once we start to run into the outskirts of town in Windsor, that's when you can almost see for 1.5 minutes, almost 2 minutes. So she wants to build as much of a lead as possible as we look at the side shot of Alia Shafi, as we heard before. Winner of Redlands last week, looking good, looking very strong. So this group now definitely a little bit more fractious, definitely holding something back. And if you're in this group, you'd do the same thing, wouldn't you? You know, you've got to be wary of everybody else. And when you're at the front, you're never going to give it 100%, because just in case, especially when the road goes up, you're wary of keeping something back to respond to a counterattack.
I do think we will see the attacks. I mean,
Yeah,
Sofia
have
Gomez
to.
Villafani, you have to. We've already seen that the Argentinian in the red and blue jersey has wanted to try and give it a nudge, try and break things up at least, and to try something. Because I think for certain riders, and as you know, Matt, you've got to try and ride to your characteristics, your advantage, and your attributes, the way in which you can win. So there's no surprise to see that they're all starting to plot their own way. How can they win? But first of all, They've got
to catch
a
this
simple
rider first.
matter of Lauren Stevens. 53 seconds is now the advantage, with only 13.6 kilometres of racing to go. And she's showing no signs of slowing down, of showing any signs of fatigue starting to set in. And in actual fact, almost getting stronger the way that she throws the bike left to right, pushing still that big gear, which she's also famous for.
Yeah, she's then she sits back down in the saddle, just drops the gear, giving herself the opportunity just to pedal. So it's a mix of pedaling, that low torque work, that high cadence, and then really leaning on it, recruiting all different sorts of muscle groups, because this is a different level of endurance. Most road races are between 4 and 5 hours, and for the women 3 and 4.5 hours at the top end. We're 7 minutes away from 7 hours of racing. So it's a completely different proposition. I mean, the exhaustion these riders are going to feel now, and also this is where the psychological play comes in. You need that endurance on board, but you also need to be able to suffer. This is a suffer fest now, isn't it?
It is. It absolutely is. And if you think to professional road racing in the Women's World Tour, Matt, the maximum you can race is 160 kilometres.
There you go.
This is over 220 kilometres of racing.
Level,
it's a totally different level. With the amount of elevation gain that these riders are facing, it's nothing like they've been through before in terms of a road racing aspect. And so you're quite right in saying, mentally you've got to be incredibly strong. You've got to be strong-willed. You've really got to push through the barriers.
Yep, and sustain. You've just, especially on the running now, for Lauren Stevens, given that TT ability that she has, multiple champion of the United States, won multiple time trials over the years. She's going to have to put herself right in that zone to try and keep these 5 riders at bay. Remember, the chasing group, Stevens out in front, Axel Dubois-Prévost is here, Gwendolyn Gibson here, Lauren de Crescendo, Sophie Gomez, and Alia Shafi. Shafi, one of the last riders to join that group, and she is one of the most willing to set the tempo. Having chased and now got back into contention, she wants to make sure that as best they can, they don't leave anything on the road. The last thing you want to do is finish this event thinking, I could have done more. So it's a balance, isn't it, about getting it tactically right and not leaving too much physically out on the road as well. You don't want to come away from this race thinking, could I have done something differently? And that's really difficult here as Stevens now piles on the pressure over the top of this rise.
But there's also so much at stake. Don't
Massively.
forget, $25,000 for first place here. So there's a lot at stake in that respect. This is also a prestigious event, Matt, and everybody wants to try and win the Growler.
Totally.
And you want to try and have your name on the Roll of Honour. And so, of course, the tactics are going to start to play out. I'm really curious for Gomez Villafane, the Argentinian, how she's going to race this final, because I get the sense that she doesn't want to leave it down to a sprint. She very much comes from a mountain bike and gravel background. Of course, she's raced road races in the past, but the one thing that she has on her side is the fact that she's coached by a two-time former team time trial world champion in Carmen Small, who is, of course, the sports director at EF Education Oatley. And they've gone through all the scenarios, what's possible, how she can try and win. And I'll be really curious to see how she tries to use that to her advantage as she comes through, puts her nose in the wind. Maybe who's going to be, and we saw already that Sofia Gomez Villafane was communicating a lot earlier on. She was one of those who was almost calling the shots. Who's going to be the one now to say everybody needs to roll through? If we want a chance of winning this, everybody needs to contribute.
Oh, exactly. Well, that's what you need here. You can just see, just dropping off the back, our defending champion, Lauren Crescendo, has just missed a couple of turns. Maybe she's thinking of going long, maybe leaving this group, but most of that climb is now done, so most of the climb of Alexander Valley is now behind us, and these are the roads that we were talking about before. The roads slightly change. We're now riding on the through the vineyards, these big square vineyards, but the group behind, they're relatively organised, but De Crescendo is just sitting on for a little bit. Is she winding things up? Is she tired? She was a lot of time on her own getting across that gap. This is going to be absolutely fascinating, still hanging in the balance. The closing stages now of the women's Growler here. What a day it has been, coming up to 7 hours in the saddle. 14,000 meters of elevation gain. Hardly any more climbing. In fact, all the climbing is done It is essentially, apart from a couple of minor ripples, as flat as a pancake all the way into the line. 137.5 miles will be done when they cross the line here in the centre of Windsor, and we still don't know who is going to be the victor, the winner here today. But this woman out in front, she has a gap. I think it's bouncing. It says it's around 30 seconds. I might think it might be just slightly more, but she is looking good. She's maintaining that form on bike. She still looks good.
She certainly does, and class is permanent, Matt, isn't it?
Totally, look at that.
she's not showing any signs of any fatigue starting to seep through whatsoever, only a little grimace on the face, but the way that she's able to hold that position on the bike and still look so rock solid on the bike. I mean, for Stevens, you don't race at the top level of professional road racing the way that she did for no reason. I mean, incredibly strong, won plenty of bike races during her career.
And she looks pretty aero as well. She's got a really lovely position on the bike. As you said, she's maintaining that form. Just that gentle rocking of the shoulders, but no real physical illustration of the sheer hell, the pain that she will be going through as she grimaces, tucks low, the head down, looking ahead, trying to punch a smaller hole in the air as she possibly can, just to maximise everything, recruiting everything that she's got at the moment. In the closing stage of this race, we've only got around 15-20 minutes maximum to go, if that, and she's moving quickly here. She's got to be moving around 45 k's an hour and still looking good.
Matt, when you factor in the headwind that is in the riders will face into the finish, what kind of time gap do you think that Lauren Stevens will need to hold off a chasing five? Because of course it certainly benefits a chasing group as opposed to one solo rider out front.
I think she's going to, depends on how these guys ride. If they were just all 100% committed, let's say they were all from one team, they will close her down in the blink of an eye into a headwind without a shadow of a doubt. But because everybody is holding back just that little bit, as we see Sofia Gomez Villatante moving through to the front, if they all ride 100%, they could reel her in. But I think if she comes into the last 5K with 30-35 seconds, she could do it. It just depends on how much these commit. But as soon as one rider starts sitting on, and we're seeing that with Lauren Di Crescendo, perhaps illustrating she's either playing a really canny game or is suffering. It's one of the two. Again, which rider from this group also backs themselves in the sprint as well, factoring in the fact that we've done 7 hours of racing now, 7 hours in the saddle. I mean, that is a Herculean. It really, really is. So who backs themselves in a sprint? Everybody's holding a little bit back. I still think Lauren Stevens can pull this off. I think she's got enough of a gap because of the size of the group. It's almost a little bit too big. One or two riders wanting to sit on because they're wary of everybody else. There's not the trust in this group that you need to bring her back.
Yeah, you certainly get the feeling nobody really trusts what's going on in this chase, because you can't be too careful. Everybody's wanting to try and play their own card. Everyone's wanting to try and race to their strengths. And I think for me, when you take a look at this length of race, Matt, sprinting at the end of this kind of race is very, very different to a shorter race where it's being very flat. It's a totally different proposition, and particularly when you take a look at the final kilometre or so, positioning is crucial. I'm really curious to see how they all play this, but for Stevens, showing no signs of slowing down whatsoever. 8.9 kilometres of racing to go. Slight little drop, slight little downhill.
Yeah, what she's got, what's a nice little advantage in a Fondo like this, although she's not competing against those riders out in front of her, the other Fondo rod, just use them as a little mini cat. Right, I'm going to get this rider, go past. That's another unusual dynamic which could play to her advantage as a solo rider. And just under 9Ks to go for this group behind. I do get this. They're riding well, so there's not complete disharmony here, but there's just an awareness. I don't want to give too much. And I do think it's still in the favour, unless they really start talking and said, right, if we all ride together to bring her back and we get her back with 3Ks to go, any one of us can win this one. But it's saying 1 minute 41 seconds, so this is firmly now. If that gap is the gap that we believe it is,
Stevens is going to ride away with it.
This Stevens is going to ride away. She's absolutely flying here.
She certainly is. I mean, you do get the sense, and when you take a look at the difference of the two groups, when you take a look at the way that Stevens is riding, when you take a look at the way that these five, there's a visible difference between the impetus in the group.
Yeah, totally.
Totally.
I mean, just look at the pace she's looking round behind, and that long stretch of road that a chasing group of 5 were on. You couldn't see her in front, and physically you can see she's moving. Now, just a warning to people watching: we may be entering, like we did in the men's race, a little dark zone in terms of our coverage. So if the picture breaks up, we will get it back to you as soon as possible. But I think it's worth a collective thanks from us and from Levi and the rest of the team here in the centre of Windsor. Thanks so much for joining us. It's been lovely to have your company. It's been a long day in the saddle, but boy, this finale is going to be fantastic. We're treated to a brilliant men's race, and this is still anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and just a big thank you to Skipstone as well.
Totally.
You know, as a title sponsor of the event, their support has changed this racing aspect totally, and being able to bring the live coverage is incredible. And we were already treated to a wonderful men's race, and this is still hanging in the balance mat. 5 miles to go, and this Sophia Gomez Villafani, well, she's thinking, well, look, we're nearing the finish here. We can't leave anything to chance, and she's going to be the one to take things up and try and get some impetus back in this group here.
Yeah, she's driving hard on the front there. This isn't like glass cranking. This isn't soft tapping on the front. She's driving hard. She's actually putting the riders in the gutter there just to offer up a little bit less shelter. So she's committing 4.5 miles to go for Lauren Stevens. She's got well over a lead. Great to see that picture-in-picture. Just that little bit. I wouldn't say disharmony now. They do look to have combined to try and bring her back, but still, the defending champion, Lawrence de Crescendo, not doing any work at all. Is it that she's cooked? Or is she just not happy because she spent a lot of time in the wind chasing? She was on the back foot on the lower parts of the climb. I get the sense that she's not quite on the day that she had last year.
Yeah, perhaps. And don't forget, it wasn't just on the guises where she was chasing, but also earlier on, before that, on Skaggs, also on Cloverdale, where she was chasing for a long, long time, Matt. So you never know how that could affect things. Maybe she's wanted to try and take a late flyer to try and get the surprise, get
all
the jump.
In one basket kind of
everything,
thing.
Yeah, absolutely. All eggs into one basket. And you can see here, Dubo Prevost, well, she comes through. Nobody's fully committed by the looks of things in this chase still.
Yeah, I think you saw that. I think Gomez, that was you could physically tell that she was almost by driving hard in the front. Look, guys, if I do this, if you do the same, we do still have a chance, but the gap's still well over a minute. It does look very good for our solo leader. She's using that white line. Look at that. She's just riding on the paint. Just that little bit of added experience, that little bit less rolling resistance that you get on the white line. So she's as straight as an arrow, driving hard. She believes that she can take this title, and with it in her back pocket, $25,000. This is a big deal. A reminder of you watching at home. This is the Growler, the second edition of this race, the first time we've live streamed the event, the 16th edition of Levi's Fondo. And this is a demonstration of all that's good in cycling. It really, really is. But what a reward this would be for Lauren Stevens. She glances behind, but still, she's got around 5 or 6 minutes of pure pain before she can cross the line. I'm loving those purple rims as well.
I'm loving the purple rims. It's almost mesmerising, isn't it?
I'm hypnotised by the rims on the bike of Lauren Stevens there.
1 minute 25, we're being told, and sadly, with 5.6 kilometres to go, I fear that this is going to be hard. This is almost nigh impossible for these 5 riders to bring back our sole rider up front, Lauren Stevens.
I do think it's only mechanical now. Sorry, Hannah. I do think you're right. I mean, she's got the bit between her teeth, 100% commitment. But the deeper we get into this race and the gap stays the same, even with 5.6 Ks to go, you can just see the impetus has gone out of this group a little bit. They are going to be fighting for second place here. Still an amazing performance, but I think they're looking at what's the best they can get out of this now, and that's why we're seeing the pace dropping.
Yeah, and you can see here, between those who are fully committed, Aliyah Shafi, the rider in the green-blue jersey, number 46, is committed, trying to just wave riders through and say, come on, let's keep rolling through. It's still not all over yet. At least let's try something to try and get some impetus. Sophia Gomez Villafani, she goes through. Yeah, it's some passengers here not fully committed. It's a real shame for this chase group, but on the other hand, it works perfectly for Lauren Stevens. Once she's got that advantage, she's only looked back to try and see what the deficit is for those behind. But for her, it's been head down, full gas, and individual time trial all the way back towards Windsor here. What a superb performance. It's been bold, it's been audacious, really showed no signs that she started to fatigue, even now, after almost 7 hours in the saddle.
Yeah, she is. Look at the gear this shot. Look at the speed. You can just see with this slightly low shot we're getting from the moto here, you get a real sense of the sheer ferocity of the pace. The shoulders rolling just that little bit more as she ends that effort, but only now, under 3 miles to go on these long straight sections of road, just on the outskirts of Windsor here in Sonoma County. And that shot behind is empty tarmac, over a minute and a half lead. Again, our picture-in-picture shows Sofia Gomez just rolling through, our defending champion. Also just rolling through to the front, Lauren Di Crescendo, but I think it's now the battle for second and third place. The final spots on the podium are up for grabs, and I fear that it's only a mechanical or a puncture now that will stop Lauren Stevens from taking the title here in the Growler.
They have, after having a little bit more cohesion here in this chasing group in the last kilometre or so, Matt, they have taken another 30 seconds off this, 54 seconds. And don't forget, Stevens is racing and riding into a headwind here.
Exactly. So what happened we saw it in the men's race, that our leader, Sol, had around 30 seconds, and that was snuffed out in a K.
Yeah,
It really was. So let's not anything can happen in a bike race, as we saw only an hour and 20 minutes ago. We're coming towards the end of the Growler here. A spectacular women's race, a fine solo performance from one of the most experienced riders in the peloton here. 38 years of age, Lauren Stevens. She still believes, but look at that. Again, she looks absolutely exemplary. She's in full flow. It is poetry in motion as she continues to drive hard, to squeeze the last bit of energy that she's got from her body to seal the title here in the Growler onto the hoods, maintaining that form. 2.3 miles to go, just under 4Ks. She is driving this home, Hannah, but she cannot relent. She cannot give up. We saw what happened before. We've talked about it. She cannot let up to the very last pedal rev.
She certainly can't, and she's certainly not going to. She's got the experience here, Matt, and she's clearly got the form. It's her first year racing in the gravel side, having left professional road racing behind. But she's right at home here. You know, this is what she's known for the last...
It's how she wins, isn't it?
Absolutely, it's how she wins in a solo situation. She's been a professional for over 10 years on the road, racing for Team Tipico Silicon Valley Bank since 2013. That was her first professional road contract. And so she's so used to racing in this kind of manner, this kind of style. She's raced all over Europe. She's raced all over the world.
Yep, she is a decorated campaigner, an experienced campaigner, knows herself inside out. You need to, over this sort of terrain, this sort of mileage, and there we go, that yawning empty road in front, getting very tactical, cat and mouse, almost like a points race or a sprint race on the track. They're losing that momentum. The title is going to go, unless something bizarre happens. Lauren Stevens is going to roll into the finish in the square here in Windsor, Sonoma County in California. She's going to run out the winner of the Growler. There's going to be a scintillating sprint, or maybe a series of attacks to secure second place. Remember, it's the top, big money, all the way down to the top 10, remember. So big money across the board, $156,000 put up by our title sponsor of Skipstone. It has been a tremendous weekend of racing in the Californian sunshine, but it looks like Stevens is going to take this. But I still can't predict who's going to come second, third, fourth or fifth.
You certainly can't. You talk about the big prize money, $25,000 for first, $15,000 for second place.
Oh yeah, serious stuff.
A serious stuff. A whopping $10,000 for third, and of course the prize money all the way into the top 10 here. So, of course, there's a lot at stake. There's also the prestige of trying to win or even be on the podium here, and to get your name on the Roll of Honor. And don't forget, you know, we're only in the second edition, and you know, even from 12 months ago, you can see how the event has changed.
Looks like Gomez is dropping off the back here to give herself. This is the classic scenario. She might not do it, but look, winding up. There we go. I thought she was going to do it. She finds a big punch on the right-hand side. There's an immediate response by Alia Shafi to try and shut the gap down. But I tell you what, that's a good move by Gomez.
It's a really, really good move by Gomez Villafane. Her fiancé, Keegan Swenson, won the men's event for the second time and so forth.
The beers are on them, I think, tonight.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. But Alia Shafi, you know, we already know that she's in good form, having won Redlands last week, and she immediately closes the gap. Just laying off at the back is De Crescenzo. Dubo Prevost rolls through. 1.1 miles remaining, 1.8 kilometers for Lauren Stevens. Well, Matt Stevens, you're going to get out to go and have a chat with our podium finishers out on Windsor Green. And meanwhile, Lauren Stevens, well, she looks like she's got this one in the bag. This has been an incredible performance. Don't forget, still just over a mile to go, and now, only now, you start to see the fatigue start to set in on Stevens. The shoulders rock and roll. She still maintains pushing that huge gear through 1 kilometer to go. She goes through that marker, and this has been an incredible performance from Stevens. Looks as though it's a smile, but I can tell you that's certainly a grimace. She'll certainly start to smile as she heads towards Windsor Green, and behind De Crescenzo, the defending champion. Well, can she try and take a podium finish here in the Growler? She wants to try and fully commit and throw all of her eggs into the basket. She clicks through on her head unit, and right now it's almost a perfect lead out for those behind. But De Crescenzo, don't forget, she's had a long chase. She's got herself back into the frame of things, but this is all for a podium finish as they go through 1 kilometer remaining here in the chasing 5. It's going to be tactical. You get the sense that Sofia Gomez Villafane, having already tried to make a counter-attack, and that's not been the first time that we've seen her try and do that, the Argentinian, into this final. She's probably going to be one of the fastest of the 5 in this group. She wants to try and secure second place at least. And meanwhile, we're back with our leader, Lauren Stevens, in her first year at racing as a privateer almost in gravel racing. It's quite the success, isn't it? We take a look at the beautiful drone shot as we head towards Windsor Green. The sun is shining. The festival, and I can tell you, the finish line is lined with thousands of fans who are waiting the arrival of Lauren Stevens. She takes the right-hand turn out of the roundabout. You can see the finish line up ahead. What a performance this has been from Lauren Stevens, and the two-time Pan American road race champion is going to take the victory here. What a performance. Lauren Stevens wins the Growler in some fashion. That has been a bold, audacious performance. It's been impressive, and behind, the sprint for second place starts to open up. De Crescenzo is going to finish in 5th place, sadly, by the looks of things. She's not in the frame of things. And when you take a look, oh, here comes Aliyah Shafi holding on for 3rd place. It looks as though it's going to be Sofia Gomez Villafane. That is your 2nd and 3rd place. And for Axel Dubo-Prevost, she holds on for a 4th place finish, with the defending champion coming in 5th place, Lauren De Crescenzo. What a performance, what a ride, and in the end, a lot closer than what we expected. But in the end, Stevens takes out the 2nd Growler. Sofia Gomez Villafane, the Argentinian, great performance, and there she is with Levi Leipheimer. Axel Dubo-Prevost just offering up her congratulations. I'll tell you what, there's going to be a lot of tales, a lot of stories to tell. But this woman, she's going to have some stories to tell. She becomes the 2nd rider to win the Growler. What a performance, absolutely. What a ride. Incredible stuff. It was a strong performance. There we see the results on the left side. Lauren Stevens wins in 7 hours and 12 minutes, 36 seconds ahead of Aliyah Shafi. 19 seconds was the deficit in the end. Sofia Gomez Villafane in 3rd with Gwendolyn Gibson, in 4th with Axel Dubo-Prevost in 5th. In the end, it was 6th place for Lauren De Crescenzo. What a final. What an incredible final there from Lauren Stevens. And even into that headwind, yeah, okay, there was a little lack of cohesion at one point, but nevertheless, they were able to close, and it was only with 3.5 kilometers to go. The gap was 54 seconds, so they certainly ate into that deficit that they had to Lauren Stevens. When you've been a professional road race rider and racing in the World Tour, don't forget she was racing for EF Education Tibco Silicon Valley Bank for a couple of years. That's the That was when they were in the World Tour, but of course with TIBCO Silicon Valley since 2013, that's where she turned professional. Oh, we take a look how exciting it looks in Windsor Green here in the festival atmosphere. Let's throw to Matt Stevens, who's going to be with our winner, Lauren Stevens.
Lauren Stevens, you've got a young fan with a lovely unicorn dress at the side of the road, same colour as your pink jersey, but you've just won the Growler. Congratulations. How do you feel?
I feel amazing. I can't believe it. You know, just to start this race with so many women was amazing, and we had a strong field, and I didn't expect to be able to do what I did today.
Was it just on instinct you rode today, or did you have a predetermined plan? Obviously, it's a long day out, 7.25 hours in the saddle today, just to put that into perspective. But was that an instinctive ride or a pre-planned one?
Definitely an instinctive ride. I know that my strength is the climbing, and I was hoping I'd be able to get a gap on that final climb. I didn't know if I'd be able to hold off the peloton like I did. But yeah, I just took it step by step and had an opportunity when Paige rolled off the front and was able to bridge across to her and I was able to start that final steep climb with a gap at the beginning, which was, I think, what sealed the deal.
And what about the running? Because the wind wasn't favourable for a single rider. That headwind on the run-ins here, it seemed like an eternity, the final 5, 6, 7 Ks.
Yeah, so I made notes before the race, and at 30K to go, I had that it was a time trial. So I just had time trial in my mind and just paced my effort and was able to hold them off.
Well, congratulations once more. Just a final word on the atmosphere here. I mean, it's a tremendous event, raising money for charity. A wonderful payday for you as well. For just some final thoughts on the Growler and Levi's Fondo.
Like I said, it was amazing to see so many women line up this year. Last year we had a pretty small women's field with a mass start, and this year we started on the line with at least 75 women. And, you know, you can just see that there's women that are eager to have road racing, and I'm very thankful for what Levi's put together.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the podium. And I think the beers are on you.
Yeah, beers are on me.
Thank you. Take care.
All right.
Thank you. Who was second? I don't know.
Well, beers are on Lauren Stevens. We know where to find her. She'll be in the festival there on the left-hand side. Another exceptional performance. And as she quite rightly points out, it's great to see that there were so many women on the start line in comparison to a year ago, and you can see that there's a growing appetite, and rightly so. You know, when you take a look at the success of USA road racing when they're racing on the continent, it's great to see events like this back on the calendar or come to the calendar and really show what these riders are capable of. Still riders coming into the finish, and they'll be finishing for a long, long while, but 7 hours and 12 minutes in the saddle. As we see one of our riders, that is Paige, who just crossed the line. She was in one of the leading groups earlier on. Well, let's head back down to the finish line with Matt Stevens, who's going to catch up with our second and third place riders.
Second place today. How do you feel after an amazing but tough day out in the saddle?
Oh, it was really hard. Honestly, a little unexpected for me, but I mean, I think the biggest thing that I learned today is it's not over till it's over. So.
And very similar to the men's race, it came back towards the end. So it's the sort of race that it plays into the hands of people who are patient, but it's never say die today out there.
Oh yeah, I mean, we were on what was it, Geysers is the last climb, and we were really hurting. And I don't know, I thought my day was over. And then I saw Sophia come on the flat, and I'm like, I actually remember my friend told me there's one thing about Sophia is that she never gives up. And I was like, okay, all right, let's go. And so when we caught the group ahead, it was awesome. It was great.
And was there much cohesion? Because there were moments when you were riding well as a unit, but obviously with so much at stake, you're just holding a little bit back. So it was quite tactical on the run into the line.
Yeah, it was a little bit different than what I expect. Like, I'm used to riding with road racing with a bunch of teams, so there's like a clear team that is supposed to chase back. Today it was a little weird. You know, everyone's trying to rest, but everyone's also trying to catch the front. There's moments of cohesion, but I would say it was kind of a mess most of the time, but we tried.
Thanks very much. Enjoy the podium. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And we've got Sophia. Sophia, obviously, well, firstly, congrats on a podium spot in a big, big race. And before we analyse the race itself, just describe what this race is like and how important it is on the American calendar.
Yeah, first time doing it. It's a savage day. Like, what was it, 7 hours, 13 minutes on there? And
big day.
big day. The climbs were relentless. I was hurting like hell on geysers, and I knew I was probably descending the best, and really trusted my SRAM brakes because they're just so good right now. And I didn't quite give up, and I feel like I couldn't quite put the power on the climb. I'm just still coming out of sickness, but I feel like on the flats was where I could roll, and I had Scarda with me, kind of helped Euster. She worked with me, and then we caught Cecily and oh my god, the girl I got second.
Alia.
Alia, yeah. Yep. I was calling her Allie. Oops. And then we kind of caught them, and then Allie and I were just doing a couple punchy attacks, and then we were able to bridge up to the group in front of us, and it almost got too big. Like, maybe her and I should have tried to roll them a bit more, and I kept trying to get away at the finish, but I was just keep getting chased, and then I was like, all right, I made it to the roundabout. I think I got this, and then she just like came, and she just had a better kick than I did, but I'm just super proud of that ride, like just to be maybe 7th, 8th at geysers, and then just like kind of ride my way and just really commit to it was pretty cool.
How hard was it out there? Over 7 hours 15, as you said, in the saddle. Were there moments when you thought, I just want to pull the pin? Because it really does test a rider's mental strength, riding for this long.
Yeah, there was never like a moment. Like, Paige Onweller was really setting the tempo up the climbs, and it was pretty impressive, actually. I was like, wow, I think maybe she might be the one to beat, but when it mattered on the kicker on Geyser, I think that's when she popped, and a bit of a shame we couldn't get our shenanigans together to chase Lauren Stevens. That's all I gotta say.
Fair enough. Well, thanks very much. Enjoy the podium, and thanks for being a part of what has been a magnificent festival of cycling.
Cool, and thank you for covering it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Cheers.
Well, incredible insight there from Sofia Gomez Villafane about her performance and her race and the way that the race unfolded. There we take a look at the top 5 in the women's race, the top 5 in the men's race. Lauren Stevens winning the women's event. Keegan Swenson going back to back, winning 5 hours and 55 minutes. Take a look at that. When you take a look at the difference last year, 6 hours and 43 minutes. But of course, very different weather conditions. Swenson winning ahead of McDunphy, Shelton, Beers and Lang. In the women's, it was Stevens ahead of Shafi, Villafane, Gibson and Dubo Prevost at 20 seconds. Well, there we see the top 5 in each on the 2025 Growler, sponsored by Skipstone. And still riders, well, they're still going to be coming in for a long while yet, not just from the racing aspect, but of course from the GranFondo. And by the way, if you're watching and you're thinking, do you know what, I think I want to be there next year, I want to either be a part of the race or I want to be a part of Levi's GranFondo, registration is now open. So whether you're a season pro, whether you're wanting to ride the GranFondo, you can already register, get yourself set for the event in 12 months' time. Of course, you can pick one of the 7 different fondos, the distances from the family event into the Piccolino, the Piccolo, the Medio, the Geysers, the Gran, or the Growler. If you're feeling pretty brave, 137.5 miles, one of the toughest and most intense, as we've seen the way that the riders in both the men's and women's have raced today. And of course for the family fondo, 8 miles, that flat route through Windsor, all the way edging up from Piccolino, 17.6 miles, the Piccolo 38.6, the Medio 61.2 miles, the Geysers 79.1 miles of riding in the Fondo, with the Gran at 119.9 miles in that GranFondo. There's certainly something for everybody, there's something for everybody to enjoy. And most of all, everybody can now enjoy themselves in the festival on Windsor Green. But what a performance that was from Lauren Stevens to hold on for that solo victory. It's pretty impressive when you take a look that for Lauren Stevens, of course, she's experienced as a multi-disciplined rider, but it's her first year racing as an individual, and so far, it's going well for her. She's learning while she's incredibly experienced in road racing, and this very much is a road race. When you're up against different riders, different styles of racing, you've not got that team aspect. You've not got riders who can ride on the front. You've also not got that team support in terms of team vehicles if you have a mechanical, if you have a problem. So for Lauren Stevens, it's very much a case of learning a new way to race. And Matt Stevens, that was a very impressive performance from Stevens. The fact that she was out there for so long on her own, and ultimately it came down to 19 seconds. That was the deficit in the end for second place.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it? There you go, 19. So I just didn't realise it was that close. But Shafi at 19, Gomez at 20. There we go. Gwendolyn Gibson in fourth at 20. And Dubois-Prévost, all the main protagonists there. It was interesting talking to all the riders. They didn't quite expect it to be able to come back together like it did. Fully a lot of thanks for the race itself for being put on. But I think it's the sort of event, because of the distance, that if you don't give up, there's still opportunities. But again, although they closed the gap at the end and Lauren Stevens had that little bit of breathing space because she'd built that time, it was ultimately close. But again, with the riders chasing just behind, they're just watching each other, and that was the interesting thing to look at. The top five of the men, we know Swenson and McDumphy, Shelton, and then it's Matthew Beers in fourth, and then Braden Lange in fifth place at 2:46.
I was just saying as well, when you take a look at the winning time of Keegan Swenson at 5 hours and 55 minutes, and you compare that to a year ago, where, of course, the weather conditions were very, very different, and Swenson won in 6 hours 43 minutes, and you see the difference. You and I were talking with Lawrence Nelson a couple of days ago, and he was saying, and also with Paul Voss, and he was saying about the average speed. It's incredible, the average speed of today.
Oh no, it's amazing. I thought, we're chatting to a couple of riders, I wondered how quick they'd do it in, and I thought it would be about half an hour quicker, but it's 50 minutes. 50 minutes, and just shows.
And they said they would have been happy if they got close to 6 hours. The fact that they've gone under 6 hours, Matt.
Oh yeah, I mean it's super quick. Both for men's and women's. It's still a very, very long day in the saddle, but that's a really decent average speed. That is 5:55 is fast. But again, you gain so much more pace. The climbs, there wouldn't be so much difference. Just the descent on a wet descent in the cold weather, you just can't go as quick. You technically can't go as fast around the corners, so it really diminishes the average speed. But I don't think anybody expects to be quite as quick. That was a very fast day. And again, both the men's and the women's fields, I think from what we've learned from speaking to the riders, there's just more, given the profile of the race last year, being streamed this year, even more prize money, all this race is going to do is get bigger and better. And the more riders you've got who can make a difference in the race, and the more riders fear the climbs, it just adds to the momentum of the racing itself. You
got the sense in that post-race interview with Sofia Gomez-Villafane that she was slightly annoyed that nobody fully committed in that group, and had everybody committed, of course they could have tried to catch Lauren Stevens. And did you feel any regrets there from anybody when you were speaking to them at the finish line? Yeah, it's something before I chatted to the women at the finish, we were talking about that, not wanting to finish the race in your respective position, leaving it all out there and not having any regrets. But there were, because of the tactical standoff, but that's the very nature of road racing. I think physically there's not much more they can do, because they found themselves in a position where they could fight for the win. But it's about first, you need to have the strength to back it up, and that's what Lauren Stevens did. But she actually did say that she was surprised how strong she was. But when you have an advantage like that, and even when you've got great form, what you can't do is fully commit, fully show your hand, because if you do, you become exposed to counterattacks, and that's the advantage of being a first mover. So although there was a distinct cohesion, and I think Sofia Gomez was actually the rider that every time she went to the front, you saw the pace, you saw the shape of that group change. Then when somebody else was on the front, they went wide, they went across the road. So definitely, she was a bit cheesed off a little bit. There's a little bit of bitterness there, but that's just the way bike racing is. Sometimes racing tactically doesn't go the way you want it, and that's where its beauty lies. Do you think maybe that, given there was so much at stake and riders not wanting to show the hand, that maybe riders were holding back a little bit too much because they wanted to be on the podium as well, and maybe feeling that, I want to have the legs to be able to follow if any counterattacks ensue.
Yeah, totally. I totally agree. That's the dynamics of a break, especially a chasing group. It's like, well, what am I going to be happy with here? Do I just sit at the back because I know first place is gone, so it's all in for second place, and this race is very different because of the fact that we've still got £15,000 for second place, or 12,000. Well, it's a lot. It was £15,000 for second place is still more money than what's on the line in first place for a big classic over in Europe. So there's a lot at stake. So I think that played into it a little bit more. Okay, I'm not going to risk trying to bring anybody else across, so I'm now all in to get the best I can out of this situation. And when you get riders doing that collectively, you just lose a bit of impetus as we look back at highlights and what's been a momentous day. Have you enjoyed it? I have. I'm exhausted. I need something to eat. I'm looking forward to heading into the showground and grabbing some food.
Levi did give me a little bit of an insight into my fueling strategy for later on. He said there's some excellent paella out in in Windsor Green. I don't know about you, but
I'm not going to head out because we saw it being prepared. Chicken paella, wasn't it?
Oh,
so
it was delicious.
I've never seen a paella dish so big, to be perfectly honest with you. But yeah,
gives Spain a run for its money, doesn't it?
Definitely. But no, we've been treated to some great riding and also the emergence of some new talents as well.
Do you know what I really loved at this point with Marcus Shelton? How many people were roadside cheering him on. How that must have felt as you're racing in your home country and you're getting that support on the roadside. Those who are racing in the GranFondo, it must have felt incredible for him.
Oh, totally. I mean, he rode out of his skin, didn't he? Certainly a talent to watch, as we saw Mr. Easter there. Unfortunately, having that mechanic which took him out of the mix, still managed to finish. I think it was 6th or 7th actually, so still in the big prize money. As we look at some of the action from earlier on, I do believe, Hannah, we're going to be heading to the podium very, very shortly. But I think summing up, it's been an absolutely magnificent day of racing. And across the board as well. It's not just today. Yesterday, we saw riders come together, fans, families, people who've crossed halfway across the world to be here as well. It's been everything that's good. What was it, the goodest?
The goodest.
That's it. I'm still getting used to that word. I like it. I think I might hijack it and take it home and use it into more commentary.
Meanwhile,
meanwhile,
Keegan Swenson is the most winningest rider in the Growler.
He is. Well, yeah, he's very winningest indeed. And there it is with Matt Beers as well. They did combine to take it, and I guess if they've combined, well, they both won a lot of money today and also gained a massive experience and also helped elevate the profile of what is a magnificent race and showcased such a wonderful place to ride your bike.
Not a bad day in the Swenson Gomez Villafani household either.
Oh, no,
$35,000 collectively that they've earned today.
That's not bad at all, is it? I actually met, do you know, on the finish line, Lauren Stevens' husband is called Matt Stevens. So I just met another Matt Stevens.
How did that feel?
Odd.
Even when I threw to you down at the finish line, to be honest, I was like, oh, Matt Stevens is with Lauren Stevens.
Who's also with Matt Stevens. So there we go. Still trying to get my head around that, but no. There's the podium. Riders will be on that very, very shortly. And there we go. Oh, look who's going to be doing the announcing.
Incredible
Dave Toll.
Day of racing. We're ready to present for you our top 5 women. Now, we do have our junior podiums to present as well as our pro men, but with no further ado, let's get going with the women here today. And I'm going to start with our 5th place finisher here. And a congratulations going out to Axel Dubois-Prouveau. Congratulations. Our 5th place finisher.
Okay.
Perfect. And to join Axel on the podium will be What a Ride Today by the Trek athlete taking 4th place. Congratulations to Gwendolyn Gibson. And now, our bronze medal winner. Congratulations to the Argentinian Olympian, Sofia Gomez Vichafanye, our bronze medal winner. And fresh off her win at the Redlands Cycling Classic just a week ago, what a ride for our silver standard today, Aaliyah Shafi. And now, the top step of the podium has been reserved for your outright champion here at the 16th edition of Levi's Fondo. After 138 miles, she unlocks champion status. This is our champion, Lauren Stevens, the gold standard and champion here today, riding for the Ventum team. So a huge thank you to Skipstone for making this possible. A $25,000 check being handed over to our champion, Lauren Stevens, with Aaliyah Shafi collecting the silver medal today. The bronze medal there for Sofia Gomez Vichafande. Gwendolyn Gibson ending up in fourth. And what a ride for the Frenchwoman Axel Dubois-Prouveau, our 5th place finisher. And now to the victors go the spoils, as we'll celebrate on top of the podium today. Ladies and gentlemen, Lauren Stevens, Aaliyah Shafi, Sofia Gomez Vichafande, Gwendolyn Gibson, and Axel Dubois-Prouveau. That is our women's podium here after 138 miles of racing at the Growler. So, a quick word, Lauren, if you don't mind. We'll set down the checks. And again, what a role Aaliyah Shafi is on, just winning the biggest stage race in America. So, boy, you had quite a group coming together behind you there. It was a crazy day. What kind of information were you getting about the chase behind you? How confident were you coming into the last, let's say, 10 miles, Lauren?
Yeah, with 10 miles to go, I didn't know how it was going to turn out. I was getting some updates. At first, I was told 2 riders at 30 seconds. Then I had 4 riders at 36 seconds, and the group was just getting bigger. So all I did was put my head down and push, and I was able to survive.
Talk about the distance and your confidence that once you go over 120 miles, everything changes, doesn't it?
Oh, for sure. This distance, you know, we were out there for over 7 hours, and that's just a big day, and you just don't know how your body's going to react, especially after 4 hours.
Yeah, I can only imagine. So, I mean, let's talk through that part of the race. Then you're coming back into Windsor. You still are, I mean, at that point in the last couple of K, did you believe you had 30 seconds? Were you confident in your chances, or were you still feeling the butterflies?
Oh, you know, when we turned back into Windsor, it's like a false flat, and my legs were just, they were toast, and I was like, man, I hope everybody else is toast behind me. And then with 1K to go, I was told that I had more than 30 seconds. So at that point, then I knew I had it. But it wasn't until the very, very, last moment that I knew I had it.
So, Lauren, you've had some big wins in your career, a gravel national champion, a road national champion, and some big wins, some big prize money wins along the way as well. What makes this one stand out for you the most? The quality of the competition, the quality of the course, the prize money, or all of it?
Yeah, you know, the course is so exciting that, no matter what, you're going to have an amazing day out there, whether you're in the front group or you're just riding. To ride this course is just, can't describe it. But we had 75 women show up at the start line today, and that was just shows you how many women are eager to race road. And we want to thank Levi for putting this together and giving us our own start.
Yeah, I mean, turning point, I think, for Americans, yeah. Let's give Levi and Bike Monkey a huge hand. Last question for you here, but the coverage today, I mean, we were blown away back here at the finish line. We got to see the entire bike race, really for the first time. Better coverage than we've seen at the top American races. Levi and Bike Monkey pulled off something special today. How much does it mean to the women's field to get this kind of coverage and show what your races are like? Because it was one of the best races we've ever seen.
Yeah, for our fans, for our supporters, for them to get to see every moment is just incredible. And then that's how we give back to our supporters.
So, Lauren, we're not done yet. Let's go ahead and set this check down because I'm going to bring up the man himself. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Levi Leipheimer. And Levi has our special trophy here. Yeah, Levi, has she been doing some weightlifting to be ready for this?
I just told Carlos, he's like, you got it? And I was like, I've been in the gym for 4 months. I'm good.
Well, good. Let's see how Lauren said. Lauren, it's been quite a day, and this will be the last big test. Let's give it up for the people's champion, Lauren Stevens. So, Lauren, again, a huge congratulations. I'll give you a hand here as we take the loot home. But we are not done. We still have our pro men's podium and our juniors. But that's Lauren Stevens, everybody. All right. All right, let's get going now with our men's podium here. With no further ado, again, there is the champion standard in this sport, but there's also going to be the riders that break through to a totally new level. And I would say 3 of the riders on this podium have accomplished exactly that. So we have a chance now to bring up one of those breakthrough riders. This has got to be the biggest ride of his career. Ladies and gentlemen, our 5th place finisher in our pro men's growler today is Braden Lang. Come on up, Braden, and congratulations on a huge day on the bike. So Braden Lang, our 5th place finisher, will be joined by a true champion, racing out of the great nation of South Africa. It is our 4th place finisher today, riding for Team Specialized. It's Matthew Beers, taking 4th today. And now, moving up on a little higher on the blocks to collect his freshly minted bronze medal. This is what you call a breakthrough. This 21-year-old rides for a national development team in the past, and now he makes his mark on the podium at Levi's Fondo. Your bronze medal winner is Marcus Shelton. Well, because of that fantastic broadcast, we got to watch him quite a bit out there today. Congratulations on a great ride. Sometimes a bronze medal can feel like a win, I'm sure. And now, racing out of Ireland, this is your freshly minted silver medal winner. He unlocks hero status today. Let's bring up our silver medalist, Con McDunphy, riding for the Skyline Cadence team. So one of America's 2 UCI squads ends up on the podium here today at Levi's Fondo. That leaves the top step for our outright champion here today. One of the greatest American bike racers of all time, and certainly the king of this generation. This is our back-to-back Levi's champion. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Keegan Swenson, our gold standard, riding for Santa Cruz. The champ is back on the top step. Well, there you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, Keegan Swenson on the top step of the podium with our silver medalist, Con McDunphy. Marcus Shelton for bronze today. Taking the chocolate medal for 4th place is Matt Beers. And Braden Lang, our 5th place finisher. That's your Levi's men's podium today. Congratulations, guys.
You and Levi's award. Just sign off, say, hey, thanks for tuning in.
Got it.
Because we're not going to broadcast the...
Got it.
Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you. No Levi here. All right. Keegan, we'd like to get a quick word if we could. Whew, man. So, all right. Any nerves at all that you weren't going to make that catch as you're rolling back into town here? How close was that?
Yeah, it was pretty touch and go. Honestly, I didn't think we were going to catch him until we got a time split on Chalk Hill that was 50 seconds. And I kind of figured if, we went all in up that climb and then could separate a bit, and hopefully it was like, hopefully Matt makes it, and then we can just, go all in for the win there. And Matt and I were working super well together, and we're basically just riding all out all the way to the finish. And once we kind of got them within sight, then you could start to taste it, and then you can kind of bring them back. So
yeah, it's amazing. Even a rider like yourself, you rekindle that hope a little bit when you start getting the signs. Now, having Matt Beers with you, you probably couldn't find a better guy, could you, at that point in the race? I mean, you raced together, didn't you, in Africa just a few months ago? So you two know each other pretty well, and I'd imagine are on the same page.
Yeah, Matt and I are good friends, and we'd even talked about it before the start. Like, if that's the situation, then we just go all in, and we're there to win. We're not there to finish third or fourth or whatever it is. So, we were in it all the way to the finish, and we didn't catch the final guy until, it was like 2K to go. So it was quite close. But
yeah, and Keegan, on that note, you're at this point in your career where, we talked about it a lot. I call you the apex predator, right? I mean, the wins that you've had have been absolutely amazing. But this is now what you do for these kids today. Some of the younger guys, they had rides that are mind-blowing. I mean, what are your thoughts when you see some of these guys that were you familiar with them before this race? I'm going to guess no.
No, those were super impressive rides. When I heard the time gap, I was like, oh man, this is going to be it's going to be really close. I honestly, like I said, I didn't think we were going to catch them until we kind of got a little bit closer. And so, huge respect to those guys. Those are massive rides.
And Keegan, you've put on so many great performances through the years. We had a chance today to watch it. Right? I mean, it was incredible to see the coverage. I'm sure you'll go back and be able to look at the YouTube. How much does it mean for a rider like you, not for your ego, but for your sponsors and the sport in general, to be able to show these performances for once?
Oh, it's so cool. My parents were able to watch it, all my family and friends, and the coverage was amazing. So, thank you to Levi and the whole crew for putting that together. It was pretty awesome. Yeah, so our defending champion coming back this year. I hope we see you again next year, Keegan. Yeah, hope so.
Beautiful. Hey, let's give it up for our champion, Keegan Swenson, everybody. And with that being said, oh, there we go. Levi's got our trophy. Excuse me. Yeah, let's see how Keegan's weightlifting has been going. There you go. Congratulations. Thank you again, Levi. And what a trophy this one is. Yeah, a lot of heft in there. But ladies and gentlemen, our champion, Keegan Swenson, for 2 years in a row. So, all right, we want to thank everybody. What an amazing day it has been here in Windsor, California. I know that Hannah Walker and Matt Stevens.
Well, there we go, Hannah. What an amazing couple of bike races we've had. What an amazing celebration of the sport. And also, we've got to thank Levi's GranFondo for bringing top-class bike racing, road racing back to America after an absence that's been way too long. Hopefully, this is the beginning of a new era for American cycling.
It has been too long, and I think it's fantastic to see it back to top level. I mean, how exciting. Both races, both won in very, very different ways, different manners. It was exciting. It was entertaining. For the first time, US fans and everyone around the world could see the Growler unfold and just how brutal and difficult this is. So you're quite right. A big thank you to Levi Leipheimer, to Bike Monkey, to Skipstone and Fari Diner for all they've done. But everybody around this event who has contributed to make it the success it is. And also a huge thank you to the riders, because that was entertaining. It was a pure show. It was a show of grit and determination. And to be honest, I already can't wait for 2026.
I hope we get invited back, Hannah. Well, thank you so much to all of you for tuning into the live stream, for watching this race, for sharing it with us and with all the competitors here, the fans, the families alike. We hope to be back this time next year for more of the same. Maybe it'll be even bigger, even better. But for now,
registrations are open as well.
Registrations are opening. But for now, from me and from Hannah Walker, from Windsor in Sonoma County in beautiful California, we'll see you soon. Take care, stay safe. Bye for now. Thank you.